It's good to be alive. You made it second day. Second day. It's good to be alive. Good to see you, sir. It's good to be alive. Welcome, welcome. Madam Marete. Madam Marete. Madam Marete. Would you kindly honor us with a prayer? You can come in front if you don't mind.
Kindly stand for the word of prayer so that we can start our day. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, we come into your presence this morning. We give you glory, we give you honor. We adore your name on high, O Jehovah, because you are the only one that we serve. King of glory, this morning, I pray that you may forgive us in case we have sinned against each other, O Jehovah, or against you. Have mercy on us. We repent our sins this morning, O Jehovah, that you may bless this day, O King of glory. We give you thanks for the gift of life. We give you thanks, O Jehovah, for provision. You have fed us, O King of glory. We have time to give you thanks, O Jehovah, because you have also been able to protect us. You have given us traveling mercies, O King of glory. We are in good health, O Jehovah. We can be able to breathe fresh oxygen this morning, O Jehovah, not under machines, O Jehovah, King of glory. King of glory, I bless each and every one of us this morning, O Jehovah. Each and every family that is represented here, King of glory, bless them, O Jehovah. May you always walk with them. May they always serve you, O Jehovah, and be able to do their purpose on earth. Because King of glory, you knew us when we are into our mother's womb, so Jehovah, and you gave us favor, you gave us the grace. So every day, oh Jehovah, we count blessings unto us, O King of glory. Jehovah Jireh, I also remember those who are on their way up. Of glory, be with them, O Jehovah, and the moment we join as a team, O King of glory, we will praise your name. The success belongs to you, Jehovah, this morning. All what we are doing, oh Jehovah, you knew it. Each and every one of us, oh Jehovah, in every role they are playing, oh King of glory, I pray that you're going to uplift them, oh Jehovah. I thank you, I exalt you, because this is a country called home, oh King of glory. We are the leaders of today, oh Jehovah. You have chosen us, oh Jehovah, to be here, oh Jehovah, to make an impact in this country. King of glory, have mercy on us and bless us, and continue blessing even the president of this country, O King of glory, or the ministers serving under him, O King of glory. We are going to go to the next level, O Jehovah. We cannot continue complaining. We cannot live where we were yesterday, but today we want to move to the next level, King of glory. I pray for all the people who serve as pastors, evangelists, O King of glory, and even intercessors who pray for this country. Remember them in a special way, O Jehovah. We pray also for our children, O King of glory, the youth, O Jehovah, those that are on holiday, O King of glory. We are here as parents trying to shape their lives, O King of glory, but wherever they are, protect them and cover them with the blood of Jesus Almighty. I pray for anyone, Jehovah, who is suffering this time, either sick, either mentally, emotionally, or physically, King of glory. I pray that you're going to remember them. Even those are in hospitals, Lord Jehovah, because we have families, we have friends, we have people around our circles who are also suffering in different ways, Lord Jehovah. I pray that you're going to be able to remember them in a special manner. I exalt your name on high, Lord Jehovah. And it's Jesus' name I pray this, a prayer of faith this morning, Lord Jehovah, trusting and believing you are going to hear us. I pray this shortly in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Our Father who is at heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not in temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Asanteni.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Many thanks. Asante sana. So we have about 9 minutes before we can kick off with our first presentation. We want to engage. And we want to say thank you so much for being here. Those who are still outside, please make your way inside. It's been a journey. And we know these stories. And yesterday we were told the concerns that are there. There are farmers on the ground working so hard. But if you compare what they get as return for their investment with the price of their product being sold, somebody called it peanuts. And the challenge yesterday was, yes, we want to have good cane growing practices, but the payment must also be good. And that is why we're meeting again, second symposium, looking at the sugar industry, looking at innovations that will transform the industry. Let's have a double screen because that video is very critical as well, because it gives us the video as well so that we see the journey we've made, so that we can target the future generation. What's the age of an average farmer now? How can we get these young people to be in farming? Because that's the future. And like somebody said, I don't know whether you can agree with me, somebody said, if there's ever a competition between parents and their children, listen, if there's ever a competition between parents and their children, if the parents win, there is no hope. But when the children win, then there is hope, because now we can pass the baton. When the next generation is still behind and we are the only ones leading, there is no hope for our country. But if we see young people taking up, being responsible, men of honor, women of consequence, then we know our country will stand out. We're going to engage in a very simple exercise. Let us be upstanding. Tusimame sote, tusimame sote, tusimame, tusimame, kila mtu tusimame, tusimame, tusimame. This is what we're going to do. As part of networking, when I count 3, 2, 1, you will make sure that you go and give 10 people a big high five, like this. 10 people, very quickly, but not yet, not yet. No, not yet, not yet. Not yet, not yet. There's a countdown. It has to be within 10 seconds. So you've got to run. 3, 2, 1. 20, 20, 20, 20. 1, 2, 3, come on! 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, come on! Well done. Well done. Good stuff. Thank you so much. Well done. Fantastic. Well done, well done, well done. Now stay standing, stay standing, stay standing. I want you to keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. When I say stop, Make sure you're standing next to somebody. Just keep moving, don't stay where you are. Just keep moving, keep moving. When I say stop, you stop and talk to the person you will be standing next to. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Now stop, stop. Stay with that person, stand with that person. We're going to engage. We are going to ask the question. Listen to this question, listen to this question. What is ailing the sugar industry? Now, as you think of what you will say to the person, just eyes on the screen and listen to His Excellency, so that we are also providing solutions. Listen to him. Let's have the video, please.
In the last 6 months, sugar has left a bad taste in the mouth for Kenyans as prices skyrocket every week. As of Wednesday, the price of a 2 kilograms packet of sugar was retailing at about 450 shillings. President William Ruto, aware the prices were up again.
We've had confusion and chaos actually in the whole sugar subsector. And we are streamlining that sector because the whole sugarcane sector has been riddled with all manner of confusion.
We're here to provide solutions. So talk to the person you're standing next to and come up with what is ailing the sugar industry, the subsector. And number two, what is the solution to dealing with that problem? I'll give you 2 minutes. Just talk, just talk, just talk. What is ailing? Talk. Let's have the timer on the screen. What is ailing? Pick one thing, then come up with a solution. One minute left, and we'd like you to share. And please remember the name of the person you are talking to. All right. It's time. So I'll have this microphone just to go around. What stood out? Okay. So let me hear from you. What's ailing the sugar? You can hold the microphone. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, identified what, sorry. We identified what is ailing the sugar industry as the high cost of production. And we said that one of the ways to mitigate that factor is to look at how to lower the cost of production, and that could be in terms of inputs, in terms of efficiency of our factories, and so on and so on. So if we tackle the cost of production, probably we can see the sugar prices going down.
Okay, thank you so much. High cost of living, efficiency in the market. You.
Okay, thank you.
Your name?
My name is Reagan. Some of the problems that are facing the sugar industry, like...
Sorry, the rest you can actually take a seat if you don't mind. Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
Like you find that sugarcane is being harvested prematurely. And this premature harvesting, you know, will lead to sugars which are less quality, or rather not sweet, when you're talking about the sweetening. Also, the political governance or the political goodwill should also play a key role in policy making. Like we find policies are being formulated, but they are not acted upon. We should have good governance from the state, so that the extension officers, the MCAs, all the politicians can also copy from above. And then the cartels in the sugar industries should also be looked at, because that is giving us a major problem.
Hiya. Okay. Thank you. Makofi out for that. We're ready for our first innovation presentation. Earl, are you here? Earl is not here yet. Okay. So then we'll move straight to our first presentation, which is very critical. Our speaker is already here. So ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. In the meantime, we can have Menti very quickly. Let's just have Menti there so that in case you have any questions, remember, we'll be utilizing the Menti platform, and we'll be using it for the better part of today's engagements. So open that tab and keep it open. But very quickly, let's move on to the second question. So if your organization is not there, please include it. And maybe sound, you could just help us with that feedback right there. But that's basically it. Please make sure that your organization is well represented. But this was a very critical question, the third question. The third question. My apologies. Thank you so much. So please indicate your organization if it's not there, and if you're just coming today. But I wanted to find, how many times have you attended the Sugar Industry Innovation Symposium? So let's just find out that very quickly. How many of you are attending for the first time? So I have 7 people. You can, it's on Menti, you can just give us the feedback there, so that all the presenters can understand that these are the people these are the participants we're engaging, so that we keep our information very clear, to the point. 35 minutes past 9. All right. So we'll keep it open there as we continue on. But in the meantime, let's now introduce our first speaker. Let's have the screen ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please
He is a seasoned IT expert with over 14 years experience in systems design and development. He is highly skilled in leveraging information systems and data to provide local solutions to local problems. He has extensive experience working with international NGOs, the private sector and smallholder farmers, and has been at the forefront of deploying local and cutting-edge solutions in these sectors. Please welcome co-founder and CEO of Badili Innovations, Wangoru Kihara.
A big round of applause for him. 40 minutes. Thank you so much. Karibu sana.
Good morning. Good morning again. I've been given the task of opening second day. I'm really hoping that our first innovation speaker will be here at least to warm up the room. But anyway, I think I'm equal to the task. I am the one who has been introduced earlier on, and with the few people whom I've interacted with today, I keep on telling them that I'm more of a, not really a sugar industry expert, not really knowing so much about sugar industry and sugar cane for that matter, but I'm an expert in my field of information system, leveraging on digital innovations and things like that. And this symposium to me is good because it allows me to learn of a new sector, but also engage with experts in this sector to look for solutions, see how best to address the challenges which have been highlighted in the sugar industry. So allow me to start by saying that I like this topic, and okay, we have some challenging. Okay, let's see if we can be able to get this right. Okay, so I like this word leveraging, and the last bit of sustainability. So we're going to talk about leveraging the digital innovations, and our goal is ensuring sustainability, because if you know, in the digital space, things move so fast. So how can we use some of these innovations to deliver sustainability in the sugar industry? This is what we are going to discuss in the next 40 minutes or in the next 35 minutes or so. And we'll have a boiler template of the background of the sugar sector. And we all know this. I'm sure I'm not an expert on this. We look at some of these innovations, and most importantly, we're going to look at opportunities. I've had a lot of challenges in the last one day. Everybody's coming here and saying there's challenges, there's challenges, there's challenges, there's challenges. Good. How can we, which are the solutions which are available for some of these challenges? And then we're going to do a wrap up, and then, yeah, we're going to have a next set. This is what we've seen, and in terms of the numbers, this boilerplate, I picked these numbers from the population and housing census of 2019, and I was looking at who are our customers, specifically if you're looking at the people who are growing the sugar. And from that census, I saw that we have around 654,000 households across the country growing sugarcane. Now, I don't know whether it's growing sugarcane on a large-scale level, commercial production, ama ni ile miwa ambayo tu mtu ameweka pale kando anakuza miwa moja ama mbili. But from that census, we saw there are 654,000 households. Apart from that, if we zoom in down to the 14 counties which are the sugar the sugarcane growing counties, we see we have 404,000 around there. And from the previous speakers yesterday, we saw, or we heard that around 8 million people are actually employed in this sector, and they're being supported indirectly. More stats for you: 15% of the agricultural GDP is actually contributed by by the sugar industry, and in a national level, we have 2.7% of the national GDP. So it's an important sector, from my opinion, and especially from somebody who's looking inside. I tried and plotted these numbers when we disaggregate them per the counties, and the first thing that I got was this national average, and these are the number of households, because it's critical to know whom are we addressing. Okay, whom are we trying to relieve this pain? The national average is around 5.4% of sugarcane growers, and we can see really Bungoma and Kakamega and Migori really up there above 15%, and in the case of Kakamega all the way up to 22-23%. We have some small numbers here: Trans Nzoia, Siaya, Kwale, and Kwale, and you can see their numbers are a little bit small, a little bit less. And my question to the expert will be, if these are the sugar growing areas, why are we having these numbers less? Why don't we have these numbers all the way up above the national average? The others is interesting because the others is a combination of all the other households in Kenya or in the other counties growing sugar, and you can see they are clearly less than even the national average. Okay, so that's more or less of the people whom are really growing this produce. Again, I went further and asked myself, if we are looking at if I'm going to present to the sugar industry, who are my stakeholders? Who are the people whom I want to address to? And to me, this was key because the digital innovations that we are going to see here cut across from the smallholder farmers to the millers, to the traders, to the exporters, traders and exporters, and also the government. So when you are there in the audience, you need to look at yourself. I am a miller. Which are these digital innovations that actually can be used in my company? If I'm a smallholder farmer, what are some of these technologies that I can be able to adopt? So I looked at this, and again, boilerplate templates, nothing of importance or nothing outside the box here. But this number is quite important. That the smallholder farmers supply over 90% of the cane. So really, if you're not solving the problems of the smallholder farmers who are supplying the majority of our cane, then there is something wrong. There is a problem which you need to have a conversation on. And that's why I went back to the previous slide and asked myself, why is some of the sugarcane growing areas having less number of households engaged in the sugarcane industry? So, for us to get into this conversation, we are talking about digital innovations. And I like being in Kenya because Kenya, it has been taught that is the hotbed of innovations. We are very good at actually adopting innovations. We are very good at using the innovations. If you look at the numbers, some of the numbers which are presented in other documents, you'll see mobile penetration very good, internet penetration, mobile phone penetration, even before M-Pesa came, very good if you compare to our peers. If you look at the uptake of social media, the uptake of internet, the uptake of some of these technologies, quite good. There's a colleague of mine who went to present in New York, and they were talking about agriculture. And literally every other speaker was saying, we are testing this in Kenya, we are testing this in Kenya, we are testing this in Migori, we are testing this there, we are testing this that. 90% of the speakers, they chose Kenya as one of the countries to test their innovations. So it's important to think about these digital innovations. The second thing that I want us to The second thing that I want us to really talk about is what are the opportunities? We know the challenges, isn't it? If I give any person here to come and present about the challenges, they will not have a problem. So we know about the challenges. So what are the opportunities? So I want to start by data systems, data and data systems. We've been told data is the new oil. Okay, but just giving you data without systems is a little bit, how are you going to consume this data? Okay, and I asked Bud, what are data systems? And it gives me that. Organized collections. Organized collections. It's not just data that you're getting there, but it's organized collection. And this organized collection needs hardware and the hardware and software needed to collect, manage, analyze, etc., etc. So that's kind of starting to give us a base of what we'll be talking about in the next 40 minutes. And on that, I want us to pause and ask ourselves, in our current sector, in our current area of operation, what is the role of data in your area? Are you using data to make decisions? Are you farming as if you're farming in the 1960s? What is the role of data in the making decisions? As a smallholder farmer, how much are you relying on weather data? As a company, how much are you relying on your sensors? How much are you relying on the readings from the outputs from the machines? Do you have that capability in the first place? What is the current role of data in your area of operation? The second thing I'm asking myself is, are we getting enough data? As a sugar industry, are we having enough data to be able to influence, to be able to help us make the decisions? Do we know where our farmers are? Do we know what is the current production cycle? Do we know what is the sucrose levels of the sugar cane which is growing? Do we have this data? Can we use this data to plan? Can we use this data to be efficient? Because we talked about efficiency. Are we using Excel as a database? Each and every time I cringe when somebody says, you know, we have a very nice database, etc., etc. And then you ask the next question, which system are you using? And they tell you Excel. Is Excel really a database? Can we be smarter about this? We are in Kenya. We have enough. We have enough of the engineers. Are we using them? No. Are we still using Excel as a database? Excel is good as an entry point, but it's not your long-term. It's not your long-term solution. What is your data visibility and how are you turning that into actions? Okay, so yes, you have the data, fine. You know you have 1,000 smallholder farmers, fine. How are you using this data apart from just having a statistic? If you are to plan, if I'm a miller and I'm to plan my collection strategy for the next 1 month, do I know which farm I should go first and then next and then next, instead of crisscrossing the whole country? And then we complain that the cost of production is high, the cost of transport is high, yet you can use this data to actually map and make smarter decisions. What is your data visibility and how are you turning that into action? I looked at this paper when I was researching on this topic, and I like this paper because it did not really look at a specific company, but it was trying to model the supply chain management in the sugar industry. And I want us to look at it from a different angle, because we're talking about data. We are talking about how to use data to actually to leverage on data. And I like this because it gives me a clear overview of some of the points that we need to be collecting data, some of the points that we should be getting the initial data source that will actually now inform our decision later on. I am looking at from these tasks. These are the usual tasks that we have, from cutting, feed loading, all the way to final haulage to the mill and truck and loading. And then specified by which of these stakeholders actually needed to perform this task. And I'll take an example. When you look at the sample weighing of this weighing process, that's a very ripe point for data, for automatic data collection. The truck comes in, it's weighed, the cane is offloaded, the truck is weighed, we get the weight of the cane. Is that manual? Because I know that's being done. Is that manual? Can you automate it? Okay. This other chart is showing about the modular grower and how the data is moving. Okay. And the last bit is just showing you how data can be used. And if this picture is taken, if my head is actually removed from the screen, we can be able to see somewhere here where we can have a set being analyzed. So that is data. These are the different collection points. These are the different points where we can actually collect all this data and be able to create beautiful dashboards. I can be able to, and then use that for decision making. For this next one is, so we've talked about data, we've talked about data collection, we've talked about utilizing this data for decision making. So what are some of the opportunities? And we're going to be always be talking about opportunities. Each and every other topic will have an opportunity, a slide for opportunity. And the first one is data collection. Data collection, electronic data collection. If you want it, you can actually go automatic data collection. Some of the tools that you can actually employ is ODK. ODK is a pretty fantastic tool for data collection. Very fantastic. You can innovate around ODK. It's open source. You don't have to pay hefty licenses. You can really use it for that. IoT and sensors. And we're going to discuss a little bit more about IoT later on. If you look at, you've collected your data. Where are you now using it? You now deploy a data management system, because this data must go somewhere. You remember in our first slide, when you talk about systems, what are systems? They are organized collection of data, not just data coming all the way inside. They are organized collection, and that's why you need a data management system. And Excel is not a data management system. Next one is, now you have your data nicely. It's in a proper database. We call it in the IT, we call it the relational database management, a relational database. Now this is now where the fun starts, extracting the juice from the data. You have things like Power BI, you have things like automated analysis, you have things like feedback system. All this is being powered by the data that you have collected. Organized data that you have collected. Data dashboards. I love this because numbers are good, but there is power in visualization. You remember that slide, the first slide that I was showing, the growing counties, the sugarcane growing counties? The right chart there shows you a clear gap in the counties, but when you give it the numbers in a tabular form, it's quite hard to be able to pick out the nuances of that particular data. Okay, and that's why you have things like data dashboards, and these two are tightly coupled, because automated analysis feeds into the data dashboards. Your Power BI is actually a data dashboard. These are some of the opportunities which are there, which can be employed in the sugar industry. Demand discovery. I don't know how this is applicable here, but I just put it there because in the potato value chain, which I've had the pleasure of working in, when you have a huge order and you're working with smallholder farmers, you really need to be able to know what are the yields that you're expecting. Okay, you don't want, by the time that you're loading, you are pulling up with your truck to the potato farmer, and then you are seeing the person told you the yields were expected. There was 5 acres which was planted, but you know what? Half of it was wiped by diseases. Okay, so how can we use this data that you have collected very nicely from this first part to actually drive demand discovery? Okay. I had the pleasure of working with this particular project, and this was a project by the International Livestock Research Institute. And it really shows the an example of how data can be used and can be harnessed. So this is just simple. We were going throughout the whole country, and we were collecting samples. These are blood samples from livestock. And we had the task of going to each and every point that you see in that particular map to collect sample. And from each and every point, we were meant to sample around 25 animals per herd. And it was clear because you can see, at this particular point, this project has already ended, but it's clearly seen at this particular point, we did not achieve our target. Okay. Why? There is this largely missing area, Mandera. If we'll have toggle this to be the selected, you will see red buttons, red dots all over, but we're not able to go there through insecurity. Okay. This is the power of dashboards. This data was collected using ODK. Data was streaming in from all the different corners at any time. You could see we had almost over 20 enumerators or 30 enumerators, all collecting data. And the data, the moment it is the database, we could see already automated data analysis. We went further, and actually we were looking at the co-infection of 3 different pathogens, and we went further and we were able to see the hotspots of those particular pathogens in the whole country. This is doable. This is an opportunity that can be tapped in the sugar industry. The next thing I want to talk about is the mobile system. And mobile is powerful. Maybe by a show of hands, let me see. How many times, who goes a day without checking their phone? Just by a show of hands. Who goes a day without checking their phone? Okay, who goes for half a day without checking their phone? I can already see there's some people already on their phones right now. Okay, so who goes an hour without checking their phone? Who goes for 10 minutes without checking? The mobile is ubiquitous. It's always on our hands. We are always using it. How can we leverage this device to be able to drive transformation in our industry? And the first thing that I want us to look at is the penetration. And this is a report from the Communication Authority, the Sector Statistics Report of Q4 2020-2023. They say as of June 2023, and you could see that the mobile subscription and penetration. So we've already passed the mobile penetration. And mobile penetration, you see that number is already past 100. It basically means that we have more people, we have many people using 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines. Okay, that's basically what this SIM penetration is. In terms of the mobile subscription, we can see we are almost at what, 66.4%. And this 66.4% is actually the number of gadgets which are on our phones. No, actually it's a mobile subscription, sorry. Okay, this next one is the SIM penetration. This is the unique ones. This is the number of SIM. But if you look at this right field, which I want us to a little bit concentrate on, is the penetration of mobile devices. Because as a developer, there is so much you can do with a feature phone. The feature phone that you can only access using USSD or SMS. So we can see as of June 2023, the feature phone is at 64%, where the smartphone is actually 61%. And the beauty of this number is that this number has always been reducing. From a high of almost 90%, it's always it's constantly reducing, while the smartphones are always increasing. And we all know what is the power of the smartphone. You can be able to leverage it for interactive with the farmers. You can send more than a text message. You can send a video. You can send an image. You can send a GIF. You can send a meme. This is what, those are the features. That is the power that is unlocked when the smartphone usage goes up. And I really like the program that today that you're going to see, Miwabora mobile application, which is a customized solution. Right now we are in the opportunities. We're using this mobile. We've talked about the penetration. What are the different opportunities? And you can see already the sugar industry is already adapting to this. Miwabora application is a good example of the use of this mobile. Data collection opportunities, we talked about the ODK, we talked about the EPI collector previously. Feedback system, this is one of the areas that we always getting it wrong. We collect data, we engage our farmers, but we don't give them back feedback. We don't tell them, okay, your sugar cane has now been received. This is the weight. Or is that being done in the cane industry right now? Is it there? Perfect, nicely. Okay, it will be interesting to hear. Maybe Johnston, you can ask me, Wakazi. Maybe I can hear from the plenary what feedback you give to your farmers whenever their cane is received. Maybe a volunteer. I had a strong yes here in my table.
Yes, I have an experience with it, especially with the private sugar millers, who, when you deliver your cane, immediately the truck goes to the weighbridge. It sends a message of the tonnage of the cane that has been received. So if, for example, 10 trucks came to your field, you will get 10 different messages. And from that, you are able to know the tonnage even before you are paid. So after 1 week when you are paid, you compare the two.
Perfect. Anybody else? Let's go.
So you said there's some private millers. So I have experience with two private millers. One is West Kenya Sugar. When the vehicle gets to the weighbridge, you will get an SMS message that your tractor number this and this has weighed 10 tons, and even the time. Still, when you get the payment, if it goes to the bank, you'll get an SMS that you have been paid so much for this week. If it is to a cooperative society, still the society official will get that statement. And it's the same with the new sugar factory, the West Valley Sugar in Kericho. We are using the same. And I'm a society official. I have my SMSs here about how much has been paid yesterday. And my treasurer is writing the checks.
Perfect. It's good to hear this. What's happening in our public mills? Any hope? Maybe they'll catch up because already we have experience from the private mills. Okay. Let's go further. And I will be interested to hear how else are these sugar millers engaging you using your mobile phone? Do they have something like WhatsApp? Are they giving you tips on how to groom your sugar better? There is a system that we are piloting or we are testing out that the system gives you information based on your production cycle. Okay. When your sugar cane is at the nursery, again I said I'm somebody looking in. When your sugar is just growing, the first few months, they should give you specific information for that particular production cycle. When the sugar is in the middle, they should give you information on that particular production cycle. There is a system that you're doing that in the poultry value chain, and it's actually working quite fantastic. So there is opportunities on using these mobile phones apart from just SMSs and information exchange platforms. And we're going to see this when you're looking at the AI part. Is how more can we leverage this system to be able to exchange information. And this information that you're talking about is, I was talking in that exercise that we had earlier on, when you are looking at what is the challenges or what are the challenges that we are having in our industry. One of the things was that some of the farmers are still practicing the old animal husbandry practices. Okay. And we identify that there is lack of information going back to this farmer because this information is with the experts. This information is well synthesized with the experts, but this information is not going back to the farmers. So how can we use mobile systems? And mobile systems are a good ways of actually doing that. I want to change gears a little bit and go to the IoT and the Internet of Things. And even before we look at that, I want to say the sugar cane growing is a very good area for disruption or for implementation or for adoption of this particular technology. And IoT, according to BAD, it says IoT is a network. One is important, is a network of physical devices. I added a little bit and added factory devices because we heard yesterday that people are not collecting data or other people are not monitoring their machines in the factory. And other items, blah, 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 which enables these objects to connect and exchange data. And the last bit there is saying that each and every object has a unique identifier that is allowed to be controlled remotely. Basically, an IoT is something quite small. If you look at your, if I'm allowed to pass here, if you look at your suite, some of the sensors are this big. Some of the sensors are a little bit bigger, maybe the size of this as a finished product. But most of the sensors are quite small, simple embedded devices, low-cost devices, which can be employed en masse. Devices which cost maybe 100 shillings, 200 shillings at max, and you can imagine you can employ in your field of maybe 1 hectare or 2 hectares, you can employ hundreds of them. That is the Internet of Things. Okay. And if you go further, I want to introduce, rather I want to highlight one of the protocols which is quite exciting in the industry, and we call it the LoRa, the LoRa, the LoRa communication technique, if you want to call it that. And it stands for low range, where it is being, okay, before we go to that picture, it's a low-range wireless technique derived from the chip spread spectrum. That's too technical. But it's a basically way of communicating that uses pulses. And pulses, you know, when you're using pulses, you send boop, keep quiet, boop, keep quiet, boop, keep quiet, boop, keep quiet. Apparently, that's what dolphins and bats communicate. Okay. But this particular technology, it sits at the base here. We know our Wi-Fi, where if you look at Wi-Fi in terms of bandwidth, it's high, and by bandwidth it means that you can be able to transmit a lot of information. That's why when you're on the Wi-Fi, you can be able to stream movies, to load very heavy YouTube videos, because the bandwidth is actually high. But if you look at the range of the Wi-Fi is quite small. It's quite short. For an example, right now in the Wi-Fi that we're using in our hotel or in our homes cannot be able to reach here. Okay, so that is the Wi-Fi spectrum. High bandwidth, a lot of information, but a very short range. The cellular phone is what you are having on your phone, on your pockets, is basically not so much bandwidth, kind of, yes, not so much, but again, the range is a little bit wide. Okay, and that's why you can be able to receive a signal from here, and the base station that you are actually connected to is a little bit far away, a kilometer maybe or 2 kilometers. Okay, that is the cellular. Now the LoRa comes in here. The range is very long, but the bandwidth is quite small. Actually, I will actually put this picture quite down here. We are talking about kilobytes of data. We are talking about data that can only fit your name only. We are talking about data that the sensors will wake up, sense the temperature, and submit only the temperature reading, nothing else. Okay, but you already know their GPS location, no other bits of information. That is the LoRa technique that you're talking about. There were some tests which were being done, and last year, if I remember right, a single sensor was able to transmit data to a length of 570 kilometers. 570 kilometers. If you are in Isiolo, if you place your base station in Isiolo, you'll be able to cover the better part of Kenya with just one single base station. But remember, the data is quite small. Boop, boop, keep quiet, boop, keep quiet. Okay. So LoRaWAN is an implementation of that, where we are talking about a low power, wide area network protocol. Okay. And the beauty of the LoRaWAN is battery, they claim some of those batteries could last for 10 years. It makes it quite interesting because when you deploy these sensors in your 100-acre, you don't need to keep on going and checking or keep on going and replacing the battery. Low power, that is one of the critical feature of LoRaWAN. Long range, you've talked about it. Deep indoor penetration, we know the issue of Wi-Fi. You have a router here getting Wi-Fi. The moment you move there, because of the walls, because of the mirrors, because of the interference, you cannot be able to get connectivity. LoRa solves that. License-free spectrum. Anybody can wake up today and actually deploy this. You don't need any fees. You don't need any permissions. Geolocation. This is quite interesting because in that field of maybe 100 hectares, you might have 3 or 4 base stations which are connected to this sensor. Using these base stations, you can be able to do triangulation. Triangulation is the act of pinpointing where this information is. Oh, we have a problem. 4 minutes. Okay. We'll see what you can do with those 4 minutes. Fine. So, in terms of the selected features, again, you can see we can do private deployments, end-to-end security, etc., etc. Okay. I'll try to be a little bit faster. So, we've learned about this LoRaWAN. What can we use about it? First thing, precision agriculture. Again, you can see this is a picture of a system already embedded in the farm and collecting data. And some of these sensors are there. Soil moisture sensors, temperature, gas sensors, and this is now the realm of what? This is the realm of the factories. Electric consumption sensors, multi-fleet sensor, flag detection sensor, etc. If you go to this particular link, there are thousands and thousands of sensors which are there, which can be utilized, which can be employed in different fields. The soil moisture sensors usually I like about it because if you are practicing irrigation, you don't practice irrigation just because somebody said that you need to irrigate at 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. regardless of whether it has rained or not rained. You can be able to make that decision. Okay, light sensors is for conserving lights and also, yeah. Social media, I think this everybody knows about it, and we'll go quite fast because social media is it's a very interesting technology that, if harnessed properly, it can really transform the way we do business. And you can see the social media, we mainly use it for communicating, connecting, consuming information. And this is according to Bad AI. Okay, it was quite lazy, so I was like, okay, I want to do this. Let me go to the internet and see what this is. Okay. And in terms of social media, there is this nice report which has been conducted, the Meltwater, with very, very, very different sources. And for Kenya per se, the internet penetration, the use of internet has now reached the levels of people with basic sanitation. And to me, that's mind-boggling. You know, internet is now being put at the level of basic sanitation. Basic sanitation, talking about clean water, clean air. That is the level that the internet penetration, the uses of the internet has reached. Okay. This picture is not a surprise, I know, to all of us. We can see WhatsApp, they are leading in terms of the social media platforms which are being used. But I want us to look at this TikTok. This TikTok is fire in Kenya. It is just amazing how the Kenyan youth, the Kenyan people have embraced TikTok. TikTok was launched in 2016, September. And Kenya has always been touted as the fastest growing TikTok user in the whole world. And that's why you had President Ruto the other day telling the two TikTok company saying, you need to set up a base in Kenya because they know the power that you have done, the power of Kenyans in using TikTok. It has been amazing in terms of transforming some of the influencers that we have there. Okay. What's happening? This thing doesn't want me to show you this slide. Devices usage. This is mirroring the report that you had from the Communication Authority of Kenya. But one thing that I want us to look at is mobile. Look at the percentage of devices which are accessing the internet. Mostly we are accessing them from mobile. And if you look at this change, it has always been increasing. Okay, and you compare the other changes from the desktop decreasing, smartphone again increasing, feature phone decreasing, tablet device decreasing. I am not so confident about that metric. This is personal laptop or desktop decreasing. I don't know why that case, but this number is something to think about. Looking at what is the next thing to deploy, what is the channel to use, mobile is always a sure bet. About those reports, it's quite an interesting report. And for media, communication, we've talked about this, feedback systems, information exchange, trainings. You'll see in the next slide, people have created full training modules on TikTok, full training modules on WhatsApp, full training modules on video. Okay, how can you use social media to engage your farmers? The beauty of this, social media is that we can also go out advertising, and especially if your company is looking for advertising. But most importantly is how can we make this sugarcane growing sexy? How do we pull some of the youth into the sugarcane growing? Maybe this might be a good incentive. Just posting poultry business. And if you look at one of his playlists, it's poultry lessons. It's a series of training. You see one video, you go to the next one, you go to the next one. Because it's a series of poultry lessons. Okay. How can you adopt that into the sugar industry? Drones. I have two more themes, and then I'll go. Drones. We all know about drones. Again, can be adapted easily in the sugar industry, and drones are unmanned vehicles where if you add sensors to them, cameras to them, they can provide farmers with invaluable information. Even the companies who actually are deploying this drone.
As you look at the drone technology, how many minutes more
so
you will need?
We are on 24 slides. I think I have 30 slides.
How many minutes?
6 more slides.
Six minutes?
Slides.
10 minutes?
10 minutes.
10 minutes, all right. Go ahead, sorry.
Because we'll spend a little bit more information on the AI bit. Okay, what are the applications or what are the opportunities in using drone technology? Fertilizer spreading, spraying, CHS. And you don't need to go far. Some of the local companies here are actually doing this. Fahari Aviation, a subsidiary of KQ, is already doing this. They have the drones that it takes to do automatic spraying, fertilizer application, monitoring of the crop, how the crop is going. These are things that you can use in this industry. I want to spend a little bit more time here in the AI because AI is the new kid on the block, and especially the use of these large language models. Okay, and they say AI is the ability of machines to simulate human intelligence. Human intelligence is quite critical here, because you are looking at how can you converse, how can you interface with a computer that can actually give you human-like responses. Okay, and these are systems that can be able to reason, learn, and act autonomously. Okay, and there are two major categories of AI, and the first AI, you can call it the narrow AI. These are the AI that you can ask it simple questions. Oopsie. These are some of the, it's designed to perform very specific tasks. Okay, playing chess, that's one particular goal that the AI has been designed to do, and it actually does very well. But the next bit is what is quite interesting in this field, is the artificial general intelligence, okay, or AGI. And the thing that is powering this AI is things that we call large language models. I will not go a little bit into this because my time is going. But one thing to take home is these are systems that are trained on massive amounts of text data that allows them to create human quality text. Okay, for an example, this text was got from bad AI. The moment you see anything in my presentation as bad AI, from bad AI, that is the text that I got from an AI machine. Because I asked it, I'm making a presentation to this Sugar Symposium, can you give me a definition of a large language model? And that's what it spit out. I want to look at this. Yesterday, somebody was being asked about bioslurry. So I was seated there and I was like, okay, I don't know anything about bioslurry. Myself, I'm a computer guy. So I asked this guy, how can I make bioslurry to use in a sugarcane farm? Let's see what it did. So I came here, I put my prompt here, how can I make bioslurry for use in a sugarcane farm? And I asked it. And you are the experts. Tell me whether this thing is right. It first of all started by giving me a definition. Bioslurry, what is bioslurry? What are the materials which are needed? These are the steps: collect animal manure, mix manure and water, load the mixture into a biogas digester, maintain, etc., etc. Next, it gives you the application of bioslurry for sugarcane. Dilute the bioslurry with water, apply bioslurry to the sugarcane fields, apply at the right time, and it gives you the benefits. Just from one prompt. What is the quality of this? Because the quality of the large language model, the quality of the AI is a big, big debate in our industry. Because remember, these models are trained on data. So garbage in, garbage out. So if they are trained on bad data, you get bad output. But what is the quality of that response? Can we pass this information right to the farmer? I want to look at some AIs which can be applied in the sugarcane industry. And the first thing which is of huge interest to me is the ASR, the automatic speech recognition. I am talking to you right now and you're understanding me well. Why? Because we are in Kenya, we've been taught by the same curriculum, etc., 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 etc. Okay, so you understand my intonation, you understand my accent, etc., etc. But a Briton comes in here, will you be able to understand him? Can these machines be able to understand us? Okay, I want even to go further and ask myself, can this machine be able to understand the Luo? Can they be able to understand Kisi? And ASR is and using NLP, natural language processing, is the act of training this machine to be able to understand our local dialects, so that you have your sugarcane farmer conversing with this machine in the Luo. Okay, speech to text, quite self-explanatory. Q&A is where we are currently trying to push the boundaries. So we have our models. Can we train this model to be an expert in the sugar industry? Okay, and by this we take all the information that you have in the sugar industry, feed the model, start asking it questions. Okay, text to image models. This is a model this is an image which was generated by an AI. The prompt was, create an image for me of a lady, female, using a mobile phone. 2 minutes. High quality image. That is text to image. Text to video. Can we move further from image to video? There are cases that full movies have been created using AI. That the AI is given a prompt and it creates a whole movie, including actors, including the plot, everything, just by using AI. Can we use this in the sugar industry? Conversational AI models is quite big, but I will leave it for that when we go to the next one, because I'm seeing my time is really, really going. So what are the opportunities? And one of the biggest opportunities that you can use, and especially when dealing with the smallholder farmers, when dealing with a mass number of farmers who want to pass information, is using the AI for information exchange. And information exchange goes both ways, from the farmer to the experts and from the experts to the farmer. Okay. Here is supporting extension services. There's one thing that usually called in the AI field called hallucination, where the model gives you information which is not very specific. We still need our extension services experts to be able to use this tool to be able to apply it in a local context. We are not really phasing out the extension officers, but you are making them smarter and more efficient. But also, they can be replaced totally, and especially by using generative AI. The moment these AI models are so good in generating these answers, the moment we have the software engineers have developed very nice delivery mechanisms, it's very much possible to have a digital extension service provided as digital extension services just from use of mobile phone. Chatbots. Chatbot is a big thing right now. People are plugging it into the AI models, the birds and the llamas. Okay, to be able to create these farmer chatbots, again, supporting the extension. Digital trainings, that is something else. This is an image that I got from a company called Digital Green, which is basically using data, and this is external data, plugging it into an AI machine and sending that data to farmers using WhatsApp. Using this, you can even conduct digital trainings. Okay, you have the AI generate content for you and then create a module, or create a training module using content. Okay, customer support can easily answer this, can easily be deployed. Imagine having an AI model which can be able to give you human-like responses and then plug in the data that the customer is requesting. So if the person is asking the model, how many kilograms did I deliver last year, I get a particular response, a very specific response with my own data. We can spend the whole day talking about digital technology. Some of these technologies really require more than 1 hour, 40 minutes of talking. And some of the other technologies which I wanted, but I saw my time will be up, is the robotics. How can you use robots in our factories? I know robots using the tree picking has been a big issue, but we have to be pragmatic about the times that you're living in. Cloud and online solutions. I saw outside there is this tractor, Uber for tractor. This is an example of that. Blockchain hype fizzled out. But again, when you look at, if you want to create end-to-end traceability of products, blockchain is a very is a very important technology to consider. What's your company plan to integrate these technologies? Do you have a plan? Are we still doing things the way we did them previously? And how can we help? Because as the technology experts, we are here to help the industry. And in my closing remark, I asked Bud, I have made a presentation on leveraging digital innovation in the sugar industry. I have presented on data systems, decision support tools, mobile-based systems, Internet of Things, etc. Write for me my closing remarks. And with that, we'll see what it gives, and I beg to sit.
Wow. A big round of applause for that. So the AI gave us the closing remarks. Let's have the closing remarks there. So thank you for joining me today to discuss the exciting potential of digital innovations to transform the sugar industry. Wow, thank you again for your time. I hope you found this presentation informative. Makofi, tafadhali. Thank you so much. Well done. So we can utilize AI to transform the sugar industry. Why don't we do it our design? Get yourself one person on the left, one person per table. Just get a bottle, one person, only one person. So we're going to take it round, give it to the other person as fast as possible. The person who, when I say stop and you are holding the bottle, you will stand. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Pass the bottle round. Round. Come on. Round. Stop. Stand up. A big round of applause to Bwana Kihara. Thank you so much. You may kindly take your seats. For the next 15 minutes as we prepare for our tea break, we want to engage. You have questions, but in the meantime, let's check Menti. Let's check Menti. So these are the questions, Bwana Kihara, but we also have a panelist. Let's just have the name of the panelist. The other side, Bwana Nick Kwolek. Bwana Nick Kwolek Ukwapi. Please welcome, a big round of applause to Nick Kwolek, leveraging digital innovations for sustainability. Bwana Kihara, karibu sana. So questions, so I'll just fire these questions at you as fast as possible. And so that we can respond to as many questions as possible, I'd kindly request that you be guided. How long approximately would you need to respond to a question? 1 minute? 1 minute. That's okay. So I'll have a timer here just to guide you. So we'll start with the, you may kindly take your seat. Mr. Kwolek, please as well, take a seat. So I have a timer here just to guide us with your responses, but please feel free to engage. So let's start with the first question very quickly. And please, if you're in the audience and you have a question, please put up your hand. A microphone will be delivered to you. All right, first question. What is the recommended software that can be deployed in sugarcane census? Do you want to answer that within a minute? No, because I'll still time you, so it's okay. So you can, so that we can get really the meat of the response. Go ahead.
So, one, thanks for that question. And it's a question that you always get a lot, and especially if you're in the software engineering field. You can get off-the-shelf solution, which you can later customize and can later feed them into your organizations. Okay. So there is no one single solution that can be applied to each and every other sugar milling industry. When we are doing software development, the first thing that we do is needs assessment, where we come and sit down with you, understand 100% your needs, go back and do research and ask ourselves, okay, based on your needs, you actually need an off-the-shelf solution, and we'll point you to that and ask you to buy that or ask you to deploy that. We have things like ERPs, we have things like some of these enterprise solutions. But the moment you need a big box solution, we come and actually develop that for you. So there is no one solution or rather one response that fits all. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. You want to respond? Go ahead.
Just to add in what we do as a company when we're doing sugarcane census, we start with Excel, but then everything goes from Excel into a Postgres database, because that's, as you said, Excel has many flaws, many mistakes, but then you put it into a proper, databasing software like Postgres. You can then go and analyze that data and draw the conclusions, put it on the dashboard, and you're not limited by the bounds of Excel.
All right, let's take another question. Thank you so much for the responses. Another question, Menti. Okay, how safe is the usage of AI with the possibility of infiltration by terror abuse? 1 minute.
Yeah, very, very pertinent question. The use of AI, and it's a fast evolving field. It's a really nascent field. The first major hype of AI was November last year, when OpenAI released this ChatGPT version 3. So within 1 year, we still have not yet explored, or rather we experienced what is the good, the bad. At least the good we have experienced. So in terms of that question, you have to use AI, and especially this time, you have to use AI with a pinch of salt. You have to look at what are the responses that it's giving you. You have to look at the recommendation that it's giving you. In terms of terror, right now, some of the AI providers are actually
filtering some of the responses that you get from the AI. But again, it's a very nascent field. Please use the outputs of AI with caution. That's what I can say.
All right. Another question? Let's have another question. Please address the question of digital imperialism, surveillance capitalism, and their impact on adoption of digital technology in Kenya and other developing economies.
Can you put that? Yeah, that's good. We can have that up again.
And by the way, if you're here, you ask that question, we can give you an opportunity to give us more meat and just break down the question.
I mean, maybe we start. I mean, I think surveillance capitalism. I mean, if you, in a way, the advent of M-Pesa, which of course comes from this fine nation, was, you know, I suppose one of the advents of. Can we put the question back up? Is that okay? Of digital capitalism, but that's a pretty good thing, right? M-Pesa is an extraordinary bit of kit, and it jumped over, you know, years and years of the slow banking industry. I mean, surveillance capitalism, yes. I mean, everything is being looked at, but is that such a bad thing? I mean, I think Kenya is at the absolute cutting edge of digital innovation on the African continent. I mean, it's you know, it's actually at the cutting edge globally for a lot of things. I mean, if you look at M-Pesa, you know, it was the first, it's the best, you know, it's the greatest, and the world can take many cues from that.
I think because I asked that question, I should, maybe I could add some information so you can address it. And by the way, when you ask these questions, it's not that we are the experts. You can also, you know, these are questions we ask to trick our mind so that we can start thinking on possibilities that exist. So the reason why I ask that question is, we look at X, formerly Twitter. This just changed their model in a day, and there was no consultation. So for instance, we have adopted a technology in the sugar industry, like now the Korea, you have a digital technology. And then at some point you get a point and you say, no, we don't want to do this. So what happens with the farmers? Do we have mechanisms, or we need to develop mechanisms? I saw my honorable members, they were here, maybe they will also address that in terms of the policy that are in place to do that. So the question was geared towards that end. What happens when you decide, because you own it, you just do it? What happens?
Thank you so much. 1 minute, go ahead.
I like to respond to that question with the background of two things. One, M-Pesa, and with the background of our Digital Data Protection Act of 2019. M-Pesa really took off because there was a gap. There was not too much regulations on it. Many people were asking, why is M-Pesa operating like a bank, yet it's not being regulated by a bank? So when it comes to innovation, you have to be very, and especially from the policy side, you have to be very deliberate, not to over-regulate that you stifle innovation. But on the flip side of it is that, yes, there is the issue of surveillance. There's the issue of the misuse of data. There's the issue of people monetizing our data without us getting the benefits. And that's where really the Data Protection Act of 2019 comes in. That's where the GDPR comes in. Okay, so legislation is catching up to that, but we should be very careful not to over-legislate that will stifle innovation.
Oh, thank you so much. There's another question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I like it, and I just wanted to get your view on when it comes to data, the data collection, processing, handling, curation, you know, all those data processes. How will you help us now that, in case you are going to go into the institutions like the sugar industry to help us in handling data? My experience is that when the data is collected, when it gets up to the curation stage, in the field, you find that there are cases where there are a lot of biases. For example, the politician will want to see data that looks at the interest at the national level. So for example, if we are producing more sugarcane varieties, for example in research, and they are helping the farmers out there, there are cases of where incentives, information can be gathered that can be, that looks at the biases, and they may not very well be articulated at the farm level. So how can you help us to be able to level, and then it leads to action levels without any biases, without any political interference? Do you have such systems?
Oh, thank you.
Number two.
Oh, 1 minute.
Sorry,
please.
number two. I like the drone idea. I have seen it being used in other countries like Australia. But I'm just wondering about the cost. If you know, when you're telling us about, when you're teaching us about those technologies, it's also good to look at the cost and the farm levels that we are dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you so much indeed. 2 questions for that. 2 minutes for that question, for those 2 questions. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that question, and also thanks for enjoying the presentation. Data collection is critical. You can't get it wrong at collecting the primary source data. You can't get it wrong at collecting your metrics from the ground. You can't get it wrong. You can get it wrong from the analysis because you'll go back and reanalyze your data. But getting the data collection wrong is really catastrophic. There's a quote that I like that says, "In God we trust, everybody else must bring data." That shows you the scarcity of data that is being collected from the source. Political biases, unfortunately, that's more of a political problem. You know, sensitization, capacity building of our politicians, capacity building of our policymakers on the importance of actual and real data, factual and real data. Okay, that's more of a political conversation. In terms of help, yes, I'm more than happy to help. It's something that I've been passionate for the last 14 years, and we can sit down and see what you can do for the sugar industry. For the second one is costs. And as I mentioned, these technologies that we've discussed here, we can spend a full day just discussing one of them. The pros, the cons, the costs, whether it's appropriate, and all of that. And you are right. Like drones, when you are deploying industry-grade drones for fertilizer application, for spraying, for maybe not for surveillance, they require industry-grade drones which are quite expensive. Okay, and that's why you want to work, one, with providers like Fahari Aviation. You want to bring in the heavyweights here, the funders, the government, the policymakers, people who actually control purses of money, as well as the companies which are actually going to benefit from the use of this technology, to have that serious conversation about how can we deploy these technologies to improve efficiency. But each and every other technology there, we can go further and discuss what are the cons, what are the costs involved. I don't know if you want to know.
Okay. Maybe final question, then you can give your final remarks as well. Go ahead, 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentations, and listening to you, I mean, you mentioned garbage in, garbage out, the people or a few elements within the AI space that have taken advantage of technologies to scam people. All these things have led to what I may call the user apathy. So minimal appetite, and people are scared to adapt some of these technologies in Kenya, but across Africa. So how do we change the narrative, given that first, number one, we don't have enough models, so that then they can give us more accurate prediction or information that we're looking for. But also, change the narrative from the scams that we get to see from the internet, the Yahoo Boys experiences and such like, to changing the narrative to the people so that useful technologies that we must adopt and at the same time have governance structures to ensure that protection and we can guarantee the safety of our people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 2 minutes each as you also give your final remarks. Go ahead.
Pertinent question, very pertinent question, garbage in, garbage out. And the AI models, when they started like last year, November last year, we had a lot of issues with the AI, the response that we're getting from them, because we discovered later on that these AI models are actually trained from public sources information, like Twitter was a good example of this data source. But if we go really a little bit technically into the development of these models, we usually have two phases of development of this model. The first one is generating your base model, and you generate your base model from anything and everything. Okay. Then the second phase is where you get this base model, and then you fine tune it. You actually make it more sector agnostic, so that when you're conversing with the AI model as a sugarcane farmer, the model does not give you answers from poultry farming. So how do you address this? How do you address in terms this garbage in, garbage out issue? The first thing is we have the technologies, so let's adopt them. But the second thing is let's have competent bodies. Let's have bodies which have earned the trust of farmers, be the interface with the farmer. So when I'm going to the farmer saying that I'm coming from the sugar industry, from Carl Ross Sugarcane Research Institute, I have a level of trust from the farmers that these people know what they are doing, and not another Wangoru Kihara from out there just coming to give me a technology. Second thing, let's retrain our data. Let's fine-tune our models with correct data. Fine-tuning does not take so much resources, does not take so much resources. So we can quickly fine-tune these models with the correct data. The scams, unfortunately, human beings we are clever. So they'll always be there. They will always be there. That one I can guarantee you. We need to train our users on how to identify these scams. And for 30 seconds, governance. There is a critical point where these technologies mature enough that then we can start applying governance. M-Pesa, remember M-Pesa when it started? Everybody was quite apprehensive of all these things. You imagine taking your hard-earned money, you imagine your grandmother taking your hard-earned money to give it to somebody with the promise that actually going to get to her son, or the other way around. Okay, there was this apprehension. So we did sensitizations, we did capacity building, we ran adverts, and right now where M-Pesa it is. So it's the same thing with any new technology which is coming in. There will always be resistance. No, we human beings don't like change. We do not like change. So any new thing that is coming to disrupt the way we think, the way we do things, 100% you're going to get resistance. The only thing is, how do you address this resistance? How do you address this in terms of data, in terms of outputs, by giving data, by giving outputs? Thank you.
Bwana Kihara, thank you. Makofi yake tafadhali. Asante sana. Bwana Nick, 2 minutes please, go ahead.
I was just actually, do you mind if I just go back 2 questions to the lady that asked over there about data collection? I mean, certainly from the sugarcane industry, avoiding political bias, etc., etc. I mean, what we do as a business, because we collect an enormous amount of cane data, sugar data, is we go right to the grassroots. So we go and speak to the farmers. So you start with the farmer. Obviously, it's the starting point. And then we go right to the other end, where we're now really starting to look at satellite NDVI data. So, AI is finally allowing us to wrangle that data in such a way that you can work out what is a sugarcane field, what is a maize field when they're contiguous with each other, which is really difficult, but if you write the right algorithm. So we're getting to a point, we're looking at that. Kenya's difficult because, as you said, you've got 8 million people involved in sugarcane farming here. So it takes a bit more wrangling, but we've started doing it for other countries. And if you know what's going to come out of the ground before the farmer knows what's going to come out of the ground, you can have no political bias because you know what's coming out of the ground. It's as simple as that. So I think, these wonderful technologies are here and they have to be harnessed. It's just a case of doing it and making sure that's spread across the board.
Excellent. A big round of applause to Bwana Nick, Bwana Kihara. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much for coming. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your questions. When we come back, we'll be looking at an innovation. How many minutes? 25 minutes. The clock begins to tick now. Please take your break. Once you see me with the bell, please know it's time to come back. Asanteni sana na karibuni.
excellence. Hey, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me, for I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am. I'm working in power. I'm working miracles. I live a life of favor. Oh, I know who I am. I'm working in power. I'm working miracles. I live a life of favor. Oh, I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. Yeah, all I require for life, God has given me, and I know who I am. We are a chosen generation. We've been called for to show His excellence. All I require for life, God has given me. I know who God says I am, what He says I am, where He says I'm at. I know who I am.
It's all about innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, our story, especially in this region, without a doubt founded on that very story of sugar. And as we prepare for this particular next session, we've started already. Can we still continue on doing things the way we used to do them when we started? Same machinery, probably same mindset. Will we really make it into the future? That is why this Sugar Industry Symposium is very critical. as we really get into innovations that will make a difference, not only in our generation, but even in many generations to come long after we are gone. And so we want to start on that note, where we want to make a difference through technology. Quick story. I want to take you to Gambia. Little girl went through FGM. It was a very devastating experience. In a country that FGM was permitted, this girl, through technology, was able to move a whole country to turn its stand on FGM. We're going to tell you that story. Let's have that story. Video, please. So this one lady, through technology, was able to go down to the grassroots levels and was able to communicate.
I wrote a petition. I wanted the Obama administration to conduct a study on FGM in the United States. I started tweeting about it. I started looking for people to support the idea.
Is to listen to your views and understand why it's still done. Listen to the mothers. Circumcision is not a problem. If a woman is not circumcised, the child cannot be
I received a call that the president was about to make a big announcement about FGM.
FGM is banned as from today from the surface of this country.
I want Gambia to know how proud I am and how
country. And so even in the sugar industry, through technology, we can make a difference. Our key sponsor is here, gold sponsor. And so kindly, let's welcome Africa's commodity intelligence platform, Kulea. And Bwana Nick is here. Big round of applause to him as he talks to us. Tell us more. We appreciate your support.
Just 1 second. Pretty loud, guys. Can you turn that down a little bit? I've got a very loud voice, so it's going to... Good morning, everybody. Guys, you're going to have to sort that microphone out, it's still too loud. Thank you very much for having me and my team from Kulea. We're based in Nairobi. We are a sugar trade, bridge, and information. And we specialize... Guys, this is up and down. That's better. And we specialize in data on the African continent. So without further ado, I'm just going to give you a little rundown of what we do as a company, and then we're going to have a deep dive into leveraging technology to improve the East African value chain. So we're going to have a little bit of a regional look at what's going on, not just Kenya. So who is Kulea and what do we do? So really we're the leading sugar and generals commodity intelligence platform based on the African continent. We also cover Europe, we cover the former Soviet Union, we cover Brazil, and our clients amongst the biggest commodity trading companies in the world. We look after the majority of that African. Guys, can we swap mics? Let's try that. Much better, okay, great. So yeah, we look after the majority of the large global trade houses all over the world. And as I discussed on the panel earlier, we are a data-centric company. So as Wanguru said, garbage in, garbage out. So the most important thing is that our data is right and accurate, and that's what we put the most amount of effort in. Anyone can produce a lovely piece of looking technology, but if the data's useless going in, it is useless coming out. So what do we do in our platform? We monitor and map sugar trade flows. We keep very accurate sugar country balance sheets. We report key news. We write commentary. We produce reports. We track sugar vessels, so you can know when sugar is heading towards your country. We monitor retail and wholesale prices across Africa, and this helps stakeholders monitor critical data through our chart builder. So this is an example of our sugar trade flow. This is Kenya, and this is for the year of 2023. So, obviously live on the platform, you can dive in more detail, but you can see the different types of flows. You have the intercontinental import and export. This is flows within the continent. You have transit flows, such as Nairobi to informal exports, imports and exports. We cover the entire African continent for this, and it gives you a very, very nice deep dive into the data. And rather than just looking at it on a spreadsheet, you can visualize it. You can see where sugar goes to and from, and the volumes and the type of sugar. So it's very, very detailed. We also map prices on a daily basis. So for example, this is Nairobi and Mombasa. You can see the wholesale and retail prices. In fact, you can see the decline in prices that we've experienced since the summer, since August time, and we're on the lows in Nairobi and in Mombasa today. So this is also in real time that we monitor prices from across the African continent. We also have trading tools. For example, this is a live example of the profit or the loss that you could make importing sugar into Kenya today. Today you could make $80 a ton. It's a very lucrative business at the moment. 2 weeks ago, the market was a lot higher and it wasn't so lucrative, but that has now opened up. So we also, as I said, report news and commentary. We produce reports. So me and my team in Nairobi, we put all of this together, and it's all, again, live. Sugar fleet mapped in one platform. So everything is pre-mapped. So for example here, we've highlighted one ship. You can see the shipper is a company called Sucari, based in Paris. It's 30,000 tons. It's brown sugar going to Yemen. Even though it says it's Djibouti, it's waiting for its clearance into Yemen. You can see it's been waiting in Djibouti for the last 2 days. It left Santos in Brazil 35 days ago. So you see, if there's a large ship of sugar on the way to Mombasa, we can see when it's on the way, you can see when it's arrived, you can see when it's discharging. It gives a very, very high degree of accuracy to our data. We also have the ability to download all of our stats in Excel. I know Excel isn't always the best format, but it's the one used by most people. We keep a lot of our data in Excel. A lot of the deep work behind, as I said, is in proper databasing software. But yeah, you can download all of our data live on Excel from the platform. If you could just remove me, please, so everyone can see. So we have our chart building function. So you can see this is overview of for the years 21. There's many different charts on our platform as well. So really, we're accurate, fast, reliable. We're a tech-driven platform. We have experts. Me and the team together, we have over 40 years of industry experience in sugar on the African continent. Myself, I've been trading sugar on this continent for the last 17 years. And we have a very user-friendly interface that is easy to visualize, and you can download data from the platform. It's just, as Wanguru said earlier, data is one thing, but seeing it visualized in a nice, easy format makes all the difference. So let's get into the crux of this discussion this morning, and it's the state. We're having a look at the state of the East African sugar industry. That's why we're all here. And what is causing fluctuations like we've been seeing over the last couple of years. So this is an excerpt from our mapping software, East Africa. You can see here we've got all the sugar mills mapped across the East African part of the continent. The mills that are in blue are the ones that are complete and are running. The ones in red are defunct. The ones in orange are project mills, and then the ones in green are under construction at the moment. And you can see there's different on winter. See that across Uganda, Kenya and Tanzania there's a lot of orange, which means that there's a lot of projects in the pipeline, and there's also a smattering of green, which means there are new mills being built. It's all well and good building sugar mills, but one of the problems we're all in this room, cane development is not keeping up with sugar production. If you look at Kenya, actually there's an installed capacity of about 1.2 million tons of brown sugar production, and our consumption is about 1 million tons. We have the installed capacity to meet consumption. Last year we did 800,000 tons of production. This year we're probably going to end around 450 to 500,000. So it's a big drop from last year. So we need to look at what's causing this. So here you can see the aggregated sugar production across East Africa, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda. And if you look at back in 2019, Kenya was actually behind Uganda. It overtook Uganda in 2020. It soared above again in 21, and then in 2022 we had a record crop of 799,000 tons, which was an unbelievable achievement. Everything was going right within the industry, but unfortunately this year we've had a big falling back, and we're going to be, as I said, below 500,000 tons of production. Now obviously a lot of that is due to weather. A lot of that is due to the severe drought that we suffered late last year and in the early parts of this year. And it's also in part due to the fact that there are too many sugar mills and there is not enough cane being produced. Over cane, crushing immature cane, and obviously when you crush immature cane, you're massively losing on your sucrose content. And essentially that has been a root cause of why the Kenyan production has collapsed. So, you know, how do we deal with that? The consumption, because again, we're sitting in the fastest growing region in the world for sugar consumption. Why is that? Because we're sitting in the fastest growing region in the world for population growth, and that is going to continue to expand. Right now across well, if we look at the kind of the Eastern African region, if we include Somalia, if we include Ethiopia in that, we're at about 350 million people. By the end of the century, we're going to be 1.4 billion. You know, and that's notwithstanding that sugar consumption per capita will increase over that period. We're going to need a massive, massive increase in sugar production. Sugar production is going to have to double across the continent basically for the next 10 years. I mean, it's a wonderful, wonderful space to invest in because you have almost unlimited population growth. I mean, it's, as I said, outside of Nigeria, East Africa is where all the population growth is happening in the world. And so, you know, we have to come up with a sustainable solution because otherwise we're going to keep importing more and more and more. And that puts, obviously, as we all know, more strain on budget deficits, balance of payments, etc., etc. So, you know, consumption is going up and, you know, production is falling. You can also see, you know, here double what the rest of the region does. So it's not unreasonable to think that Tanzania and Uganda could catch up to that. And that means, you know, if we see that happening, that's another 1 million tons of sugar that is required tomorrow. If Tanzania and Uganda started eating 22 kilos of sugar per capita like we do here in Kenya, you need another 1 million tons in the region. I mean, we just don't have the production to keep up with that. And this is a look at how the trade flows have changed from 2022 to 2023. So if you look at 22, this was the record year, the best ever production, some of the lowest imports we've seen for the last 10 years. You know, you see the EAC, you know, exporting a little bit to Kenya, a bit to South Sudan, you know, to others. This is Europe outside, Tanzania. Then you've got a little bit of Comesa coming in, 185,000 tons, and then a small portion of world market sugar, 125,000. But fast forward to this year, and bear in mind, those statistics are Jan to October. They're not even the end of the year finished yet. And you look at what's happened. World market imports into the region has gone from 125,000 tons last year to nearly 500,000 tons this year. And that's mainly in part due to Kenya and Uganda falling down on production. You know, there are many, many reasons for this. You can't just pinpoint it for one or two. But, you know, we have a problem that we need to address. Otherwise, this world market column will continue to grow. So this is, you know, how can Kenya better position itself to take advantage of this growing, you know, ever-growing consumption base? Well, you know, as we discussed, cane production is at the absolute heart of it. You know, if you look at the mills, and there are not many in Kenya, the mills that really, really focused on their sugarcane production, they're having the best year of their lives. You know, they are making money hand over fist because they have cane to crush and the price in Kenya is very high. I mean, if I go on to the conclusion, I'll talk for a little bit longer, but really, you know, if we look at one of the biggest things, and that's point 3 on here, the Kenyan shilling to US dollar depreciation, yes, whilst it may be difficult for the country to swallow, yes, you know, it means driving a VX around Western Kenya gets a little bit more expensive every day. But the long and short of it is it's a huge opportunity for the sugar industry here. It's a massive opportunity because it keeps prices high. It keeps imports expensive. So, you know, if the shilling keeps going, and if you talk to the big bankers in Nairobi, they'll tell you it's going to go to 200. I mean, we're already pretty much at 160. I don't necessarily disagree. That's a huge opportunity for the sugar industry. You know, if we can get our cane situation more sorted, maybe from the grassroots level, you know, with AI, technology, greater, you know, dissemination of information, if we can get that sugar cane in the ground, the milling capacity is there. We'll be at self-sufficiency. We won't have to import, you know, 450,000 tons of sugar. I mean, we're talking $350 million worth of sugar coming into Kenya this year alone. You know, that's a huge strain on the budget deficit. It has to be paid for with dollars. Very, very, difficult on the strain. I mean, if you want to reverse that Kenya shilling USD issue, we've got to find ways to relieve that. And, by planting sugarcane, you relieve one of the biggest import burdens. Sugar is also at 13-year highs, so it's a very, very expensive product today. But, it's not all bad news. Great leaps and great investment has taken place in Kenya and the wider East African region over the last 10 years. We saw that last year, Kenya producing 800,000 tons of sugar, absolutely fantastic. Only 120,000 tons of sugar came into the country. But as I said, the mills that have focused harder on their cane supply are the ones reaping the reward today. From the highs of last year, the future may look a little bit bleak, but actually great things lie ahead. With the right interventions, the industry will and can fly. International companies, and we represent a lot of those international companies, they have woken up and they are talking about East Africa like you will not believe. In fact, East Africa has had it's had a swing factor on the global international sugar prices this year. So unexpected were the imports that has actually affected global sugar prices right here. You may not think that, but actually Kenya is a very, very unusual country in that it does affect the global flows. It affects how sugar moves from Southern Africa into Central and Eastern Africa. It affects how sugar moves into the European Union. If Kenyan prices are high, sugar gets funneled from the African continent to Kenya. It doesn't end up in the EU. If EU prices are high, like they have been last year, they've now collapsed, sugar leaves the African continent, goes to the EU, and is not available for Kenya, and prices go up here. So actually, Kenya is really at the center of I would say almost at the center of the African sugar sphere of influence. So, it may not seem like it from sitting here in this room, but it is. It really is. And those international companies have woken up, and you would not believe the number of phone calls, the number of questions we're being asked about Kenya, about East Africa. Can we invest? Where do we invest? How do we invest? What should we invest in? Predictable government policy, which is So anyway, guys, that's my presentation. Take every publicly available data source that is out there, whether it is domestic data, whether it is international data like the International Sugar Organization, whether it's FAO, whether it's GAIN reports. We then rip it to shreds because it's all completely wrong. I mean, this is one of the big things talked about earlier. The role of data on the African continent is a tricky one because there is plenty of data here, but collecting it and collecting accurate data is difficult. So, how do we get around this? I've got a wonderful team in Nairobi of statisticians, data scientists, data engineers, that work tirelessly to help collect this data. Myself also, we're involved in the sugar trade of around 300,000 tons across East and Southern Africa. So we see a huge proportion of these flows, and that involvement in the actual physical flows means that we see what's going on. We know the prices. We know what's moving across what borders. What is going from Rwanda to Congo? What is going from South Sudan to the CAR, for example? We see that. We know what's going on because we're involved in the sugar trade. I'm a sugar trader, I mean, maybe you say, yes, okay, sugar trade and sugar data shouldn't necessarily go hand in hand because you might have biased data, but really we are completely impartial, and it's only because we're involved in those flows that we see that data. So we're in a pretty unique position, and it's why we represent 70% of the world's top trading firms.
All right, excellent. Very quick questions, feel free to respond to any one of them. As a company, what is your revenue source? How do you make money? Hello, Nick. Is the Kulia platform a sort of commodities market speculation interface? What is the source of the Kenyan industry data? Maybe we can stop there. Go ahead.
Okay, so how do we make money? So we operate 3 distinct lines of business. We have a data angle to our business. So we As I said, we represent large multinationals, traders, regional traders, Kenyan sugar mills, Ugandan sugar mills. We have clients from everywhere from Singapore to Sao Paulo. We are a subscription service, so you subscribe to our platform. You can have 3 users, you can pay and get access. To our friends in East Africa, we give significant discounts to those we would in the international market. So that's one way we make money. We're also, as I said, large brokers of sugar as well, so we broker physical commodities. We broker sugar, rice, edible oils, grains, wheat flour, you name it, we'll broker it, because at the end of the day, that's how we get a lot of our data, so it's very important that we do that. So that's how we make money, essentially. What is the source of the Kenyan industry data? So Kenyan industry data, obviously we talk extensively with our dear friends at the Sugar Directorate and at AFA, so we get a good sense of what's going on from them, but also we go in the fields. My guys are going on crop tour before Christmas. They'll spend 2.5 weeks in the fields. They'll go to every single part of the country. We also work with a lot of the Kenyan millers, so we talk to them. We get the feeling of what's going on the ground from our Kenyan milling counterparts. So it's kind of aggregated data. We're also we look at a lot of the imports. We see who's doing what. A lot of our clients, a lot of our trade clients are the ones selling sugar to Kenya. So we talk to them every single week. They tell us what's going on, who's buying, what prices. So it's a real aggregation of data, and that's how we're able to really pinpoint, I would say, the most accurate sugar data on the African continent.
It's an interesting question here. We have illegal sugar smuggled to Kenya. Do you have the statistics, and do you offer this information to the government?
Yeah, it's on our platform. I mean, we call it informal, informal statistics, but we do offer it on our platform. Yes. I mean, it's impossible to gauge, but we give a pretty educated guess on that.
All right, excellent. A big round of applause to Mr. Nick. Appreciating your sponsorship, Kulea. Thank you so much indeed. Let's have the screen up. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, still on innovations, with a specific focus on technology, our innovators are here. 25 minutes. You know the drill. He spoke to us earlier on, and he is here to continue on. A big round of applause to Stan Earl. Sugar Data Collection Management System. Sugar Data Collection and Management System. Once you're ready, 25 minutes. Once you're ready, take your time, take your time, take your time. Once you're ready, in the meantime, immediately after that, we'll be engaging Sugar value chain financing. That will be our thematic area number 4. Number 5, beg your pardon. Thematic area number 5. We're still dealing with thematic area number 4. Are we ready? All is well, all is well. We really are yearning to hear from you, so all is well. Once you're ready, go ahead.
All protocols observed, good afternoon. So before I continue, allow me to introduce my team. I'll pass the microphone to them so that they can introduce themselves, and then we can commence with the presentation.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Alan Dabash. I'm a student at Mount Kenya University. I'm one of the members in the team.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present our idea as a team. We are from Mount Kenya University, School of Engineering. I'm Emmanuel Onunga. Thank you so much.
Afternoon. My name is Jobin Omai. I'm in the same university and in the same group working on this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, team, for that brief introduction. So as you've heard from them, personally my name is Stanley Omulandezwa, and as you've heard from them, we are students of Mount Kenya University, majoring in computer and electronics engineering. So could we have the slides, please? Before the slides is displayed, allow me to have a feel of the audience, please. We started this project many months ago, and it's been a journey for us, and we are very much thankful to be here presenting this project to you so that we can have development in the sugar industry as per how we viewed it during our research. So our system is called the Sugar Data Collection and Monitoring System. We are presented with a challenge by the Sugar Industry Innovation Symposium to come up with a project that can innovate the sugar industry as it is of today. As you are all aware, we are living in a world of automation, and it's only going to get more automated as time continues. So it is important for us to embrace this automation. On to our first slide, the problem statement, and I will go through them in no particular order. We had 3 problem statements: efficiency, environment, and transparency. So the question was, I've talked about automation. How can we achieve automation while focusing the project on these 3 key problem statements? And we came up with a solution of using technologies that have been used in the past and are still currently being used for this problem solving. And some of these technologies that you've heard of earlier today, we have IoT sensors, we have blockchain, we have OpenCV, we also have cloud computing. So these problem statements are the challenges that we felt the sugar industry is going through at the moment. And as I mentioned before, in no particular order, I'd like to start with transparency. Now, it was only yesterday that I heard farmers are being paid 6,000 shillings per ton for their sugarcane. And this came to me by surprise, because if it wasn't for the farmer who spoke yesterday, then I wouldn't have known that farmers are being paid 6,000 shillings per ton. And that goes for the same to the local public out there. The problem is data is not being transferred, or should I say, the public is not informed or is not aware of the challenges these farmers are going through. Right? So what if we have public involvement in changing policies that project what these farmers are paid. So in our project, we came up with a system that can be able to display the data, giving the farmer a voice to argue out that if he has a farm of this size and he gives sugarcane to a certain factory, and turns out that something happens to that sugarcane, maybe on transit or in the mills, the farmer can only complain to the factory, of which he can be turned down quite easily. But how about if this data could be viewed by the public? Hence, the public involvement in policy changes. For efficiency, for 4 years, I went to high school in Mumias, and my high school was pretty close to the Mumias sugar factory. And unfortunately, when I was joining high school, the factory had a few challenges in its operation. But when it was operating, I noticed a few challenges. One, we had a challenge of, onto the point of environment, we had a challenge of pollution. These machines were creating clouds of smoke above the atmosphere. They were burning sugarcane for harvesting. Those are archaic processes of harvesting sugarcane. And when the factory wasn't working, and which was quite a number of times, there were blackouts. I think yesterday we managed to hear from James. Is James in the audience? James, the farmer from Mumias? No? Anyway, James, yesterday I think he could bear me witness that during the downfall of the Mumias sugar factory, the locals living around the area, it was like a ghost town. There was no electricity, little running water, and the schools that were relying on the factory were really suffering. So on the point of efficiency, we should improve on how these machines operate. And environmentally, we should reduce the impact these machines are having to the environment. On to my next slide. Project objectives. We focused our project objectives on the three main environments when dealing with sugar processing. We had to start with the farm. That is the key root of sugar processing industry. And then we went ahead and looked at road or transportation. And then we finally ended up in the mills. So from the farm, we have so many farmers having contracts by these companies. And we thought to begin with them and keep them in mind while we were designing our project. So just to begin with the farm, this is where we meet our first objective, which is transparency. How do we achieve transparency? We achieve transparency by releasing live data to the farmers. And how do we show live data to the farmers and stakeholders? By a portal. We designed a portal that works with the system, where data can be viewed, data can be analyzed by all stakeholders, and that data is transmitted live. So as the presentation continues, you'll be able to interact with these technologies. You'll be able to understand what do I mean by live data. You'll be able to understand what is the importance of this portal and how can it impact the different parties involved with it. So I've been going on and on about data. So what is this data and where does it come from? So on the farm, which is our first environment, we meet our first group of sensors. So the sugar data collection and management system is a system that incorporates sensors into releasing live data that is displayed on the portal. So the first sensors that we find here are the weighing sensors. The weighing sensors are essential because based on the weight of the produce or of that particular batch that the farmer is taking to the factory, needs to be weighed so that he could know how much he needs to be paid. So here we first find the weighing sensors that also transmit live data all the time to the portal where the farmer can access, or anyone who has an account and is a freelancer or working with these factories can be able to see the live data. And also we have the temperature sensor. So the weighing sensor measures the weight of the sugarcane. The temperature sensor measures the optimum condition for harvesting sugarcane. And from our research, we discovered that the optimal conditions for sugar harvesting is 32 degrees Celsius. So based on these sensors, we can be able to determine the weight of the sugarcane and the correct harvesting temperatures that can be able to also give a glimpse of the kind of quality that this farmer is going to send the produce. So we have the online portal for authorized parties, and we have live data through IoT sensors and electrical components. Data being presented at the portal is always up to date. That means whenever you are interacting with the portal, you can be able to see live facts and figures of what these sensors are recording. And my final point on at the farm, we are ensuring transparency for all stakeholders. Somebody needs to be accountable. Like, let me give an instance. My colleague here, Alan, could be a farmer, and he has a farm in, I'd like to use a place where I'm quite familiar with, Mumias. So if he has a farm in Mumias and he has a contract by, let's say, an example, Mumias Sugar Company, right? So when the tractor or the truck comes for his produce in the farm, the truck is already equipped with the system in its axles. So immediately when cane is being loaded onto the truck, the farmer is able to monitor the weight. How many tons has he given out through the portal? And after he's finished loading the truck and the truck is on transit, he can still be able to monitor his tonnage. We've seen many cases of sometimes, well, we have people plucking sugar canes from the tractors. I mean, we can't you know, go about that because it's the public. But how about when a full ton or two goes missing, and by the time the tractor arrives at the factory, the tonnage of the mkulima's produce is less. That means it's going to be paid less money. However, with the portal, the farmer is able to monitor the tonnage all the way until it gets to the produce. This gives him evidence, or brings up the aspect of accountability for either the driver or the factory, because he has the live data, and the data doesn't lie, as you heard earlier. The data doesn't lie. So if he has the data and it is accurate, and by the time the produce arrives at the factory and it is less, then it brings about the aspect of accountability. Where did that sugar go? And interestingly, these very, very same sensors can be able to identify at what point did we have a reduction in the tonnage of the sugarcane produce. So on to, that is, I think that covers my last point on the farm. So I'd like to go on to, here we see a weighing bridge. And these are quite common when we have a factory and the area around the factory. They need to have, most of them have these weigh bridges. And one disadvantage about these weigh bridges is, as you can see, these tractors are lining up to be weighed after they have already come from the farm. And so on the picture that you see before you here, they are wasting time and resources. How about we just remove the aspect of the weighing bridge? Because one, the weighing sensors that give live data 247 are able to replace these weighing bridges, because it's not only the farmer who can access the data of the tonnage, but these, we understand that these weighing bridges are here because of government policies. That is true. But if the factory can keep monitoring how much tons their tractors are carrying, and the farmer can also monitor how many tons, or if the tons that he has allocated to that certain truck is being maintained and is according to the policy, then that means the weighing bridges that you see before you here will become obsolete. On to my next slide, we have, before that, we have on the roads. And on the roads, we get to see the data monitoring on transportation. So as I mentioned before, we are using the weighing sensors, and we're also using the same weighing sensors to monitor tonnage from the farm to the mills, so that to just make sure that they're going according to government policies, and the farmer is also being accounted for. The third point on this is preventing overloading. We have instances where some of these trucks topple over, some of these tractors break down because the cane is too heavy to carry. However, with the system, we can be able to monitor how much load the particular tractor has at any given moment. The tractor could be empty and the weighing sensors will be reading 0 because there's nothing loaded. However, if it is loaded, then we are given live data consistently just to make sure that they are following how many tons that particular tractor can carry, and they are following the government policies, protecting our roads, because it is true that these heavy trucks spoil or damage our roads, which isn't good. So the final point on data monitoring and transportation, we have real-time data accessible through the system portal that I have already gone through. Because of time, I'll go on to my next slide, which is in the mills. The final step, or should I say the final environment in which the system is applied, is in the mills. And in the mills, we get to meet our other group of sensors. We still have the same weighing sensors. We still have the same temperature sensors. But here we get to interact with the other modules. So first of all, we have the process optimization. But before I get to process optimization, I need to go through the process by which the farmer has given out his sugarcane, and his sugarcane has been transported, and let's say it has been transported successfully, and he's satisfied with the data that the sensors are putting out. That means there's been no reduction in the weight of the tonnage that is given out. Once it gets to the mill, we get to meet another set of weighing sensors that will be applied on the conveyor belt, just to make sure that the load that that particular truck is carrying, the sugarcane, is the same weight as it was during transportation, and is the same weight as it was during loading. If there is a difference in margin, then that should be accountable. If there's a huge difference in margin, that should be very much accountable. But if there's a minor difference in margin, then that could be excused because of human factors. So process optimization when these sensors are being applied during the sugar processing, we get to see different data being collected. Like we've just met the weighing sensor that is on the conveyor belt. Once the cane is extracted once the cane is removed from the tractor and put to the conveyor belt for it to be, for the processing to start, we can get to see their weight. And as the processing continues, we get to meet other sensors, like we could have pressure sensors for making sure that the machines are running up to standard or how they have been designed. Quality control. In the mills, we'll also have sensors just to make sure that the sugarcane that has been transported to the mills is of good quality. And then we have resource efficiency. I've mentioned this with the weighing bridges that are becoming obsolete. We also have other processes in the processing plant that could also be obsolete, that the weighing or that the sensors can replace. And that's how we go about with the resource efficiency. And we should also focus on machinery and equipment performance. Because yesterday, I think I had there were machineries installed in 1960. Those machines are very, very old, and they are not, okay, as much as they were installed in 1960, but how they are being operated should also be looked at. So they shouldn't always be operated according to how they've been designed. So we meet these sensors that are able to make sure that these machines, however much they have been installed in 1960, are being operated how they've been designed. That will reduce on the pollution, that will reduce on the resources spent, that will reduce on the time consumption in processing the sugar itself. We have a predictive maintenance, as I mentioned during the previous comment. Installing this system, incorporating this system in the sugar making process, will be able to predict at what point in time a certain machinery needs maintenance. We can get this predictive maintenance data from the sensors that are collecting the data, and that's when we can be able to determine at what point or at what stage do we require maintenance for this machinery. Energy efficiency, I've explained that with the previous points, and environmental compliance. We should have policies, I'm not sure if we do, but we should have policies in line with how much carbon these factories produce. So as we go to the flowchart and technical part of this project, I'd like to call upon my colleague to take you through the technical part of the system.
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, as you have seen, our project consists of sensors. In the flowchart, we have the microcontroller, which is at the central point. We have different sensors, as you can see, the temperature sensor, infrared sensor, weighing sensor, pressure sensor, the operator input, heat sensor. We have the GSM here and the Wi-Fi module. The whole system is being powered by the power supply there. We have the LCD. So the microcontroller acts as the brain of the whole system. The sensors sends the data to the microcontroller. The microcontroller processes the data and then send the Wi-Fi module to the website. So the microcontroller also send a message to the via the GSM to the Mukulima. The Mukulima, using the SMS, will get the tracking number. The tracking number, just like the code we were using here, the menti.com, he will get the unique code which he will use, or he or she will use to enter the portal. Okay, so that is the flowchart, the one that everybody can understand. We can go to the technical part. Okay, this is the whole thing. It's just the same with the block diagram. We have the whole system being powered by the power supply. You have the LCD display and all these sensors communicating with the Arduino, which is the microcontroller. The GSM will automatically send the message to the farmer, and the farmer will use the code to enter the Wi-Fi, the portal. Here is our prototype. I can take you through the hardware part. We have here the sensor. This is the MQ2 sensor. It is able to sense smoke. This sensor will install it in the farm so that it will sense, whenever it senses smoke, it will send a message through the GSM to the authorities of the farmer to notify them that there are possible fires. We have here the temperature sensor, as explained by my colleague, will be used to monitor the quality of the sugarcane. We also have the ESP. This is another microcontroller. This is the one that will connect us with the portal. This is the one that is processing the whole data, and this is the LCD. The LCD will be able to display the data at that particular point. For instance, here we have our weighing sensor. The weighing sensor, we will install it in the trucks so that we can monitor the sugarcane weights right from the farm, along the road, and finally at the mills. And all this data is being processed by this microcontroller, send it through this to the portal. So to perform all this, we have to give it instructions. And therefore, I want to link here to take us through the software part, which we used to integrate the whole the hardware part with the software part. Thank you.
So thank you very much. I'll take you through the as my colleague has said, this is the Arduino. The Arduino there is the microcontroller. So the microcontroller acts as a human being. It has to be given an instructions. So the instructions is what will tell it what to do with the with the sensors. So for example, we have 8 sensor there. Before it is given an instruction, it won't know what is that sensor. So you must program it. You must write a code that will tell the microprocessor what to do with what? Each and every sensor. So I'll take you through the part of the coding and how it communicates to us. Because of time, I'll be quick. So this is the code for Arduino. This is how it operates. This is what is fed with it to the microcontroller so that it will process every and each data which it receives. It will follow this format. So for instance, here down here, we have connected our hardware. Down there, it's not clear though, but you can see the recordings. We have the weight, we have the temperature, and we have also the MQ2 readings. So this is how it communicates. So in the code, we have as my colleagues, we have the GSM which will send a message to the farm. So the GSM is programmed in such a way that
2 minutes, please. 2 minutes. Over time.
we'll connect it in such a way that the number of the farmer will be entered into the code. So that when the microcontroller generates the message, or after the microcontroller has received the signals, it will directly send it to the what? To the farmer's mobile phone. Then we have the ESP8266, which connect us to our portal, which we created. So where this is the interface between the Muklima and its what? In this is gain. So the ESP will direct us. We'll collect all this data and set it to the what? To the portal through Wi-Fi using the WNAN, that is a wide local area network technique. Thank you. I'll give my colleague to present how the portal looks like.
Noon again. Okay, I will speak about the portal. So I will ask one of you to type this link and access the portal, if you can.
So what we are asking, this is our link of the portal which we created. So you can take off your phones, try to type this link, and you will directly access our portal. It is there. You can access it as per now as we speak.
Okay, so once you access the portal, the farmer after receiving the tracking number, he will put it in the search bar, and then he can be able to see the data that has been collected from the sensors that were kept in the car or from the farm. So the data will be displayed in the portal, and one can access the portal if he has the credentials. So it is secure, and that's all. Thank you.
Big round of applause for them.
Yeah, we are not done. He's done, but we are not done. Just a minute, as I run through my slide.
How many minutes?
One minute, please. 1 minute, please.
1 minute.
As you've been told, the portal is live. You can take off your phones, visit wakulimaportal.info, create an account, register an account, and you'll be able to go through it. Please do. Take your time to go through the Wakulima portal. It is secure for now, so you'll need administrative access because it's still in its beta version 1 stage, which means it's at its infancy. We are still developing it basically. So, but you can visit it. It's live. So please do that. So integration to the industry. The system makes its integration easier. Why? Because there is no need of buying resources like on-site servers, because the whole system will be hosted on the cloud. We are using resources from AWS. We also have an option of using Microsoft Azure, or we could also have an opportunity of using Oracle. However, this reduces the cost of implementing the system into the industry. Uses existing technologies. I've already gone through that. IoT sensors, OpenCV. We have blockchain. We have machine learning. Yeah, the system is flexible.
Apologies.
And
1 minute
it's applied
is
in
over,
all
as
3
you
environments.
requested.
And finally, we recommend using an ESP32 camera for registering farmers, because we understand that sometimes these farmers might not have email addresses. So with an ESP32 camera, they can be able to register with their faces. And the other sensors also help in improving the system's efficiency. Thank you.
Elstan and the team makofi yao tafadhali. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, asante sana, and we celebrate you. We said it's better to have a bad solution than none at all. So let's appreciate them, please, for at least thinking, you know, this can work. And if possible, if you can connect with them after this, if there are areas of improvement, please let that happen. Do we have the video? Just want us to do a quick activity here as we welcome our next speaker. We did have another innovator who is ready with her presentation, but we'll move it in the afternoon because our speaker has to leave immediately after his presentation. But in the meantime, just a quick one here. Are we ready? All right. Let's just be upstanding for a moment and just stretch a bit so that we're ready for this. Let's stretch. Are we good? Okay, let's just play it. Let's just play it. Everybody, just follow the example. Follow the example. Everybody. Begin. Okay. One, two. Everybody. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Fantastic. We want that blood to flow. Warm up your shoulders. Get ready.
Okay, now we're going to do shoulder rotation. 5 to the front and 5 to the back.
Ready? 5 minutes. The judges, where are you? Okay, please come. We have a microphone here. I'd kindly request respond to the questions within 2 minutes. I hope the question is short and sweet. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I have the first question. The team mentioned that the system relies on Wi-Fi to relay the information. Have you considered that for cane production is mostly done in the rural areas, and at times there's no Wi-Fi when they are transporting the cane to the factory? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next. Please take note of the question. Go ahead.
Just to add up on that, will you make money? What's your economic model, and what will you propose as how you will make money with your innovation?
Excellent. Thanks. Next. Any other question? Go ahead. 1 minute.
Thank you. There is the concept of eliminating the weighbridge. Perhaps you're also aware that there are legal requirements for the same. I was wondering how you would be able to maintain the integrity of the weighment on those diverse tracks on which you fitted the sensors, so that we don't have issues of certain individuals manipulating the sensors to their advantage. Because if it's one-way bridge, it's easy to monitor, but if it is, say, 1,000 trucks across the zone, it brings the problem of integrity and possibility of monitoring. How do you take care of that?
Excellent. Thank you so much. Up next. Final question? Okay. Okay. There's a question from the audience. One final question. 1 minute, please, because of time. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, another question. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. My last question is, have you considered issues around data protection issues? Because you've mentioned that the data will be viewed by the public, but we have the the data protection issues that protect the farmers. If this data is available to the public, don't you think that you're putting the farmers in a risk such that if they're getting their money, they'll be paid finally? Have you considered the protection issues? Thank you.
Thank you so much. One final question. Go ahead. 1 minute.
Thank you very much. It's a very good innovation, but I'm looking at issues to do with in some cases we are assuming that these are large-scale farmers because they are sugarcane producers, but we have those other farmers who are not able to either read or write, which sometimes happens, and also the issue of language. How is that taken into consideration? And also, if the equipment, how will the equipment be protected, either from vagaries of weather? You know, in our country, there are those issues of weather conditions that are sometimes very risky. How will that equipment be protected? And also, with we have things to do with power blackouts, for example.
Thank you so much. Stan and your team, you have exactly 6 minutes. Distribute the questions. Get ready to respond to them. 6 minutes, if possible, 1 minute per question. 6 minutes. Are you ready? All right. Thank you so much. 6 minutes, starting now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to tackle this question on economic factors. Most of these sensors are available at cheap prices. And the microcontrollers also. You can see we are using the microcontroller, which is the Arduino and ESP. The ESP and the microcontroller are also, and the Arduino also are very cheap in the market. The next question here is on Wi-Fi. In line with the Vision 2030 in Kenya, we are in a position, or we want by the time we reach the Vision 2030, everybody in, or a high percent in Kenya will be connected with the fiber connection, and therefore we were doing our project based on the Vision 2030. That we want our project, we want our country to be connected with the fiber networks all over. So that is on the Wi-Fi connection.
So thank you. I just want to explain more about the Wi-Fi we use. So the Wi-Fi we only use in the ESP 8262. So the ESP there is the small ports Wi-Fi transmitters, which most of you, I think some of you have them, which you can just carry in your pocket. So that is what is connected to the Wi-Fi. Then the data which is got from the ESP, it is transmitted through the Wi-Fi is just the connection between the ESP to get internet connection. So the data which it has received will be sent through what? Through the internet, maybe cloud computing, something of that sort. So then I move on to data protection, how we can prevent Kulima from attacks. So the portal is only accessed by registered farmers. You only get an access of the portal when you are registered. But the registration will be done where you take your voice, take a camera of you, then, and again, when you are receiving the SMS, it has a tracking number. The tracking number is only sent once, and it is 1. So when we have 2 different farmers, one will have a different tracking number with the other one. And it's only specified to the number of the farmer which was given to what? Which was fed to the code. So that is how we will protect the farmer. So the portal will only be accessed by the farmer who is registered. And then the portal, when you check at it, it has the number of companies. So when you are tracking, you are taking your cane to Mumias, there is, you just select the company you are taking to. Then you enter what? You input your tracking code, which will be sent to through a message, through an SMS. So you enter, you go to the portal after receiving the SMS. That is where you acquire the what? The tracking number. Thank you.
You know how much time I have left? Just to
2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Just to expand on what my colleague has said about legal requirements with the issue with the web bridge. All the data collected by the sensors will be hosted in the system database. Now, the system database is accessible by the companies that are working together with the system. Like, for instance, this particular web bridge that you have just seen displayed was near Muhoroni, and there's Muhoroni Sugar Company, I think, around that area. So any kind of produce that is heading towards Muhoroni, the sensors are collecting data and storing that data on the database of the system. So the company, which I assume Muhoroni might be running that web bridge and transmitting the data to legal, and they're also operating according to the legal policies, they can still use the same sensors through the data collected and stored in the database to make sure that these tractors or these trucks are still going according to how the policies have been designed. So for data protection, as my colleague has mentioned, account creation is, first of all, to fully maximize the features of the portal, you have to create an account. And as much as the farmer might create the account, his data can only be accessible by his credentials. It is only that when he notices there is a huge reduction in maybe tonnage, then he can take to the public. It is his choice to unveil his data because it's his complaint, it's his voice that wants to be heard. So he can take to the public involvement, and share his data to the public or to the portal or to the live database. But if he wants to keep his data secret, then they are protected by his credentials. And then for the we'll be using an SP32 camera for the farmers who can't read and write. These sensors will be in the factories. So whenever a farmer wants to secure a tender by the factory, he'll go to the factory, he'll meet the camera where he can register with his face, and if the portal can log in with the credentials, because his face will also be stored in the system database, which is hosted in the cloud for security purposes. Thank you.
Stan and team, a big round of applause for them. Thank you so much indeed. 18 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll have a late lunch, 1:30 p.m. Our speaker is here. I'm sure it'll take about 35 minutes. And then remember, menti.com, the platform for your questions and comments. Let's have the program on, the screen on. Let's have the screen on, please. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen.
He is a Pan-Africanist and a certified public accountant. He is a member of the Global Blockchain Business Council and a board member at Public Service Club. He is also a believer in the UN Sustainable Development Goals to allow humanity a dignified life. Please welcome Senior Finance Officer, Capital Markets Authority, Kenya, Kefa Michael Gitau.
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, it feels very bad to come between you and lunch. I feel like having a maths lesson just before lunch. So, mwalimu wa maths ndio huyu. Anyway, I'm Kefa Michael Gitau from the Capital Markets Authority. You know, I'm a farmer in my other life, so these have been very insightful for me. And one question I was really asking is, do the farmers really get the quality samples of what they deliver to the factory? I come from the coffee region, and it's once you deliver the coffee to the factory, nowadays you're given the analysis for you to go with. So maybe it's something to consider. But I hear offer you're doing something about that. So this will be my presentation overview. So what is the capital markets and what the space has in store for the sugar value chain. So we are based in Nairobi with a twin mandate of regulation and development. The Vision 2030 gives us some key mandate in terms of mobilizing savings and activating investments for economic prosperity, because you need the money to do your projects, mostly infrastructure, economic empowering project. So how can the sugar value chain come in? So yesterday I had some complaints on the terms used. So I changed my presentation just to have everyone come on board by introducing what is the capital market. So just like you go to the market to buy kitungu, nyanya, that is another market we have for finance, in that people who have the finances are looking for innovators, like the young guys here, to fund them and maybe to cover a certain gap in terms of finding solutions to our economy. I won't spend much time here because we are more known for shares and bonds. Maybe by show of hands, who has utilized the services of a financial advisor at a personal level, not for your company? You walked into a, wow, I'm impressed. You walked into a finance profession to discuss your finances, just the way you go have a health check by your doctor. Yeah, how many of us own shares? I think we need, I need some more time. Yeah, I think those are areas we really ignore. I think it's making it hard. Some of us really have a hard time also. Ukilipa kwa matatu, the change gives you some problem. But it's very encouraged. Please visit, I'm marketing now for them. Please visit these guys. There is so much you can learn. The money market funds, how you guys can come in as individuals, not only as a sugar value chain, how you can benefit from the money markets. I know most of us, when it's business news, we switch off. But that's where the money is. And money is in our households each and every day. So we have two types of market, the primary market and the secondary market. The primary market is, let me give an example of Safaricom. When they went public, that was their initial public offer. It was their initial time they were acting with them as a public. So once you have initial public, hence you can go now to the secondary market and sell your shares. So why join the capital market? The sugar industry is awash with data. There's too much data around the same, which is a very good thing, because they say nowadays data is gold. So I've gone through several of the reports which have been published, starting with the task force report. The farmers also came up with their report, and now there is a bill. So why would we cover the gaps? I've outlined them, we'll see them later, because you're talking about you're highly in debt, meaning your loan books are so big, meaning most of your money goes to financing these debts. They don't go to development, to research. The KESREF, the Sugar Research Institute, maybe we could have a conversation around that. So it is to get the money to support your financing needs, very cheap, because you're talking about 2% against a loan of 17%. So you can get the mathematics there. So it is easy to attract funds in the capital market. It takes about 2 months. Once you have your books ready, you approach the financial advisors, they have looked at your books. It takes about 2 months to get your shares traded. So meaning I'm sure if it was a loan, before we evaluate your collateral, that's more than a month. Before you sign the documentation, that is more than 2 months. But a more fundamental aspect is for those who own shares, we stop at the share owning level. We don't go deeper to see, because for us the share price is a very big indicator. If it is 10 shillings, say Miwani for example, your share is trading at 10 shillings. What does this 10 shilling mean? Has it been constant for the past 1 year? That's a lot of information. Because in that share communicates about your management, about the board that you elected as a shareholder, who appointed a management, and this management recruited employees just to make you the shareholder, because you're the owner of the company, just to make you comfortable and make you realize your goals. We call it goal congruency. The firm is having its wealth, and you as an individual, you're also meeting your goals. So hence we come up with corporate governance. Corporate governance is how the board, the shareholder, the management, and the employees, it's about how they interact. Because we are human, and human interactions, that's why we are going digital. Human interaction will be blamed for a lot of, say, malpractices. So we come up with a code of governance that indicates how you're supposed to measure your risk, how you're supposed to come up with compliance. So we have a regulations. How do we ensure that every company follows this regulation? Hence the corporate governance. And once we have all this, when you trade your shares, you can go to Uganda and cross-list your shares, meaning you have more access to capital. Other than Namibia bank loan, you'll have, I have nothing against the bank loans. I see the bankers are looking at me in a particular manner. No, but I think we want to support this sector. So you can go to, we have a company which is listed in London, met their goals, met their objective. We have other companies which are cross-listing, because by virtue of having been listed by us, you have an opportunity to approach other markets and get your finances very cheaply. So these are the challenges which were identified by the task force report. I think it was in 2019. I'm not aware of the implementations, since as an organization we were not part of the process, but it is very valuable information. So we're talking about high debt portfolios. Much of your money goes towards paying debt. Lack of working capital. Now, working capital is what you use on a day-to-day basis for your operations. It's called current assets, you minus the current liabilities. So we find that most of us are gravitating more towards the negative. Aging equipment, I don't need to belabor this, it has been a key issue since yesterday. Obsolete technology, governance issues. We talk about the corporate governance, high cost of production, inadequate funding. So how do we, when you come to the capital market, these are the challenges we will be now helping you solve. So from this task force report, this is where we can loop in. And this is now the gist of the presentation. We talked about the IPO. But even with an IPO, if you're listed, you can go back to your shareholders, because you're talking about, say, millions of people. If one can give you 1,000, a million shareholders, each gives you 1,000, that's 1 billion, right? So we can have a rights issue. You have 1 million shares, Safaricom issued 1 million shares, maybe initially, in the initial public offer that we mentioned earlier. You can go back to the same shareholders and say, hey, by the way, for every 3 shares, I can give you 1 extra. Your intention is to raise funds, but to the existing shareholder, such that you do not dilute the ownership of these companies. Say, for example, say Miwani is owned by the Miwani farmers. You do not want to dilute this by maybe floating the same in the market. So you go back to your shareholders, okay, we need money, we need 200 million to do 1, 2, 3 project, to digitize, to take care of the technology, to take away the aging equipment. So we need 200 million shillings. You go back to your shareholders, hey, also for every 3 shares, you get 1 extra for a reduced price other than that of the market. Bonds. So that's, you know, it's very interesting. In Kenya, we are doing very poorly on bonds, and I wonder why. Because the government seems to be doing very okay. The government bonds are oversubscribed, meaning if the government wants to raise 40 billion. The government is getting 45 billion. Extra money from the public. So I was asking my colleague, yet we are saying, hakuna pesa. So there are corporate bonds. A corporate can issue a bond, just like the way you find infrastructure bonds. By infrastructure, this is the government requesting you for money to help it do infrastructural projects. Yes, it has its advantages against the corporate, since it has some tax waivers, but it's a very quick win. The first speaker was on matters climate. He showed us an elephant in the room, I remember. So green bonds are becoming very marketable since matters climate have taken center stage. Securitization. This is another one I normally wonder why we have not picked it as a country. Because securitization, what we mean is, let me give a very relatable example. Your Higher Education Loans Board, HELB, it gives loans to students. So in the HELB account, we had 1 million shillings. Students come, so you give them the 100,000, 20,000. So from you, as a company, HELB, money has gone out. So I'm in need of cash, I'm depleted. So with that much, the only expectation I have is to be receiving these monthly or periodical incomes in terms of payments. But what can I do to get money? Can you imagine there's somebody willing to buy the loans you've given out? You've given out maybe 1 billion shilling. There's somebody willing to buy that for you to have the cash now, and for me to be bothered by collecting the cash from whoever you've given the loans. So we have asset back, we have mortgage back. But just that, the gist of it. From the farmer's level, how can we benefit from this? We come to derivatives. I don't know whether farmers here have contracts, because all what we are saying in terms of futures, forward, swaps, and options, all we are saying is, if you know my acreage, you're in charge of the seeds, you know the period it will take. So, if I have 10 hectares, you know from each hectare, this is the much content you can produce. The farmer can be given a contract and to act as the manager of his own farm, but I own the product. And I will be obligated, I have a right, that is the, maybe not to lose more people. There are people who have an obligation to buy if you enter into such contracts, that I'll be obligated to buy from you upon your harvesting. So the right, the obligation, you can have the right to sell to me or to the market if the price will be higher. So we can play around with this derivatives and securitization. I think the financial engineers in the room, or your commercial accountant in the several companies you have, we can have a sit down and really structure something maybe for the industry, because I think there's a lot of benefits from this. Crowdfunding, this is a platform where you can borrow money even if you're not listed from the public. So there are regulations upon which you must satisfy for you to borrow money, since financing is our major problem. So cook products, Islamic. So these are products which are Sharia compliant. They've been pushing too much. I think we'll be having the regulations, and they are becoming marketable, because advantages of this product, they do not take, they don't call them interests. And for example, to give a relatable example, in Sharia, you cannot take financing from them and open a bar, because that's against their Islamic principles. Something is amiss. But the next slide just talks about the companies which have issued corporate bonds and the advantages of the corporate bonds. So these are the companies. You can see what they were looking for. They have Family Bar, Kekon, EABL. Let me not go into the details, I might lose some people. But the advantages of, say, a bond. You know, when you take a loan, you pay monthly. You pay the principal plus the interest. But for a bond, assume you take a 10-year bond, say 10 million. You will be only obligated to pay the 10 million after 10 years. That is the principal. If you borrow, you'll be paying principal plus interest on a continuous basis. But from bonds, you can keep the money, you will pay the principal at the end of the 10 years. But you'll be paying interest, not monthly, but for every 6 months. So your working capital, the one we are talking about, we are using most of our money to pay debt. You're having most of your money to do development and to do your operations, because your balance sheet has been opened. Or rather, you have more money to play around with. In terms of liabilities, you can meet your obligations as and when they fall due. So that is one key advantage. Total raising cost, 2%. Give or take. So you can see in comparison to, we are now hitting, I think, 16, 17 towards the 20. So compared with the 2%, and given that you're paying just twice a year, you can see this is a very viable option for your financing. Again, there is no collateral needed in these bonds, in these shares, in these derivatives. Because personally, I'm having a problem because I don't know, maybe we can have a banker speak later, or I don't know, because in the commodities market, it's such a challenge to be financed, because in other developed market, the commodity is the collateral. If you're growing sugarcane, that sugarcane should be the collateral, because you're using science. You have the seed, you have the acreage, you have the time period. So, and we have insurance, just in case something doesn't go right. So why would I ask the farmer again to give me their title deed for me to give them financing? I think we need some working around for commodities financing, because this sugarcane should be considered as the collateral, in my view. So this is all about what you need to come on board to the capital market. It's just about the process. I will not belabor it. This is the period required. T plus 0. The plus means the number of days. T plus 35 is the transaction day plus 35 days. Transaction day plus 43 days. So we need, give or take, 2 months. Companies we have gone through the IPO, you can see the cost comparisons in terms of what the market was offering, and the IPO cost in terms of the issue from the capital markets. So you can see a very big variance in percentages. You know, this comes in as annuities, annual, every year. But maybe to close off my discussion, I would highlight about the Capital Markets Regulatory Sandbox. So one of my, I wear several hats. So I'm in the Sandbox Committee. I'm assisting in the commodities policy setup, and I'm in finance. But this is one of my most exciting roles, because by Sandbox we mean we are giving you more of a free will and freeway to come, sit with us for a year, gauge your product, and if we see and deem fit, we allow you to scale it. What do I mean? Assume, for example, you have a problem with one of our regulations, and you are an innovator. By the way, this is where you come in, the innovators in the room. So these innovators, if they got funding from people in the room, and I'm sure most of you guys can be able to finance these guys. If, say, they required 100 million for their project to fruition, they can be given 1 million to do tests with us if you want to scale. That is, if you want to get the money from the public. That's where we come in. If they're given money, we come test the product. If the product works, we either give a no objection, or we approach Parliament to pass a regulation, given we have tested the product for 1 year. So this is where we test your risk, we stress test, we stretch your business model, we see what can be tweaked, we see if it is workable, and we are working with other regulators in other countries who have been very good. Key in point being Singapore, UK have done very well in this. Actually, most of we're working in very close contacts with them. So we have a policy guidance note, meaning it's not a law per se. It's a guidance note guiding you in what we require. Are you coming in to deepen the capital markets? Because that's one of our key mandates. Are you coming in to expand the same? Are you coming in to get money from the public? So these innovative products which are here, and I'm very happy by the way, maybe they may need some tweaking here and there, but maybe as a sugar belt, I wish there could be some collaborative efforts in terms of such, because there is power in numbers. And as long as there is a bankable cash flow, by a bankable cash flow, I mean, you know, from the reports I've read, over 90% is small-scale farmers, meaning it will be hard to attract investment or the same. But by bankable, I mean, if I had 100 farmers in a village or 1,000, it will be very easy for anyone to come in. The beauty of capital markets, you can get an investor from the UK, from the US, from anywhere, because they have the visibility. And once we give you the documentation required, even from the innovator side, having tested the product for 1 year, you can go scale it. So the documentation we give for you to approach funders that may fund you. So with that, I think some of the companies will work with us. And that comes to the end of my presentation. So thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much indeed, Asante Sana. 24 minutes left, and we have questions here. But very quickly, let's just have the screen on, because we do have a panelist joining Bwana Kefa. Lorna Masila, please come forward. Lorna Masila, please come forward. 14 minutes left. Sugar value chain financing. I will shoot the questions directly. If you have any questions from the floor, please get ready to ask it. But already I have received questions via Menti. All right, let's start off. So if it's possible, I can just shoot a question. Within a minute, you respond to it, because we have several questions. So the first question here. The first question. What are the requirements needed for an innovator to get funds? 1 minute.
I think I just mentioned that in the regulatory sandbox. You come, because we need to test your products. We have over 100 requests almost every year, but the innovation is not yet right to go to the market. But what I mean by this is, if you are to give you the go-ahead, would the company be in motion tomorrow? So most of the challenges is, you find like the innovators, even with the funding, you need some tweaking to do. Approach a funder, approach a company, such that if you give the go-ahead, it's just coming together and going ahead.
Thank you so much. Next question, just have it on the screen, full. Why is capital markets not well entrenched? My father was an investor in listed firms, not his children.
I think it's the dynamics of our society. I'm sure if you went to the betting industry, we are having an instant coffee kind of an economy, where you expect to invest today and get your returns tomorrow, which is not very bankable. The best you can get from the market, you can always measure by the rate of the bonds. That's what I normally do. So if you're getting like 20% per year, you're doing very well. You're doing more than good. I think the bankers would attest to that. But what are we doing? You expect to invest maybe 1,000 today. Also, financial literacy. Remember my question on who has seen a financial advisor? Because these are areas maybe we think we can maneuver through them, but they become a lot of baggage from where I sit. So it's just a matter of knowledge, because we have the money market, we have the bonds. How many of us have ever traded on the bonds? This is where the money is, but I think I'll just blame it on financial literacy.
Thank you so much. Another question?
She can comment?
Sure, please go ahead.
I can comment on that?
Go ahead.
Okay. So, good afternoon. My name is Lona Onyonka. I'm a banker. And one of the reasons the capital market activities are not known, especially to the young people, is awareness. Most people don't know what happens, so it's been left to those who seek information. So part of possibly in the banking sector and the financial institutions that we need to do is to create that awareness, to bring the young ones on board, so that people are starting up as startups, investors, know where to put their money for future returns, not instant return. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next question. How many farmer cooperatives are listed, if any?
I may not have the figure now, but we have a very separate from the Ministry of Cooperatives.
Okay. Gabu is asking, in the view of the volatile shilling and the worries on cost of living, which one of the 6 segments in capital market is good for middle-aged, middle class who also want to diversify risk?
The beauty of this is I would like to empower you to make that decision, not for me to make the decision for you. So there are very many segments, but because I'm a regulator for all the segments, and from where I sit, I see opportunities in all. But we through investor education, we want to empower you to make the right decision, and you can tweak around the same. Maybe she can comment.
Okay, maybe a comment. Shares, because you can put in little money. Things like bonds have a minimum to start, 50,000. Treasury bills, 50,000 or 100,000. So each one of it comes out with a minimum balance. But shares you can invest with as little as 5,000. So you can start at that level, 5,000, and build it up to even 1 million and plus. So it allows for not just middle class, maybe below the middle class, if I may say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question, nice and simple presentation. I'm a climate change activist. Explain the green bond and how communities with climate change programs can benefit.
Green bond, these are bonds, and bonds are financial instruments where it's a contractual arrangement. I give you money, I get it through the legal backing that we mentioned about, 6 months payments, the 10-year, after the 10-year principal repayment. But what we mean by green bonds is these are environmentally focused projects, even in terms of buildings. I don't know whether, I've not seen any here, but you can even construct a building through a green bond. You've seen this building where they are planting trees, kwa balcony, on the rooftop. There is an environmental angle to the same. How can something benefit?
Sure.
How communities with climate change programs can benefit. Climate change, she dives in. Climate change has opened a lot of opportunities. We are now at the research stage of the carbon credits trading, the one that my colleague mentioned, the first presenter. So these are areas, it's an area we are exploring. We do not have the regulations yet, but I normally say when you don't have the regulation, it's time for the private sector to thrive.
Okay, so possibly to add on to that, you are aware the country is running with SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and under that there is the green lending, which financial institutions are lending out. Green lending meaning you're getting money to go and do green projects, projects that are friendlier to the environment, renewable energy, water, climate-related projects. So everything else will now fall under that, and the terms and conditions will fall under that project. Is it viable? Is it sustainable? Is it friendlier? And is it related to green lending? Thank you.
All right. There are two related questions here. How can a smallholder farmer at the ward level benefit from Capital Markets Authority? And there is another one here. How can ordinary sugarcane farmers access capital market financing?
Small farmer at the ward level. Maybe a few words. There is key in numbers. We need to come together because there needs to be a bankable cash flow. And I believe you are talking in the context of a sugarcane farmer, where over 90% are small-scale farmers. It may not be feasible to come up with a product for the small farmer. What we can do, and maybe it's coming in you have heard about the county aggregation centers that have been opened in several counties. So these are areas where you'll be able, I think AFAR is here, and they are the ones to be able to comment on the same. But it's all about aggregation, because as individual farmers, really, I don't think we can push too far.
All right. There's another one here, maybe just respond. Many foreign investors have left the Security Stock Exchange in which you are the regulators.
Yes, you understand we work in a global environment where the world is becoming a global village. So a percentage rise in a foreign environment is equal to so many percentage points here. What do I mean? If I give you 2% of the dollar, it is not the same as if I give you even 6% on the Kenya shillings, given the exchange rate. So what do? This side of Africa, we are considered to be very risky. And I think you've heard of a president talk about the financial infrastructure. Because as currently is, we are risky, and that raises our interest rates. And that, to call it plainly, it says it's risky doing business with us. So what do? We consider US, the UK, to be very safe. So it's all about our environment, how we make the investors feel at home so that they can invest here. So are there bankable projects? Are our regulations, our policies consistent, or do we change after maybe 5 years? Have you seen for example, on sugar, the extension of the COMESA competition? So I think we've been postponing it. So what do this communicate to the foreign investor who maybe wanted that maybe on the other side? Yeah.
I think I can comment on that. Investors are people who are very informed, and you cannot stop them from moving. But however, investors also want high returns. Just like if you're a farmer, you want high returns. So if you find farming across the county will give you more returns, you will move there. So that's one of the factors that people move, investors move from investing in one item to the next in the market, because they're looking for returns. Thank you.
A final question. There's need for information flow. Many farmers don't know about these financial avenues. What are you doing to enlighten more people, especially the local farmer?
Yeah, I like the questions. Public participation is one of the key elements, especially from our constitution. And from where we sit, we normally actually find it, I don't want to use the word troublesome, we don't find participation, especially through our regulations. So investor education is one of our key departments. They move around the country, but you find most of us don't want to participate in those forums. Seek information. Our website is open for those who have websites. You can call anytime. We have materials. We are a public agency, as in we are here for you. So all of our information is available to the public. Yet we may not, but maybe through such a movement, maybe I would encourage if we could have an ongoing engagement. If the Sugar Institute, could we approach the capital market, say, could we have maybe some of these products clearly targeted for our farmers so that we can coin the same and maybe you can see the centers. Because when I come to Kisumu, we'll be coming on all the capital market elements. So yes, we can do better. We can coin something around the same as we work together, instead of maybe waiting for the next symposium.
Thank you so much. Lorna, final remarks as we close?
Mwakazi, I would want to answer a question he asked when he was presenting.
Go ahead.
For final marks, because I think I'm the only banker in the house. If there's any number I can know, there's AFC outside. He asked about collateral. Why don't we take sugarcane as collateral for the loans? Banks, we like what we can touch, what we can see, and what we can value real time. We don't value future. So if we are lending, banks want to lend with an assurance that in case circumstances change and a customer does not pay, they can recover the money. Remember, what banks are lending is not their money. They've been given money to do business. So they've got to assure the person who has lent to them that they are doing due diligence and they're taking care of it. That's why farmers have a challenge, most of them getting direct loans from banks for farming, unless they have a backup. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much. A big round of applause. Thank you so much, Lorna. Thank you so much, Wanakefa. We appreciate you. Are we taking a nice photo of them just together so that we celebrate this day? Asante sana. Makofi yao nyingine tafadhali. Thank you so much. In the meantime, quick announcement, we have exhibitors. Please take note. We have Kulea, of course, the gold sponsor on data reporting. We have Agricultural Finance Corporation on finance. We have Yara East Africa Limited, fertilizer. CMC Motors Group Limited, tractors. Theorems East Africa Limited, mobile transport. Equity Bank, Jupers Limited, sugarcane juice, Kibos Sugar and Allied Industries, Sugar Institute Research of Calgary is here as well. Start Somewhere Limited, interlocking blocks, Diana exhibiting 2022 innovation on mobile cane testing unit. Please, during lunch, visit them. In the meantime, lunch is served. 40 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Timer on the screen. Let's have the timer, let's have the timer. 40 minutes, please. We come back, we close in a big way. Our innovators are here, and we also have a very special panel discussion. Dr. Crispin is here. Karibu sana. So you don't want to miss that panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, 40 minutes. Let's have the clock ticking. Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yama from Okutumbala, Elvis de Brasco.
na monoko nanu esili te abo mwana imposo sheri nanga balinga mama azalaki osukolango na mai ya malala
cocktail session this evening. You don't want to miss it. Victor Masinde, are you here? Victor Masinde? Do we have the judges here? All the judges are here. Okay. So we should be kicking off. It's 21 minutes past the hour. We have our innovator ready. Coming. 2 minutes. That's okay. 2 minutes. We're ready to kick off our final installment today. Thank you for your patience. Today, loaded. Very loaded in terms of talking about the digital space, finance, very critical. But at the same time, critically looking at smallholder farmers. Because at the very core, we must make sure that the farmer is well remunerated and appreciated. The farmer must always remain number one, because Cain is king. So very quickly, I have a microphone here. Just quickly share what's standing out for you today so far. Welcome, 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 welcome. Asante sana. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Excellent. Let me start with the table. So far, we've had all these discussions. What's standing out for you? Your name and organization.
Just Alliance.
It's okay. It will be good to know your name and organization and your big expectation, why you feel this event is important.
My name is Wahome from Sugar Research Institute. I think this symposium would be important to solve the apparently insoluble sugar industry.
Sorry, just a moment. Let's kindly get another microphone for Bwana Wahome. And I like the place you're challenging this symposium to solve a problem. And that's very critical.
Yes. All right. Going from the theme of the title of the symposium, it was about innovation and solving problems of the industry. And these problems have been there since 1965. So if this symposium will be gauged successful, it should have solved those problems that have dogged us for 6 decades without a solution. So my expectation is that the time we leave, we shall be having clear solutions to those problems.
That's a very critical point, very critical. Since 65, we've had problems. This symposium will be important and remarkable only if it helps us deal with the problems by providing solutions. Wanawahome, thank you so much for that. Let me come to this particular table. Lady, your name and organization, and what's standing out for you so far?
Okay, my name is Lynette Achieng-Ombewa. I'm representing Sialasads Limited. It's a consultancy firm. We deal in chemical processes, consultations. What I can take from this event so far is, I see we have vibrant young innovators in the room, and I feel like there need to be connecting points between the innovators and the key players in the industry. Because if what they have can be used, I don't think next year we'll be talking of the same challenges that maybe the sugar industry has been experiencing. So the policy body, the organizations that are represented here, they need to take keen interest in the young, vibrant minds that we've seen that are displayed from yesterday until today. Thank you.
Lynette, thank you. A big round of applause to Lynette. I mean, Lynette is saying that this symposium ought to be a connecting platform.
Yes.
We have innovators, we have key players, we connect that.
Yes.
Lynette, let me just throw a spanner into the works. Having listened to the innovators, do you think there is hope?
A lot of hope. A lot of hope. Because in every presentation that I was watching, I could see bulk of solutions in terms of finance, in terms of data, you know, all through I could just see solutions that were coming. In fact, as they were presenting, I was just busy Googling, and I was getting burst of information. And so as a young person, I just feel like we need to take it to that serious level. I think because when we leave out of the symposium, we tend to forget. That might be the crisis. Yes.
Lest we forget, Lynette is reminding us. Let's connect the innovators to the key players. Sir?
Good. My name is Kefa Otieno. I'm also a farmer. I think the symposium is good. It is bringing out issues, especially cross-cutting issues that is affecting the sugar industry. I'm particularly interested in seeing the sugar factories explore this new concept of biochar. Biochar is actually a very, very good project. I think if it is explored, then farmers will be able to get more value for their money. Because over the years, we have found the sugar byproducts, and especially bagasse, going into waste because the bagasse has not been tapped. And now we are finding that that bagasse which is being disposed and being seen as a waste is now turning into a raw material. So we are moving forward from that linear economy to a circular economy where the waste is the new raw material. So I found that actually very, very, very inspiring. Another thing which I noted, but I think it was not well tackled, is the issue about carbon trading scheme. You know, this is an alien concept. We are now talking about carbon trading emission schemes, and we are talking about clean development mechanism. And there is an ambitious drive that we plant trees. So you are telling farmers to plant trees so that they benefit from carbon trading credits. So how are the farmers going to benefit from this, from planting trees? It did not come out clearly, although we are trying to explore that concept and telling the farmers that they ought to invest in planting trees. But how they are going to benefit from planting trees is not coming out clearly. Who is going to pay the farmer? Is there going to be a carbon trading company that is going to pay them for planting trees to reduce the greenhouse gases emissions? Or is it going to be the sugar industries, which are actually the primary promoters of this, what we call the greenhouse gases? The last one is about a concern also about the machinery. somebody presented here, actually was an engineer. I'm not able to trace from which factory, but he was trying to tell us that these factories are not operating on obsolete machinery. And I was wondering, if they are not operating on obsolete machinery, then why is it that they have not been able to perform to their optimal standards and to operate, to improve their production levels and to ensure that they pay farmers promptly? That is an overriding concern. And I think from this workshop, we need to come out clearly knowing that what is the problem? Is it operating on obsolete machinery? Is it the management problem? Or what is the problem ailing the sugar industry?
Wow, what's the problem? Okay. And also on the other hand, what's the solution? So we have the problem, we have the solution. Ladies and gentlemen, very quickly, we have 2 innovation presentations and a very critical panel discussion. In the meantime, let's have on the screen our first presentation. You know the drill, 25 minutes. Democratizing capital and the sugarcane value chain. Victor Masinde, makofi yake tafadhali. 25 minutes. Remember, via Menti, you can rate innovation. Karibu sana, karibu sana. And immediately after that, we get into the panel discussion.
Good afternoon. My name is Victor Masinde. I'm a self-taught software developer. I'm also the founder of Agritech Society, where we focus on developing data-driven solutions to boost productivity and profitability among smallholder farming communities in Kenya. It is a non-profit organization. So this is what we'll be covering in the next 25 minutes of your precious time. So this is what we'll be covering in the next 25 minutes. First of all, we'll look at the problems facing small-scale, the financial problems facing small-scale farming communities in Kenya. Then we'll go through the solution, our agri-fintech solution. Then I'll take you through the potential impacts and benefits. Then we'll go through the implementation plan and finally the partnership opportunities that we need to scale this solution. So let's dive into the problems our farmers are facing. So only 15% of smallholder farming communities have access to the formal credit systems. This means that around 85% of the farmers lack credit opportunities, and they are forced to rely on informal credit opportunities, which are, as you know, they are not that regulated that well. They come with high interest rates and not so favorable lending conditions. So our farmers are unable to access credit. They end up investing in unsustainable farming practices. As we know, these unsustainable farming practices, they harm the environment and they deplete the soil fertility. Also, without access to credit, farmers are unable to invest in better farming practices. For example, improved sugarcane yields, better equipment, better machinery. This, as we know, leads to lower yields and not so good productivity levels. Finally, this lack of access to capital to improve themselves causes farmers to be trapped in what I call the vicious cycle of poverty, whereby lack of financing leads to farmers getting low yields because they have no financing to improve their farming practices. These low yields lead to low income. This low income again causes lack of financing, and it becomes a continuous cycle that our farmers are currently trapped in. As I was coming in the morning, the boda guy who carried me told me he used to be a farmer, and he abandoned farming due to some of the challenges I listed. And as we know, the youth are the backbone of this country, and if they are abandoning farming, that means it's not a good thing. So let me take you quickly through the solutions that farmers are currently using to access credit. We have the government lending. The government lending provides reasonable rates and good lending conditions. The only limitation is that there are a lot of complex processes. Yesterday I was speaking to the agricultural financing, and they told me it takes around several months for a farmer to access financing. That's the limitation, the complex processes. Then we have the informal money lenders. Informal money lenders are more, farmers access these guys easily. But these guys have high interest rates. Their terms are not favorable to the farmers because you cannot tell a farmer to pay at the end of the month, yet his income comes from after harvesting. Then we have the formal credit institutions like the banks. These ones, their limitations to farmers is that they have very stringent eligibility criteria. They also tell farmers to have collateral, which we know a big percentage of farmers don't have the collateral. And the loan processes for a farmer to access a loan, they're so complex. Now, after going through the challenges the farmers are facing and the available solutions, I was able to come up with a 5-point criteria for financial solutions that will really help farmers. So the first criteria is accessibility. Whatever solution is being given to farmers, it must be accessible to farmers to where they are located and the appropriate technology used. The second criteria is affordability. It should be structured in such a way to reflect the realities of the smallholder farmer. Another criteria is flexibility. We should provide financing for the whole production cycles. That is from planting to harvesting. It should be all round. And it should have interoperability, meaning it should be connected to the rest of the value chain. That is the circles, the lending institution, and the mills. And finally, this is where I'm focusing on, it should have intelligence. With advanced data analysis, we can customize lending to these smallholder farming communities, because for now they're somehow isolated. They don't have access to the opportunities. And that's where my solution comes in. So my solution is called AgriFintech. AgriFintech is a mobile platform that is leveraging alternative data and artificial intelligence to provide lending, to provide microloans to smallholder farmers. And what makes this AgriFintech unique is that AgriFintech uses alternative data. We don't use the normal data which is used to rate, to create the criteria for lending. We are using satellite data farm data to create crop yield models, which will then forecast the yields for the farmer. Like it will be able to tell this farm is going to produce which amount of harvest. And by using this type of intelligence, we are able to predict repairability 86% better than the available rating systems. So I want to take you quickly through our this is how the model works. I've tried as much as possible not to be technical. So to create an alternative credit score for the smallholder farmer, these are the steps that Fintech will take. So first of all, we'll gather farm data, that is satellite imagery to estimate the farm size and the crop health metrics. We'll then gather weather data to assess the impacts of the weather on the harvest. Then we'll add soil sample analysis for quality and composition. Then the crop yield records from the farmer over time. After getting this data, we'll build what is called an agronomic model, whereby we use this data to build a crop yield prediction model based on the data. Then we'll model expected revenues from the sugarcane sales. After that, we'll estimate costs based on the farm size, based on the equipment the farmer is using, and based on the type of inputs the farmer is using. After that, we'll analyze the total cash flows from the growing up to the harvesting period. We'll identify the peak cash flows needs for the farm, and this will be the basis for the financing. Remember, this is all being done by a model, our artificial intelligence model. After identifying the peak finance needs for the farmer, it will be able to assess the creditworthiness. So it will look at the expected cash flows and expected risk, and it arrive at an alternative credit score created on the realities of the smallholder sugarcane farmer. So to make this model more better over time, we'll be incorporating new data to improve the accuracy. So these are some of the key features of our mobile lending platform. First of all, it provides loans through our intuitive mobile platform, which is modified or created to reflect the levels of the farmer, or it's made to be a simple interface whereby the farmer can upload documents, can apply for loans, can do all the processes through the app. He doesn't need to go to any physical location. Everything will be done through the app digitally. And I know there's this factor of risk the banks are talking about. So the repayment of the loans is integrated directly with crop delivery, whereby immediately after the crops have been delivered, the payment is deducted from the farmer and it is returned directly to Agri-Fintech. Thereby we are reducing risk, because the mills are the ones who will pay us the loan amount. And another key feature is something I call decentralized architecture, whereby Agri-Fintech is modeled on an architecture whereby it has been customized to reflect the realities of the farmer, whereby the local harvesting cycles, the local climate for each area it is serving. Another thing is what I call embedded insurance. It is a key feature in the app. This embedded insurance is to shield farmers from climate risks. We know climate change is around, so there's that risk factor which is involved. Climate change can come and destroy the yields. So we are providing something called embedded insurance, whereby the farmer can, in case of damage to the crops, the farmer can apply for insurance loan where it can be financed again to plant. Now, the reason I wanted AgriFintech to have this feature is to focus on regrowing and not worrying. Even after a disaster, a farmer can quickly get back on his feet and regrow again. So let me take you from the farmer's perspective. So first of all, the sugarcane farmers will download the AgriFintech app on their mobile phones and create a profile of their farm operations. That is acreage, the farm history, the equipment he is using, the type of the sugarcane variety the farmer is planting. After that, AgriFintech will use its AI engines to build an alternative credit score. Now, when the farmer needs financing, that is financing for maybe getting farm equipment, buying inputs, or working capital, he can apply for loans through the app. So our engines will check the credit score created by our engines, and it will arrive at it will set the lending decision and set the repayment rates and anything needed. So the approved loans will be dispersed digitally into the farmer's mobile money account instantaneously, and upon crop delivery to the mill by the farmer, the loans will be also deducted automatically and they'll be repaid back to the AgriFintech's system. And from the app, the farmer can get statistics, the amount of loans he has, the repayment, basically everything the farmer needs to know will be inside the app. Now, with the successful repayment history, the farmer will increase his alternative credit score history. His alternative credit score will go higher each time he repays successfully. So this is our business model. That is the first revenue stream will be interest and fees on microloans. And the second business model is what I call analytics services for mills or partners. So let me explain a little about the analytics services. For example, mills, we can provide analytics services to mills. We can tell them, this coming period, expect this amount of harvest. The mills in return can prepare themselves, can check their machinery if it can handle the projected harvest. Another analytics is for the input, the guys who sell farm inputs like fertilizer. We can give them analytics so that they know, like, over the coming period, which type of farm inputs are needed. They can also package the farm inputs to reflect the reality of the smallholder farmer. Like they can use our data to improve their services. And finally, another analytics services that we can provide is for market intelligence for commodity traders. Hereby we can give the commodity traders market intelligence through supply projections, telling them the expected supply. We can also estimate sugarcane output quantity from various regions through AgriFintech systems. Now, through analytics services, AgriFintech will enable partners to plan themselves well through organizing better plan operations, better distributions, and better investments, because now they have the data. Now, while working on the AgriFintech system, I wanted to validate the demand and viability for something like this. Now in the morning, the boda guys I was telling you about, he told me he stopped farming. That guy is around maybe 26, 27 years. But after taking him through my solution, in layman's language, explaining to him, he told me, if that's going to be possible, then I'll sell this motorbike and go back to farming because I really believe in farming. Now, we have the farmers, the partners, that is mills and input companies, we have the banks, and we have the government. These are the key people in order to make agri-fintech a reality. So the farmers I know they'll be willing, based on my research, to adopt agri-fintech, mainly because we have interest rates that are created to reflect their realities. The loans are flexible, and we have that feature I talked about, which is called embedded insurance. Now our partners, the mills and input companies, I was having a conversation with someone from the fertilizer companies, and they was telling me they're expecting in future they'll have a real-time supply chain. They can view the real-time how the supply chain is moving. And for the banks, I contacted someone from the financial services, and he told me, if your model can prove accuracy in predicting repairability, then we'll be very willing to extend loans. And finally, we have the government. The government currently has an agenda for financial inclusion, and agri-fintech will make the financial inclusion a reality. So there are high chances the government will support this. Now, based on the demand side and supply side projections, it shows that agri-fintech is very viable because the key partners stand to benefit. It's a win-win situation for everyone. So agri-fintech's impact will be in 3 key areas. That is economic, social, and environmentally. So economically, there will be improved productivity, and farmer incomes will also go high. This will not only help the farmers, but will improve the national food output, and our overall exports will also rise. Also, if farmers are empowered, our locally manufactured tools, the local industries which are manufacturing tools, will also benefit since farmers will have the power to purchase. Socially, the youth who are dismissing, right now the youth are dismissing agriculture as archaic. But if farming is able to be propped financially, then the youth will most likely go back to farming, because for now they'll be able to buy farm inputs, they'll be able to get equipment. And another potential impact is women's financial inclusion. Women are somehow marginalized from financial lending, especially in the rural communities. But with agri-fintech, they'll have a chance to get fair lending. Environmentally, with farmers now having money, they'll be able to go to efficient irrigation. Also, someone was speaking about the I don't remember the full name, but with finances, the farmers will be able to invest in better farm inputs. And they'll not need big lands, they'll just need to make the best of those lands sustainably. We are also estimating over 500 Kenya million shillings in financing to farmers for a period of 10 years. Also, there will be job creation in the rural communities. And as you currently know, farmers currently burn crops. This is not good for the environment. But if there's mechanization, there will be no crop burning. So I want to take you through the implementation plan. This implementation plan is mainly set in Western Kenya and around Kisumu. This is because there are over 10 factories in this Western Kenya and Kisumu combined. It is home to over 10 factories also, which will make it possible for us to partner with the mills. It also has a relatively advanced population in terms of using phones. So I have a few seconds, so let me quickly take you through the implementation roadmap. For the implementation, so in phase 1, we are planning to partner with 2 mills for the linkage in credit repayment. And we'll also finalize the data licensing with those who are going to provide us with the data. Then we'll hire co-field agents who are going to explain more to the farmer about agri-fintech. In phase 2, we'll deploy a minimum viable app on 100 farmers for a start across 5 locations. Then we'll gather feedback. We'll refine our alternative credit scoring model. And in this phase 2, we'll also be providing demo sessions to the farmers to train them on how to use agri-fintech. At the end of phase 2, we'll be tracking the metrics, that is the enrollments, usage, and the lending activity. In phase 3, we want to do county-wide expansion. That is, we're going to upgrade the technology we're using because we'll be expecting over 5,000 farmers across entire Kisumu or whatever county we'll be launching from. We'll add more features like input procurement and equipment rental features whereby the farmers will be able to buy farm inputs directly from the app. They'll also be able to rent equipment directly from the app. We'll add personalized farm management features, like farmers will be given recommendations about the farm, what to do better, because now the system has an intimate knowledge of your farm, so it will be able to give you good recommendations. We will also extend the embedded insurance products, and we'll do our best to maintain high-touch customer and partner support. And these are the partnership opportunities we need. That is first we need farmer cooperatives. That is for user acquisition and service delivery. We need the mills to integrate the repayment integration and also their industry expertise. We need the microfinance institutions for debt financing and localization of the debt. We need the government to create supportive policy around data, around artificial intelligence to make agri-fintech a reality. The partnership benefits will include agri-fintech will be able to expand its user base and its geographic reach. We'll be able to tap into local insights and networks, and will also drive adoption and usage of the app. Also, it will enable farmers to secure financing for growth. And for the government, it will shape an enabling policy environment to make sure agri-fintech rapidly scales. As you can see, the problems farmers currently face, they are systematic, but they are solvable. And through agri-fintech, I believe we are going to create a foundation to solve the problem for farmers. So I am asking anybody interested in this, we come together, we make this thing a reality to help the farmers. Thank you so much.
Excellent. Victor Masinde there, making his presentation. 5 minutes for questions from the judges. 5 minutes. Microphone. Aha. That's it. May I kindly have you.
When Vincent, the insurance idea is very good. But what areas will it cover? Is it fire or poor yield? Yeah? The insurance.
Okay. Do you have other questions? Let's take one more question. Then.
Okay. You mentioned that you'll be using AI / machine learning to analyze the data that is received. So that comes with 2 questions. Question number 1. What methods of data collection will you be using? For example, you said you'll be sampling soil, you'll do soil samples, you'll get satellites, you'll work with satellite imagery. So I'm wondering, how will you be collecting this data? Then secondly, have you thought about the kind of machine learning algorithms that you'll be using? And in case you've thought about that, kindly expound the reasons why you've chosen those algorithms. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Masinde.
You talked about lower interest rates. What rates do you intend to charge?
Okay.
Yeah?
Thank
Which
you.
are lower, yet you can make a return on your investment. Or whoever is partnering with you for the finance.
All right, 3 minutes. Bwana Masinde, 3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes.
Now the first question on methods of data collection that I'll be using. First of all, I'll require 4 kinds of data. That is satellite imagery. And this kind of data, I'll get it from public and private data sets. They are private data sets with very good data showing satellite imagery. For the weather pattern, for the weather data, we'll partner with weather stations to get the data, and also we'll be using historical weather data. For the soil data, we'll have on-ground sample testing to get the texture, strength, and the consistency. And finally, I'll need also survey data. This will become from the field agent samples collected by our field agents. And it will help us know the farm practices, the yields, and the costs that farmers are currently using. The next question is the kind of insurance that will be provided. For the insurance, it's mainly focused on weather insurance against bad weather. So mainly it will be either drought or flooding. For the start, that will be the insurance farmers will be covered against. The next thing is the kind of machine learning algorithms we'll be employing. We'll be employing something called reinforced learning, whereby with more data, we'll be training the algorithms to improve their accuracy when it comes to credit scoring. And finally, there's a question on interest rates. I was thinking of an interest rate of around 6%. I don't know if that's low. Thank you.
Thank you so much. 2 final questions, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Thank you. That was it's a great idea. But one is a comment on alternative data. So don't give me an answer. Think of integrating with other solutions. Because how are you going to get data from customers from their past? It means you have to get it from other sources, who are the millers and the producers. So that's just an idea I'm giving you. But my question I throw to you, what will be your loan limits? Loan limits? What criteria would you be using to set limits? Are they limits that are viable for farmers? Because if you're going to give a farmer 10,000, it may not be valuable for them. What are your loan limits? 2, on interest. Remember, interest are governed. So you're not just going to pick interest. So think of how you're going to embed interest. What are you looking at before you create an interest? But my question now to you, what are your tracking and monitoring mechanisms? So if a customer does not pay, what do you do? What are your fallbacks? Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute, please.
So, in terms of lending rates, this is purely done by machines. The machine will analyze all the data it has access to. As you can see from this kind of data we are using, we'll have a 360-degree view of the farm all round. Our machines will be able to see and will be able to set the lending rates automatically. This is not done by humans. The machines will do all that.
Okay, thank you. Final question. 1 minute.
Yeah, thank you for that idea. It's quite something. I think my question is it still a concept? Have you started implementing something out of it? Do you have something that you can be able to show? And my other one is a comment and largely borrows or rather aligns with the previous comment is the different parts of your solution, the different parts of your ideas are already existing. And you might want to look at leveraging those particular data sources. You might want to look at leveraging those other data sources which are available, as well as leveraging other data systems which are available. I heard you talking about using reinforced learning, machine learning for your algorithms. I will ask maybe you go and research a little bit further about what that really means and what that is really applicable to the solution of your problem. But yes, it's something to build upon.
Thank you. 1 minute, please. Go ahead.
I did not quite clearly get your question. Currently, it is in the planning stage. I already have the designs. I have the architecture for the machine learning systems. I have the design systems for the farmers app. My team, I mentioned earlier that we have a team where we develop data-driven solutions. So currently we're in the planning stages, but I know in a few months, depending, we'll be somewhere because we are currently working on it right now.
Okay, thank you so much. Because of time, we'll stop there. A big round of applause to Bonavictor Masinde. Thank you so much. In the meantime, let's be upstanding for a moment. We have a DJ in the house. Remember, at 6, we have a cocktail session, so you don't want to miss it. Well, DJ, let's give us something very simple. Just get yourself some space. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. So we're going to stop. Just walk it like that. Let's just go. Let's go. Come on. Move it. Okay. Are you ready for some jumping jacks? Get ready. Come on, everybody, get yourself some space. And you can give it a groove, huh? You can give it your personal groove. Come on. That's it. Good as I can see. Let's go. Everybody, let's go. Come on, jump with us. Fantastic. Well done. Keep the energy going. That's it. Come on. Give yourself a big round of applause. You did it. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, fired up for this panel discussion. Get ready. It's big. He's been here. Are we ready with the... Let's have the screen now. Let's have the screen. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen.
He was seconded to Nzoia Sugar Company by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development as the Managing Director and served as the Director CEO of the former Kenya Sugar Research Foundation. He also served as Biotechnology Specialist at United States Agency for International Development in Kenya. He was awarded a Certificate of Excellence in Public Service Innovation in the 2011 edition by the Government of Kenya. Please welcome the Institute Director at Kalro Sugar Research Institute, Dr. Crispin Omondi.
Thank you so much, and he will be leading this panel discussion on improving value for the smallholder sugarcane farmer. Makofi yake tafadhali. 1 hour, over to you.
Thank you very much, Johnston, the moderator, and to recognize the director, Alpha Sugar Directorate. I see my former fellow MD for Sony, Salegawa. Welcome to the session. The speakers who have spoken since yesterday, the participants who are in this forum, and the innovators, good afternoon. Yes, I'm the one who have just been introduced. My name is Crispin Omondi. I have my fellow panelists. Ours is going to be a departure. It's not going to be a PowerPoint presentation. It is a discussion. And being a discussion, we will actually be engaging the audience, and the audience will be engaging us. So it will be very interactive. So I want to invite my 3 panelists to come in front, and then I will just open it by giving the topic, putting the topic into context. So my fellow panelists, can you come over? Catherine Ryungu, is she in the house? Yeah, you are the one that we have not interacted with. Have a seat. So I will give them the mic just to introduce themselves and also give us their affiliation, what they do. So I'll start with Wesechere.
Thank you, Daktari. Audience, habari zenu. Mimi naitwa Simon Wesechere. I'm a farmer from Mumias, at Shanda in particular. And I'm a livestock scientist. And I come from Kenya National Federation of Sugarcane Farmers. Asante, karibuni.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Ryungu. I am a journalist specializing in agriculture journalism, and I represent the Agriculture Media Society. I'm looking for good stories, and I have many. So anything you say might be quoted. Thank you. Or misquoted.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Andrew Bett from Soin, Kericho County. I'm a cane farmer, I'm a leader, I'm a cooperator. I serve in a cooperative society back at home, supplying cane to 4 millers. We supply to Moroni, we supply to West Kenya, we supply to Kibos, we supply to West Valley, the new factory. So you may ask why from Kericho? It could be tea only. But Kericho has 3 ecological zones. The highlands, which have got tea, the middle ranges, which have got coffee, and the lowlands, the marginal lowlands of Soin, which had no cash crop until we discovered sugarcane from Nyanza.
Thank you very much. Panelists, you have heard whom they are. It's a good mix. And right into the topic of today, we were charged with the responsibility of discussing improving value for the smallholder sugarcane farmer. Now, I think from yesterday's discussions, even up to today, there has been no time that we have not mentioned about the smallholder farmers. And just to put that topic into context, I want to refer, this is a published document. I want to refer you to the Yearbook of Statistics published by AFA every year. I got some figures from there which I want to share with you, especially the 2022 edition. And who is a smallholder farmer? A smallholder farmer, according to the AFA Yearbook of Statistics, is somebody who has on the average 0.7 hectares. That is slightly less than 2 acres. To be precise, it is 1 3/4 acres. That is a smallholder farmer. The other aspect about smallholder farmer I think we have had a lot of data being quoted here. The welcome speech by the director, AFA SD, and even our friend Kihara, I think, also mentioned about households. And the number of these farmers are many. I think AFA yearbook of statistics is putting the number of households or the number of smallholder farmers to 300,000. So that is a big group that we are impacting on. The other aspect that I want to bring into perspective is that out of the total 242,000 hectares of sugarcane grown in this country, 94% of that is grown by smallholder farmers. So we are actually talking of only 6% under the millers, nucleus estates, and large-scale farms. Moving further, the smallholder farmer is characterized by low mechanization, and the farming is actually rain-fed. So Engineer Kanui yesterday took us through the mechanization policy of the government, and he actually laid it open that in this country, mechanization, we are still not yet there. And this is what I'm also echoing, that our farmers have not reached that level of mechanization, and even their sugarcane growing is majorly rain-fed. I also want to mention that most of these farmers, they are growing the old traditional varieties. By traditional varieties, I mean the varieties that came with the Indians that were building the railway, the Kenya-Uganda railway. We are talking of CO421, CO945, CO617, N14 from South Africa. They have not embraced the improved varieties that we have developed. So about only 12% of our area under cane, the 240,000 hectares I've talked about, is under improved varieties. That means that the 88% is still under the traditional varieties. The other aspect I want to mention is that these farmers tend not to renew their crop in time. In other words, as you plant your crop, you harvest the plant crop, you go into the first ratoon, you go to the second ratoon, you go to the third ratoon, the vigor deteriorates. And as you go to higher ratoons, if the management is not good, your yields start declining. Ideally, we should only have 10% of our crop under third and higher ratoons. At the moment, third and higher ratoons are occupying 22% of the land. That means that has an impact on our productivity. The other aspect is that I mentioned when we were interacting that we have a fairly high cost of production in this country. And that high cost of production is impacting on the competitiveness of our sugar in the industry, in the region. So what would be the solutions that we can have to make the farmer I have described improve his value? This is the question that we need to leave this discussion answered after the 1 hour that we have been allocated. And to start off the discussion, I would want to prompt one of our panelists to talk about the cane payment system, because when a farmer delivers cane to the factory, he expects money to the pocket, in the pocket. And therefore, we could be having a challenge on how cane is being paid. And to put that into perspective as well, is that we are aware that our millers are not only producing sugar, they are producing other products. So how does that resonate with improving value of the smallholder farmer? Mr. Bett, can you tackle that issue?
Thank you very much. I think we have said that the farmer, we have said we have the investors who are the millers, and we also have the farmers. So I would like to say in this sugar business, we only have two stakeholders. That is the farmer and the miller. The rest are service providers. They come in to give a service. If it is transport, if it is something else, they will give a service. But the main stakeholders, and so far we have focused on the millers, how to improve the processing, all these innovations. But how to improve the farming end of it, because if we have no raw material, the mill, the factory becomes just that, a factory, a metal structure without anything. So our starting point is on the farmer. If the farmer can produce enough cane, saturate the market so that the millers can have enough. So the best motivating factor that will get farmers to go to the farm, we have said, the presenter from Kulea was saying, the area under in Kenya, there's more, and there's market, there's more millers coming up, starting. So the demand for cane there. So my point is to motivate farmers to go to the farm, you pay, you remunerate well. So the pricing, we used to have a pricing committee which was in place. Is it still in place? So, but even then, if we are given a price, the figure now we have is 6,050 or 6,086. Is it enough remuneration to the farmer? Has it taken into account? Because there are so many factors which will eat the 6,000. Has it taken into account the cost of inputs, the fertilizer, the fuel, the transportation cost is over 60% of the cost to the farmer. So has the price covered his own cost? Has he been remunerated? The fuel and everything. Now, even then, if we have a price that has been given, the inflation will eat into that. Currently, the inflation in this country is very high. And then, the ratio, the sharing ratio, because currently we are saying we have a simplified pricing formula, very simplified. It takes into the ex-factory price, and then it takes half to the miller, half to the farmer, 50-50. Is that the practice? In most cases in the world, it should be higher to the 60% to the farmer, 40% to the miller, or 45-55. So that the farmers are encouraged to go to the field and till the land and produce the raw material that will bring life, the juice that will be put to the millers to extract sugar. It has to start with the farmer. Number two, and final comment on this, the all innovation we are talking about, the ethanol, and I talked to one of the millers here, Kibos, at least they have a stand there, they have spirits. Now, I was told by a friend from India that in India, factories work for 8 months. 4 months they close for maintenance and they go to spirits manufacturing. And the money from spirits is more than the money from the sugar. Now, the only question from a farmer perspective, all these cogeneration, producing electricity from the mill, producing ethanol, producing even the yeast for making bread, comes from the molasses. My only interest as a farmer, fine, that can be done. It can be commercialized. It will add money to a miller. What about to the farmer? I want to see a motivation from my molasses which has generated spirits, whether it's the Kenya cane, whether it is ram, whether it is what, and it is retailing. I want to see money from my molasses, money from my gas, if it is producing pepper or sealing boats, it is still my cane. The origin of that innovation you are talking about, those products that you are going to generate must go to the farmer. a figure. If you get a bill from Kenya Power, it will tell you that the dollar exchange rate, this, until your credit is only 200 from 500. So I want from the payment from the factory. If it is 6,000, I want to see 1,000 from the bagasse, another from all the products. That will motivate me to say this cane farming is better to innovate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abet. I think we need empirical evidence. Those who are charged, I'm told the cane pricing committee has been reconstituted. We need empirical evidence whether the 50-50 sharing ratio is still viable or it can be reviewed. So that is what Mr. Abet is talking about. And that committee has the powers to do that. I want to give the next chance to Mr. Wesechere, who will talk to us about the smallholder farmer being an investor. He's the upstream, he's at the upstream. Everybody downstream depends on him. If he closes that flow, nobody will survive. So how do we motivate this farmer to ensure that we improve his value?
Thank you, Dr. Now, our audience, for now, as farmers, we want to start another discussion to brainstorm on what one of the presenters, actually the first presenter, emphasized that there's something called respect among stakeholders. And we as farmers, sugarcane farmers in this country, have come to conclude that the sugar industry is where it is simply because we are not respected. Because I want to challenge you, as my fellow panelists, when Abet has just said, in fact, one of the products from sugarcane milling is electricity. This power, among other products, in other countries, is paid for by the processor to the benefit of the farm. And that's why in those countries, some of those countries, where most of us in this hall have gone to benchmark in their capacities, either as leaders or administrators or technical people, the sharing ratio for payment between the farmer and the miller is never half a half, like in Kenya. In fact, in India, it is 70 for the farmer and 30 for the miller, sharing ratio on the products. In South Africa, is a ratio of 64% to the farmer to 36% to the miller. And that's the trend, even in Malaysia and these other world producing countries, even Brazil. Our people have gone there to benchmark over those years. But when they come back, they still maintain 50-50 ratio payment. And that's why we say there's lack of respect. On data, data is a good thing. But let me take you through quickly and in a simplified way as a farmer. We all agree over 90, actually sometimes even 97% of the sugar supply to the mills in Kenya is from small-scale farms. These small-scale farms are owned by farmers. They are farmers' lands. And land in Kenya, you know very well how valuable that land is. But when a small-scale farmer allocates space called land to grow cane, he's not investing. He's just allocating space. When this government and even some of the stakeholders talk of matters sugarcane in growing, sugarcane production in this country over the years, I've never heard to date where anybody has ever been taken aback to look at a sugarcane farmer and a small scale one in this case as an investor. But you've had adverts being put even in papers calling for investors to bring in machinery. Advertising with very huge amounts of money for investors to bring in new technology. Who are these investors they are referring to? Millers. But millers are depending on me. Without me allocating my space of land, what is it coming to mill? What will the mill consume over that period? I've done some simple statistics. I've discovered that when it comes to investing in terms of value, the amount of money we put in as sugar farmers in this country to the amount of money that come in through the millers, who are the ones who are seen as to be the investors in the sugar industry, is actually the ratio of 2 to 1. When we value our land, over which you plant our cane, when you are doing plant crop, for example, over those acreages that you have in our statistics, it is to the tune of 208, in fact between 193 to 2008 billion Kenya shillings worth of land put aside to produce sugar, and in fact to produce sugar cane for milling of sugar for domestic market to consume, to satisfy the consumption for the Kenyans, for the citizens of a government called Kenya. When you value the machinery that people take time to advertise for, to bring into this country, to want to crush that cane, is a tune of between, to the higher side, if one mill, depending on its capacity and the technology being used, to the tune of 1 mill to put up is between 3.5 to 7 billion. If we multiply the number of mills with that figure, is about 100 to 112 billion, ratio of 2 to 1 for the farm. So we are saying, is due to this misproportional type of approach to things are the basics that demoralizes the sugarcane farmer. And therefore, because sugarcane was designed to be grown where it's being grown on a comparative advantage basis, and because of that, the communities in which the sugarcane is being grown is wallowing in poverty because of lack of recognition of the space that that small-scale farmer is allocating to the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chere. And let me also take this opportunity to give a chance to our third panelist, Catherine Ryungu, to talk to us a little bit about creating awareness and communication. Because we are talking about smallholder farmers. We don't know whether the technologies that we were hearing here today and yesterday, whether they reach those farmers or not. And without creating awareness, we might just be talking to ourselves. So, Catherine, can you talk to us about communication? Thank you.
I'm not sure. Can you hear me? I'm not sure whether I really want to talk about communication per se. I told you earlier that I'm a journalist. I've written quite extensively about the sugar sector when I worked in the nation media. And I remember one of my very, very first stories was given to me by an economist who worked in the sugar sector in the 1970s. And he told me that other than the usual stuff we've had here about absolute technology, he also mentioned a very political aspect that had to bring together editors in nation to decide whether or not they wanted to publish that story. And I'll tell you why. It just happens that the editors then, all of them were from the Western region. And I am quoting an economist telling me that the sugar belt in the Western region is more of a political than an economic crop. I think I'll throw this question back to him, and I think to him and other people who are managing the politics of the sugar industry. Is it correct to say, or rather to think, that the sugar belt in the western section of the country is more of a political crop than an economical crop? And they gave me the reasons, one of which was the maturity period. It takes, I think, 18 to 24 months, and in the coast region, it takes 11, 12 months. Then there was the issue of, I don't know whether you say sucrose or sucrose, depending on where you went to school and who was your English teacher. That one, it's low. That content, I will not pronounce that word. That content in the western sugar belt is low. I don't know whether it's true or it is not. I want the answers for my next story. Then there was the issue of, what was the other issue? The sugar, the consumption of sugar. We, as a country, don't produce enough. You heard that yesterday. In fact, I'm shocked that the statistics have more than doubled. When I last wrote about sugar, we were talking about 600 metric tons against 400. So we had that deficit of about 200 metric tons. Now I hear the deficit is 600. Is it metric tons or such statistics? I could be wrong, I could be right. But we have that wide deficit. But the irony of it all is that because of the high production costs, even if we paid 200% of duty, our locally produced sugar is still more expensive. Disturbing statistics, but we need the answers. Now, how well, Mwakazi, please ask for me this question. When we say the word sugar, what comes to your mind? Please ask the audience. About 2 or 3 people can tell us, when we mention sugar, what immediately comes to your mind?
Sugar, 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 sugar. What comes to your mind? Sugar.
Carbohydrate.
Carbohydrates. Sugar, sugar. What comes to your mind?
High cost.
High cost, high cost. What about you, sir?
High cost. High cost.
High cost beer.
Okay, when you talk about sugar, I think it's maybe farmers creating awareness of land and then producing more.
Creating awareness, land, sugar. What comes to your mind?
Hard work.
Hard work. What comes to your mind?
It's a product from a processing.
A product from a process. Okay, hard work. Product from a...
Enough.
A sweetener.
A sweetener. Where?
Thank you. We've had what immediately comes to mind when people hear about sugar. Yesterday I heard something about distilleries. I didn't know distilling had anything to do with sugar. But I know traditionally we do. I don't know who is from Meru here other than myself. Anybody from Meru? Very good, Frida. You know there is a kapombe we call kegwa. Yeah? Pombe made of fermented, I think, sugar juice. I think Akikuyu wanaita karofo or something like that. Anyway, thing is, he has mentioned something about new varieties. I heard about those new varieties yesterday when I was chatting with some group. And one of the big sugar told me that we have new varieties. He has said farmers are not producing the new varieties. From an awareness perspective, do they know that we have these new varieties? Do they? Another question. I mean, we've talked so much about people not knowing and information sharing, and I am wondering who is really in charge of communicating to the farmers. I'm just throwing questions. I expect answers because I'm a storyteller and I want to tell the stories.
Thank you, Catherine. Sugar varieties, do anybody know about them? Let me just pick it from there, then I'll give you now the next chance as audience now to throw back any concerns that you may have either to the panelists or to myself, and we see how to wrap it up by improving the value of the smallholder farmer. So on early maturity, if you had cane which is maturing in 14 months and you had another one maturing in 18 months, you give yourself 5 years. For example, you want to harvest, you plant these two different crops. Which one will give you more crop cycles? The one maturing in 14 months or the one maturing in 18 months? The one maturing in 14 months will give you more crop cycles. That one is already money in the pockets of the farmer. So by just embracing that technology, you don't do much. You have one extra crop that the farmer can plant. So that is where we are coming from. This high sucrose content, we know, I can see Pamela Onditi, she's around. The city use Pamela. We have them in our sugar factories. You are very passionate about it. They are still there. And they were supposed to unlock that payment based on sucrose content. The varieties we are talking about have higher sucrose than the traditional varieties. So we just need to do something about operationalizing those CTUs, and this system can work, and we will be able to put money in the farmers' pockets. I was just Googling when we were talking about this improving farmers' incomes or improving their revenues. And I managed to see something about block farming. We have said that our farmers on the average have 0.7 hectares. These farmers can form themselves into groups, and you can have what is called block farming. If you Google in your phones now, you will see somewhere block sugarcane farming doubles incomes of farmers in the Philippines. It is there. What is done is that you can do block farming in such a way that you have probably, instead of 0.7 hectares, you have probably 30 or 40 hectare block that is planted at the same time, maturing at the same time, synchronized with the factory cane requirement. And in that way, factories are able to get cane requirements in a more systematic manner. Most of these factories are rated at 3,000 tons of cane per day, 5,000 tons of cane per day. You can block your farms in such a way that you can get that amount of cane that you require per day going to the factory, right from the synchronization of planting to the time of harvesting. I'm not advocating for Ujamaa here, but I think it is something close to that, but we can give it a different name. So, the remaining time that I have, I now want to get the audience perspective about what we have talked about, the smallholder farmer. And I'll start with Shadrach. I'll be the one moving around with the microphone. Yes, Shadrach.
As you're walking, I will want to speak to Simon. Simon, what you said is extremely important. What Catherine has said is extremely important. But my question is, you know, whatever we are doing, if we are going to bring the farmers together, number one, we need to know that times have changed. The knowledge, in fact, as I said, knowledge now is expanding. Like in a second, there is a lot of knowledge that is being generated. So for us to have farmers to learn, number one, there is need to build trust. And to build trust, like I was telling Mwakazi during the first day, we need to do what we call collective building collective capability within the society. So Simon, because you talk passionately about the farmers, how do we use the chamas that we have? You talked of blocking, but you can only block if I trust my neighbor. If I don't trust my neighbor, they will not even say anything, and I listen. So how do we bridge that gap within the farmers first? Build our capacity, build our knowledge within that area. And I will tell you, because I've worked in the political field for 10 years, if there were people who work together, they speak in one voice, nothing is impossible. So how do we use those small structures that we have, like the chamas, to build a capacity, a collective capacity that will help to negotiate for the farmers? Because that's what we need.
A response?
Respond.
Okay. Thank you, Shadrach. Now, some presenters here have already indicated, and it is true, that matters sugar are very complex. In any case, in fact, we should not be talking about sugar, we should be talking about sugarcane. But because of that lack of respect, we talk of sugar. But we should be talking about sugarcane. Matters sugarcane are very complex in this country, simply because sugar is very sweet and it has very cheap, quick money. So the moment, the challenge we have is lack of proper legislation to ring-fence sugarcane farmers. Legislation is lacking to ring-fence sugarcane farmers' operations, sugarcane farmers' meetings, sugarcane farmers' discussions. Why? The moment sugarcane farmers start to indicate they are coming together, the biggest person who is threatened is a politician from that area. Therefore, he'll move in with all tactics to ensure he has spread threats to make sure these people are remaining apart. That's the biggest threat. The second threatened person is the miller. Once the miller discovers farmers are coming together to work in harmony because of their produce, he will come in and work day and night to splinter them. And is that one they are taking advantage of lack of a ring-fenced legislation. As you speak, you've heard of something called sugar bill. It has been in parliaments for 5 years, just to say, let there be no importation, let there be a committee to oversee importation, let there be a farm organization supported by the farmers themselves to move their own agenda as farmers. Just to say that, it has taken our leaders more than 5 years. Just to say that.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I have got another question here. You will specify your name and then the panelists that you are directing your question to.
Okay. My name is Brian from Sugar Directorate. I have a question for you, Dr. Crispin, and any of the co-panelists who will try to answer it. I have a colleague in Nairobi. He's called Mr. Kamau. And Mr. Kamau, anytime we meet, he normally prods me with a question that, let me phrase it in Kiswahili, normally ask me, itakuwaje Brian, tumefanya project, tumeweka projects kwa wakulima, ilhali hali ya wakulima imebaki vile vile. Let me phrase it in English. Is it that our system maintains our system maintains smallholder farmers in a cycle of exploitation, and how can we try to beat that? Thank you.
And that's a very good question, and it's a very common question. I tackled it quite a lot when I was in Zaire. To paraphrase it, I used to be asked, a farmer supplied you with cane, you milled the cane, you sold the sugar, and you are unable to pay the farmer. Where did you take the money? So that is a loaded question. Now, to answer that question, there are a number of people in the value chain. One person you are dealing with is the farmer himself. You have got the cane cutter. You have got the transporter that brings the cane to the mill. Then you have the mill itself, which is sometimes not efficient. And at the end of the day, you have got this cane going, this sugar going to a distributor and a wholesaler and a retailer, then to the final consumer. Now, all these people are making their money out of this product. But the inefficiencies in the system also makes it not profitable. In other words, if, for example, a factory is supposed to mill 10 tons of cane to produce 1 ton of sugar, and this factory finds itself milling 17 tons of cane to produce 1 ton of sugar, the 7 tons that you are losing, you will have to pay whether you got the money or not. But it is a loss. I don't know whether you get the point. The yearbook of statistics I talked about that I was getting this data from, I will not name the miller, but we had a miller last year in 2022 who was doing 19 tons of cane to 1 ton of sugar. Just imagine that. So this cycle of poverty, Brian, to the farmer is sometimes, I can say, inflicted by the chain in the industry and the inefficiencies. But there is a way out, because there is modernization that our colleague from Sony talked about, so that you can modernize these factories and they can give you better returns. There is a lot you can do by negotiating with the value chain players so that we can at least get some money into the pockets of the farmer. But that is the challenge that occurs when we have got that problem that you have cited. I don't know if I've answered you, but I think that's the point. So let me give a farmer and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you. I'm Charles Atiang, a farmer and chairman of CASA. Thank you, my colleague Chris. Chris lives in both the worlds. There's been a research. He did a lot in terms of developing the varieties. Initially, when sugar research was what research was, he did a good job. The challenges that are there is, number one, adaptation of the varieties. The new varieties mature earlier. Our mills were not able, and I'm repeating, our mills were not able to cane within 12, 13 months. This new variety, it is a variety that if it goes to 17, 18 months, it starts to lose sugar. So that is one challenge that the research has had. Low adaptation, because that cane matures early. By then, our mills like Chemelil, Moroni, go to Zoya, go to Sony, were not able to mill that cane in time. If it is milled in time, just as what he says, the farmer is not paid. The ratoon is not maintained. When the ratoon is not maintained, do we really expect to have the cycles continue? Today, the government has taken an initiative that, as it said, that we go private. A lot has been done. Public participation has been done. What happens? Farmers are sponsored, they go to court, stop the process. Today, politics. A politician has gone to court to stop the whole process of leasing of the state-owned mills. So, what we are trying to say is that let the government switch off all these sugar factories. That's my position. We now have 5 public mills against 15. Out of 15 means we have 11, which are effective, efficient, are able to pay farmers in time and better prices. I come to the issue of cane pricing formula. I happen to be one of the members of cane pricing committee. The resistance by our millers for us to share is a tall order. is a tall order, just as my colleague Simon was saying, lack of respect. And understand it from the basis that without the farmer, there is no miller. Today outside here, you get one of the best factory, which is Kibos. The recovery is about 9 tons of cane to one ton of sugar. Molasses, which is a byproduct today, 1 ton is 4,000 Kenya shillings. Cane price, 40,000 shillings per ton. That's just a byproduct. They exhibit out there, they're already doing fertilizer. From the same molasses, there is alcohol being produced. Why don't we just be fair to share this to the farmer so that the farmer is empowered to grow more cane? The same politicians, when we had the Sugar Act, which empowered the farmers in terms of funding through Sugar Development Fund, what happened? Through the legislation, because they were saying sugar board directors were becoming too powerful, they were challenging their position. What did they do? They went and scrapped off there, because it was a parliamentary act. They went and removed the Sugar Act. Today, we have made progress in terms of the sugar bill or the Sugar Act. Sugar bill to become an act. The bill is in Senate. What happened? Same leaders of farmers here, who have been part and parcel of participation, wrote to the Senate, they want zoning, which is not a farmer problem. The same language they are speaking, KESMA, was in Senate the other day, hampering the process of progressing for the sugar industry. What must we do? It is a tall order that if mambo ni mbili, sio hata matatu, we have to go that direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Atiang. I think you have hammered the point on the nail. We close the government-owned sugar factories. We leave the millers who are private and do everything that we can do. I think I saw, sorry, I see very many hands. Let me be fair so that I can also give the other people, because time is running out.
Yes, thank you so much, the presenter. My name is Kilion Osur. I'm the Secretary General for Kenya National Federation of Sugarcane Farmers. First of all, Daktari, wonderful for the session you've given us. In fact, us, when we don't talk, we just sleep. When we talk, we become very active. Congratulations, Mr. Bet, I know you so well. You're a good farmer, and you've really talked as a farmer, and that is what we expected in this forum. My good friend Simon also knows me very well. Simon, you've also done it well, but you are too technical. Me, I thought you were one of the investors. Kumbe, you are just a farmer like me. Now, Mr. Bet, I want to give you a very good scorecard, because you have spoken well in terms of what we farmers should achieve. My scorecard is giving you 70 over 100. That is 70% if you are a teacher, the way I see you. Now, the 30%, I want to give you why I have snatched you the 30%. Me, I thought when Daktari called you, Mr. Wasicheri was now going to answer some of the questions you were posing. Because everyone here knows that you are an employee of a given miller. And I thought you could have come with a statement showing us that my mill or my miller, when it's doing the payment, the power is this, what is this, and then my net is this. Then the rest of these millers will now copy, because they will have learned it from you, that where you have come from and where you represent, you have started applying the method you went us to apply. Congratulations, but now that 30% you will look for it later, not now. Now let me, no, don't answer first. Secondly, I just want to give my first question to Daktari. Daktari, you opened it so well. As farmers, we are more concerned of the well-paying varieties. And when you talked of the old varieties, I don't know whether you just forgot, but I want to remind you, there was one serious varieties around 60s, 70s, which you forgot to mention. And I want to hear it from here, whether you've breeded it to a new variety, like the CBs, like the Kents. This is now called Co 331. We used to call it sitting. Sitting was a red cane, and it was having more tonnage, more than even Namanyueri, the 421. It phased out around the 80s, and the first miller who phased it out is Chemelil. I asked him, when I was in a secondary school, I went to Chemelil, asked the Chemelil, why do you face this beautiful crop variety? He told me, Osur, this thing, we apply a lot of chlorine to change this color. But in terms of farmers' payment, the payment was good. The sucrose was good. So on that note, I want you, Daktari, as Dr. Moni, just give us your view on how you've improved that 331, and give us what was a better replacement for 331. Now, lastly, now the block farming. The block farming, my friend Atiang will attest with me that it is Moroni settlement scheme that had applied it, and I don't know why it is phasing out. This is now the research the Alpha and the Sugar Directorate should start taking seriously. Why do I say that? When you come to Moroni, we have 7 settlement schemes where farmers were planned well. The residential areas were called subsistence. The farm blocks were named ABC, and they were blocked. Blocked in the sense that every block had 5 or 7 farmers, and they were blocked like those series. Namely, I can just, for purposes of record, we had Koru, Fatana settlement scheme, Muroni settlement scheme, Oduo settlement scheme, Godaburo, where Mr. Tiang comes from, settlement scheme, Songo settlement scheme, Tamu settlement scheme, where I come from. So that block system, the researchers, the young guys who are here with us in the sugar industry, we can do it, and we can apply it in other areas so that we do it well. As much as they want to respond to it, I still have more. Just give me a little time. But let me, in the interest of time, let me just, but you will remember me next time. So.
Thank you very much. I want Banabet. Mr. Bet, you have, take the microphone. Mr. Bet. Mr. Bet, take the microphone. I think there was a question for you about why you are not paying the other co-products.
Okay. No, the payment is not from one particular miller. I'm not going to talk about any miller. I'm here as a farmer. The payment will be agreed upon. It is going to be an industry payment. It's not going to be a payment by one particular miller. So going forward, that is what we want to see. But I want to say that it is not all gloom and doom in the sugar industry. You know, we are used to these stories. I think we are doing well for now. At least from where I come from, we are getting payment weekly. In fact, we have had to separate the payment to the bank accounts. You get payment from Kibos, it goes to another bank. Payment from West Kenya, another bank. West Valley, another bank. So we are doing well. It's only that we have to go and do more cane farming. The area under cane. Recently, I was with my senator, and I was talking to him about the bill which is in the Senate. And he was telling me we need to overfly. He needs to get me a chopper. It should be one of those benefits of being an outspoken farmer. That we see the area which is still fallow, and we go and open up the land and grow. So my other point is on the research, on the seed variety. Yes, it is in Kalro, Kibos. Is it being taken to the farmer? Who is multiplying? Yes, the demo. I want to say we have a demo plot in Kericho, in Soin, in Kipsitet, and in May we are going to have an exhibition. We have planted about 15 varieties with Kibos, Moroni, and all this.
Thank you.
But once the farmer sees the variety and he likes it, where will he pick it? Where will he get it from? Coming all the way to Kibos? Surely will not come all the way from Moroni to pick 4 tons of sugar, of seed cane, to take it home. So we want to push this narrative, this agenda that from the county governments, and they are not here, we want to get land, multiply the varieties which are relevant to our region. We can choose 5 or 6. These are good for this region. We gave a demo plot, we multiply the seeds. Then I know there's a treatment procedure for treating seeds. Then we multiply.
Thank you, Mr. Bet. I think you have made your point. We are running short of time. I just want one of my colleagues to handle the issue of the variety that has been mentioned, CO8331. Mr. Shikanda, 1 minute.
Thank you, Dr. On CO331, it is actually CO331. It's an old variety, very high in sucrose, very high in yield, but then late maturing. So what we've done as breeders, we've been able to develop progenies using CO331 and the varieties like FL5460, so that we don't lose out on the good traits of CO331 in terms of high sucrose content and high yield. So the traits that we've been able to infuse in the new progenies is the maturity aspect. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have a lot of questions on Menti, so I want us to revert back and hand over to the moderator so that we can be shown some of those questions that we can respond to. But I know there are quite a number that we may not have tackled, but all the same, let us also look at what has come through Menti.
Right. First question, some of them may be repeated. Somebody asking, what can be done to remove the perceptions of farmers not being paid well? What could be the quick remedy in motivating farmers to plant more?
Yes,
and maybe a final question. Is it true the best sugar is exported and then substandard sugar imported due to cartels?
I think I may start with the last one. Is simpler. There is no bad sugar and good sugar that is produced. Sugar goes through a standardization process, and all the sugar that goes out of the factory is actually good sugar. We may only export if we have enough and surplus, but in most cases we don't export what is good and leave behind what is bad. But then on farmers' perception on price. Now, this is a good topic at this time at this time in particular. The reason why I'm saying it's a good topic is because we have seen price wars, literally price wars. For a very long time, I think we had stagnated at a price of 3,700 Kenya shillings per ton. And I think in the last 1 year, we have seen that move to the current 6,000. What has actually happened? It is good and bad. It is good because we are being shown that actually prices can be affected with market forces, the demand and supply. When sugarcane supply was low, the prices went up. So market forces are good, but let us also not forget that we have a pricing committee that sets the floor price, so that if at any one time we get excess sugar in the market, we will fall back to what the pricing committee has set. But for the time being, let it continue to rise because the farmers are benefiting. Thank you very much. I think we may not have time now for any more questions, but we have come to the end of this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause to the panelists. Well-moderated session. Asante sana. And since the moderator did such a good job as they take their photos, he's going to show us one of his dance styles. And today we are your students, Dr. Crispin. Dr. Crispin, we are your students. You're going to show us your best dance style. Dance style. DJ, tuangushie moja mzuri. Aya. Everybody, let's be upstanding. Let's be upstanding. Come on. Shadrach. Bwana Shadrach. Don't, Bwana Shadrach. Everybody. Catherine. A big round of applause for them. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you so much. Well done, well done. Asante sana. We are ready for our final presentation, innovation presentation, 25 minutes, then we close it. Remember, we have a very key launch this evening, then we have the cocktail. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, let's have the screen, the volume. A big round of applause to our innovation presenter, Ayo Lisa Atieno, 25 minutes. Once you're ready, 25 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. All protocol observed. I am so pleased to be here today. I'm delighted to be here today. I stand here to correct the notion that digital innovation is just for young people. It's not for young people only. Maybe it's that you don't understand some of these terms. I think it's high time that I convert this into that. So this presentation of mine, I want us to own it. One of the objectives that I have is, once I'm done with this presentation, I want us to get out of this room and we all understand what all these digital terms and all the jargons of they mean and how simple they can be. So my topic today is adopting GIS and remote sensing for sustainable growth in the Kenyan sugar industry. So this is towards a data-driven future of production, resilience, and prosperity. So the theme is towards self-sufficiency. The thematic area is leveraging digital innovations for sustainability. My name is Ayo Liza. I'm a GIS specialist. So I want us to take a moment to internalize some of this statement that is here. Edward says, without reliable data, you're just another person with an opinion. So I think as Kenyans, the last elections kind of highlighted this idea of not having reliable data. So the terms emerged. When you don't have reliable data, you have hot air. You're operating with hot air or the wild goose chases. So, thank you. So I'll take a moment to explain some of these terms. We're going to go step by step. I'm going to give you examples on what some of these things are and how we apply them to our real life. So we'll start with GIS. GIS is Geographic Information Systems. So what is GIS? This is a system that creates, manages, and analyzes and maps all types of data. Yes? So in simple terms, it's the science of where. So when you speak about the science of where, this means we're trying to represent what is on the ground on either a map digitally or on a hard copy. So we go to the next one, remote sensing. So what is remote sensing? Well, you can read the definition, but I'll try and explain it in this type of way so that you understand. So we know the sun, it emits heat, energy radiations to the earth. So, and we are, as buildings, as human beings, as vegetation, we emit back this type of energy. So when you're having sensors from satellites, so satellites can either be natural or man-made. So when you're having the sensors up there, these things are able to detect this energy. And when they're able to detect this energy, they can tell us what is on the ground. You see, from an aerial point of view, they can be able to say, this is a building, this is a tree, this is a river, yeah? So that is basically the science behind remote sensing. Then we speak about AI, artificial intelligence. So this is the science of making machines that can think like humans. When I say what comes into your head when you think about AI, so AI is anything from our phones, how our phones operate, how some of the gadgets that we have, even the smartwatches, how they operate, these are things that are actually embedded in some of the things that we use in our daily lives. Then you go to machine. So AI and machine learning are deeply intertwined. So allow me to give an example of how they play, right? So what is machine learning? So this is the use and development of computer systems and how they are able to learn and adapt without really following explicit instructions. So say the case of my phone. All our phones have either fingerprint sensors or they have a facial recognition type of feature. So how is that phone able to tell this is my fingerprint? If someone else puts that fingerprint in there, it won't open, yeah? So this phone has learned the patterns of your fingerprint, so that is machine learning. In the case of the watches, when you're tracking your weight, there's these health watches that people have. So how exactly do they get information? Yeah, they're not taught by anyone. They're just these background things that happen, and all this is integrated, and the output is in the watch. Sometimes when you're going to town, some of us are going to use Ubers, Bolts. So how exactly does Bolt happen? Even the Google Maps, how does it happen? We have sensors and we have satellites. Locational sensors. So when you open your app is the machine. When you open it and you say you want to go from Royal Swiss, you want to go to Kisumu, the sensors, this information, as you type it in, it's going to feed into a background database. And this database is going to look for the locational features, and it's going to highlight where this Kisumu is. And from your map, you're going to be able to have like a line that you're following or a direction sort of thing. So this is not really rocket science, just something so simple. And then we have the Internet of Things. So this means it's a network of physical objects, rather things that are embedded with sensors or softwares and other technologies for the purpose of connecting, exchanging data with devices. Just the same example that I gave, Uber, Bolt. So we have like a network of things, the phone, the locational sensors or the features, and they all form like one system of something that is giving us information that we can interpret. Then we have big data. So big data, just from the words, is big data, like a big volume of data. So this is massive, complex data sets that are rapidly generated and transmitted from a wide variety of sources. So yeah, I had people talking about Excel. Yes, this is, it's not really big data, but when you collect data from the ground, the moment you start collecting, say we want to do a collection of data in the sugar industry, from the farmers, from the stakeholders, we will have to collect data in the form of either their names, their biometrics, or we can do land sizes, their locations, and you see all that. So all these structured or unstructured types of data, once you feed them into a system that is going to analyze them and give us something that we can actually be able to relate with, then we're saying this is a big data system. And then the last one is data analytics. So this is the science of analyzing raw data to make conclusions about information. So I think that is a bit straightforward. Now we go to the background information. So I hope you have all that in your head, because this is going to feed into the rest of the presentation. So a fifth of the world's population lives in Africa. So that is about 1.4 billion. And more of this, a quarter of all countries by the world are in Africa. So this content, this is according to research, is by far the least documented region in terms of data and information on agriculture. So when figures are available, very often, they have like a lot of mistakes, and they fall short of the normal data standards. So either they do not exist or they are not of good quality. For the sugarcane industry, we're aware the data exists, but what is the quality of this data? So we need accurate data to get these factors, and data is important. I had someone say data is gold. So everyone needs data, from the farmer to the guys at EFA, to the service providers, everyone in the industry, all the stakeholders rather. This is just a background of the sugar industry. So it dates back to the 1900s. We have 16 sugar mills across the belt. According to the Yearbook of Statistics 2022, the processing capacity is supposed to be 51,450 metric tons, but currently these mills are only functioning at 56% of the potential. And as the economic survey says, we have the agriculture supports or contributes to approximately 21.2% of the GDP. So despite all these good things that agriculture does, or rather sugarcane, since it's within, there's a lot of industrial problems. So once we recognize that we have these problems and challenges in the industry, it is very crucial to address these issues, especially now that they all come from data. So to do so, I'm proposing the adoption of GIS and remote sensing. So this is basically integrating satellites, AI, and machine learning to improve data collection, data analytics, and decision making. So this ultimately is supposed to foster the long-term prosperity of the industry. I'll just give a few importances of sustainable growth in the industry. So one, when you're able to leverage all these digital innovations, we will be able to see in the long run economic significance. So this industry supports like 8 billion livelihoods indirectly or directly, yes. So there's a potential of increasing or even doubling that amount of people in case we decide to digitalize our sugar sector. There's the livelihood sustenance. We have precision agriculture. So precision agriculture, I'll just explain a bit. Precision is in the word precise. So this means site-specific agriculture. So say this area is a small piece of a farm. So we're going to, once you leverage digital innovations, you're going to be able to deal with this specific site as it is. So if this site has a different type of soil, a different type of humidity in the soil, different pHs, we're going to be able to model cane or any other weather climatic issues around the conditions that are presently in the specific site. So then we have when leveraging these digital innovations, we have the potential to also reduce the environmental impact that is left behind by the sugar industry. So what is the problem? In as much as agriculture contributes so much to the GDP, there's a lot of negative growth in the previous years. So data management can impact sugar production as it facilitates the identification of sectoral problems. So one, we have to start with data to realize we have a problem. Otherwise, it can't work the other way around. So these problems, they range from having unreliable quality of data, because we use poor data collection methods. We also have cases of double reporting of areas under cane. And we also have issues of ghost reporting where you'd get, well, it's a specific location or a specific area in the farm, and you'd get these maybe two farmers are located in the same geographic region or the same spot in a field. That is, I don't know, that doesn't guide or doesn't give us proper information for projecting. Then I'll highlight the Crops Act of 2013. So it has mandated the AFA to devise and maintain a system that regularly obtains data on current and future production information on scheduled crops. And the Better agenda, or rather the Better initiative, proposes a shift in agriculture from weak agricultural systems and the limited availability of sound agricultural data to timely, accurate, and up-to-date or real-time information on weather, seed, fertilizers, crop maps, and crop yields. Actually, rather anything that you can get from this kind of data. So technological integration has the potential to make AFA actually meet some of these targets. So technological integration can help in establishing, managing some of these databases so that it can promote efficient decision making. So let me go to the next slide. So these practices, they have impact on food production and the environment. So measuring, monitoring, and reporting on this at large scale is crucial for planning efforts to increase So given the enormous variety of smallholder farmers around Africa, it's important for us to have this information as accurate as possible so that it can be useful for the industry, that is the stakeholders, and the farmers as well. So this is an illustration of how the Sucari system is supposed to work, especially from the data collection to the analysis bit. So at So at the data collection point, we have different ways of which we're going to be collecting data. So we're going to use drones. I hope by this time you have whatever definitions that you had at the back of your mind. So we're going to be employing drones to collect data. We're going to have satellite imagery, that is. We're going to have farmers as a source of data. Because some of this you have to go to the ground and get it from the farmers themselves. And then we have mills have data, whether historical, they have a variety of data that can actually fit to this system. Then we have historical data. We also have weather data and pest data. So, sorry. I did not introduce the Sucari system. So this system, the Sucari system, it aims to provide accurate, real-time information for informed decision making. So it's going to do so in the following ways: data collection, that is and integrating a farmer's ID system for accuracy. Then you're going to have a centralized sugar database. This means we're going to have to upgrade existing databases and develop a web portal for data input analytics. So this system is supposed to digitize the sugarcane fields using drones, satellite imageries, and ArcGIS software to create one of Kenya's largest agricultural geodata sets. So the cane farm data sets and the farmer's ID database will be integrated to form a unified big data system that is accessible to industry stakeholders. So this platform will process data at scale. This is including even the smallest areas, diverse type topography, vegetation. It will provide accurate measurements and including crop condition, the water stress, crop health, zoning, this is zoning of the mill catchments, pests and diseases, the crop type, weather data, and all that. So once collected, this data can serve a lot of endless causes and to support farmers, businesses, to guide policy, to make decisions. Yes, now this is an illustration of how the Sucari system should work. So the Sucari system is at the center. It's supposed to be a dashboard. But before we get to the dashboard, we have to start with data collection. So how are we doing this data collection? We have drones. Drones is part of the machines or the AI that we're trying to incorporate into the data collection systems. And then there's the satellite images. There's farmers, there's mills, there's historical data, weather, pests and diseases, yeah? And then we have now for the ID system. So it's not just limited to all this that I've mentioned here, but the ID system can incorporate all the data that is affiliated to the farmer on the ground. So this can be your name, your age, which mill are you allocated to, what cane variety do you plant in your field, and what are the land characteristics of your farm. So this can be the terrain, this can be the soil pH, the type of soil, the type of moisture that is present in your soil, the fertility. Then after data collection, we have data verification. So this ranges from validation to cross-referencing. Then we have the analysis. So analysis from the data that we've collected, you can be able to tell the farmers' demographics, the weather patterns, soil profiles. So this is going to give us analysis of soil fertility, soil health. Yeah? We can also be able to do the quality mapping, the soil quality mapping. We can be able to do things like yield analysis and pest occurrences analysis. So all this data is supposed to feed into a database. So this database will inform the Sucari system, and this is what will be visible from the stakeholders' dashboard. And also some of this information from the Sucari system, after it's collected, it's going to be visible or accessible through PCs, through phones, and at the point where people are not adopting like phones or devices, these farmers' information centers, all this information can be disseminated to the farmers. And then we have, part of the data collection still, we have the automated weather stations. So these weather stations are supposed to collect, they're supposed to be installed within the sugar belt, and they collect data, weather data that is, the precipitation, the humidity, sun hours and all that. All this feed into the system. So some of the outputs here, we're going to get an accurate database. We're going to have data-driven solutions. We're going to have a synchronized agricultural data set. We're going to be able to do crop monitoring and management. We're going to be able to employ precision agriculture, efficient resource use. We're going to be able to adapt to some of these climatic change issues that are coming up. We're also going to be able to efficiently use our resources and allocate them. We're also going to be able to do climate modeling. We're also going to be able to have analytic maps and projections. So this is just an explanation of the illustration. I'll just, here. So this is a screenshot of how the database is supposed to look after data collection. So at the very far end, this far end, this is the data that we collected from the field. So this is, it can be from the name of the farmer, the age, which mill are they allocated to, what date did they plant, what date did they harvest, what is the yield that they were expecting, all that type of data. So from this data, we can be able to analyze. We can be able to analyze from the dashboard. We'll be able to see the number of farmers per mill. We can be able to see the crop management. We can be able to see the types of cane, the cane varieties that are being employed. We can be able to see the types of gender, the gender of the farmers on ground. And then we can be able to see the farmer's spatial data. So on this is a point. This is the yellow dot represents a point. This is after taking the location of the farmer. So this location is going to be fitted in with the details of the farmer. So when you look at this, when you click on the dot, it's going to give you the name of the farmer. Like this one is Mary Acheng. It will give you the date she started harvesting. It will give you her age. It will give you every other detail that is allocated to her. And then from this dashboard, you can be able to see the zoning. So this is the second image. So we are able to see the boundary. So say this is a catchment, a mill catchment. We're able to see this is the boundary, or this is the catchment of this specific mill, and these are the farmers that are within that mill. So then we can be able to see the mill productions by year after analyzing this data. This is the mill production by year from 2014 to 2022, so you can see the patterns and the trends. Then for the analysis, soil quality analysis, from the satellite data, once we have analyzed all this data, we can be able to see the different types of soils, or even the fertility levels of the belt or whatever land it is that you're looking at. Then we have the real data, the real-time weather forecasting data. So this, as here, this is Friday. It shows it was slightly sunny and cloudy. So once we have this kind of data for a long time, we can be able to predict climatic patterns. We can be able to see, like this year maybe, the temperatures are increasing 1 degree Celsius per year. So we can be able to say in the next 30 years, we're going to be operating at this point of, at this type of heat. So we, as stakeholders, we're going to be able to tell our farmers our temperatures are increasing. We have this new variety that will adapt to this kind of climatic changes. Or we are suggesting that due to the analysis that we've had, your farm does not need any fertilizer input. Your farm is very fertile, or it needs this specific kind of fertilizer. So this dashboard can also give us what is best performing. So this is just the part where the stakeholders, this is what the stakeholders will see. And this is also what is going to feed to what the farmers, once they access the portal, what they're going to see. So for them, they will see like, this is, here we have a best performing cane variety, yes? So for them, they'll be able to see, oh, this is actually best performing, so this is what you're supposed to be taking. They'll be able to see the weather patterns, so they'll be able to plan for their farming correctly. So these are some of the expected outcomes. I think I've mentioned them in the illustration. Then you have the implementation plan. So there's the infrastructure setup, there's the drone, and the integration of satellite images. We have a central database development. We have the weather stations integration, the ID system development, the data integration and testing, and then training and capacity building. Then this is the stakeholder engagement plan matrix. So we have 4. So one, we'll need to partner with government agencies. So this is mostly for policy and legal frameworks. We can partner with sugar industry stakeholders. So these are the farmers, the mills, the circles, the service providers. And then we have the local communities. They also have to be well aware of what is actually coming down to them. What is this? How does it work? How is it going to help us? And then we have academic and research institutions. This one is mostly for ongoing system improvement. So one thing we know is that research boosts or informs our data, and it's always ongoing. Then we have the risks and mitigations. So technical challenges could occur. So this in complexities of GIS and remote sensing integrations. Then we have financial challenges. So there'd be budget overruns or financial constraints. Then we'd have change management. So one thing we know about digital features or digital aspects is that people are very resistant to them. So this is something that is actually anticipated for, either from the farmer's side or from the stakeholder's side. And then there's also the issue of data privacy. So this means the risk would be data security and privacy concerns. So for this, we have to implement a robust encryption measures, complying with data protection and regulations that are there currently, and conducting regular security audits. Sorry. These are some of the KPIs for rating the success of the system. So this will be the adoption rate among farmers. We'll have the percentage increase in data accuracy, the percentage improvement in forecasting accuracy. Then we'll have the increased productivity in sugarcane farms. And for the monitoring and the monitoring and evaluation, we're going to have ongoing evaluation and reporting, and also integrating feedback mechanisms. Yes. So the Sucari system presents an innovative strategy for managing the sugar industry. So this is actually a forward-thinking idea that if we have the right collaborations and for industry stakeholders, government, this is supposed to steer sustainability into the sugar industry, then this growth is very vital for economic development.
2 minutes.
Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause, please. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well done. 5 minutes for questions from the judges. Questions? No questions? We close it there. 37 minutes past 4 p.m. We have a question.
Thank you, Madam, for the presentation. Just for us to touch base with the audience and for clarification by demonstration, just mention 2 challenges, not more, just 2 that you would specify are existing in the industry in a simple way. 2 challenges that you can crystallize out existing in the industry that you have solved or your model is going to solve, so that the simple farmer in the room, when he's going home, he can say that this lady is providing a solution for these 2 practical challenges facing the Kenyan farmer.
Oh, excellent. Final question? All right. Can you request that you respond to that question within, I'll give you 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. So broadly, this system is focused on solving one major issue, that is the lack of reliable agricultural data. So as from the conversations that we've been having, there's been a gap between how information is disseminated from the stakeholders or from the tables of the policymakers to the farmers. So the Sucari system, say now one simple issue in terms of weather, the weather patterns and how it affects the farmer. So once we're able to leverage all these innovations, the AI, the weather stations, we're going to be able to have predictions. We're going to be able to have forecasting that is going to feed into farmers' operations, daily operations in the farm. And we're also going to be dealing widely with climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies. So the other problem is, there's the problem of double reporting. So you find like in a specific farm or in a specific mill and the farmers are located to it, you find there's two farmers with the same name or two farmers in the same location. So one thing that the satellite imagery or the drone is going to do, we're going to be able to zone out these acreages and to be able to feed the specific acreage and to like a specific farmer. So we'll say this hall, it's someone's farm, and this is allocated under Lisa. All information about Lisa's farm is on her portal. So when you're able, as a stakeholder, as a farmer, when you're going to log in into that portal, you're going to be able to log in and see, this is my name, these are my details, this is my age, this is the coordinates of my land or my farmland, my sugarcane farmland, and then this is what bill I'm actually attached to. So all those characteristics. This is the soil type of my farm. This is what is actually expected of my crop yields. All this information is there. So that is what you're able to tell from the zoning, that is. So those are two.
All right. Thank you so much. A big round of applause to Lisa. Thank you so much for the innovation. We celebrate all the innovators and we encourage you, as we were told earlier on, you are a sign of hope. So thank you so much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, on your phones, once again, we have two gifts. The gifts are ready. Mr. Alvin, ready with the gifts? Just get your phones. Just get your phones. Just get your phones. Just get your phones. Get your phones. Get your phones. Two questions to what happened today. Simple questions. Simple questions, simple questions, simple questions. But in the meantime, if it's possible, just turn to the person seated next to you and tell them, do you have a badge? Do you have a badge? Yeah, it's important. Yes, because at 6:30 p.m. we are meeting here, and you need this. Because immediately after we meet here, we launch the Miwa Bora application, very critical. Be here at 6:30 p.m. We're going to have a cocktail. Oh yeah, some bitings here and there, some drinks, so get ready for that, get ready for that. But in the meantime, let's have, do we have the questions ready? Do we have the questions ready? Okay. All right, we really want to give you this opportunity to win two gifts. Mr. Alvin, the gifts are ready? Aha. Aha. Okay. Okay, looks like those gifts will be given tomorrow then. We'll have 2 sessions so that we have 4 gifts tomorrow. So the Miwa Bora mobile application launch happening here at 6:30. It's 43 minutes, 44 now, 4:44. So we want to close, we want to close, we want to close. We should be out of here by exactly 4:50. Are we good? All right, we already had people who had answered the questions already. So that's the challenge we're having here. So we'll have We'll have to redo the questions again because some of us went ahead, which is good, innovation. So we do have the gifts here. We do have the gifts here. But randomly. We'll have to do this randomly. We'll do our quick style. Very quickly. This is going to be quick so that we don't stay with the gift. We don't want to stay with the gift. So you know the drill. All you have to do. The person on your furthest left, grab the bottle. Please don't stay with the bottle. We just want to find out. The person who gets the bottle will be the person privileged to answer the question. So please get just one bottle. You can just get one bottle. Get just one bottle. Get one bottle. Do you have one bottle? Just hold it up. Hold it up. So we're going to turn it round. You're going to give just one bottle. One bottle per table. Just one bottle per table. So you're going to give it to the next person very quickly as the music goes, so that when I say stop, the person with the bottle will stand. 3. Oh, okay. We'll do it tomorrow. Okay, I'm being told. but a big round of applause to the people with the bottles. Well done. Thank you. Apologies for that. But we'll still do it tomorrow. But in the meantime, please get your phones now. The questions are ready. So get your phone. Just go to menti.com. The code is 22 49 46 20. Pick an image, write your name, and get ready to answer the questions. We are ready to go. 4 seconds. They're gonna miss out on this. All right, 40 minutes. 40 plus, 43. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Come on, let's roll the dice. Roll the dice. Answer fast to get more points. I only have 3 minutes left. How many innovation presentations did we have today? Simple question. There was innovation. How many? Go. Okay, so now let's wait and see. Well done. Now who says we had? Okay, 4. Okay. Well done. So let's see who the winner is on that note. Shanice Lillian Adoyo. Aha, come on, let's see. Where's Shanice? Shanice. Aha, well done. Lillian, where's Lillian? Well done, okay. And Adoyo, where's Adoyo? So you're the 3 people. Final question, but hey, don't worry. Lynette, Ian Martin, you might just be the winner. Roll the second question. Pick up the names. If you didn't pick, okay, we're ready to roll. I have 2 minutes to go. Let's roll it. Question. Come on, answer fast to get more points. Answer fast. Who is the goal sponsor of this event? Oh yes, who is the goal sponsor of this event? Alvin, Mr. Alvin, the gifts are here. Excellent. Let's see whether we know. Let's see whether we know. Well done. Well done. Somebody says CMA, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, roll. Let's see who the winner is. Second day. Oh dear. Oh, okay, well, we're good. Shanice Lillian, who is taking it home? Boom! Shanice, where is Shanice? A big round of applause to Shanice, please come. Dr. Crispin, please have the honor of taking a photo with Shanice. And Lillian. Lillian comes number 2. Lillian, where's Lillian? Please come forward. Your gifts are here. Well done. Thank you so much. And it's 4:50 exactly, and we are done for the day. Let's meet here at exactly 6:30. Remember your badge. A big round of applause once again to Shanice and Lillian. Well done, well done. Asanteni sana. You have yourselves a fantastic moment, tea break, coffee break, whatever is there. Let's meet here at 6:30 p.m. Asante sana, God bless you. 6:30 p.m. is the time. Asante sana, Bwana Alvin. We're done. Let's meet here at 6:30 p.m. In the next 1.5 hours, let's meet here for the Miwa Bora mobile application. Bas, DJ Bora. A season of transformation. So immediately, of course, after we launch, we want to celebrate. So those who are still coming in, please come in, take your seats. Asante sana. Naomba tusimame kidogo tafadhali, tusimame kidogo. Na wale pamoja na Dr. Crispin mko wapi? Wale ambao kidogo wanasikia mziki inaingia pole pole. Wako wapi? Hatuendi mbio, unajua lazima Crispin uko wapi? Njoo. Pole pole tu. Muziki ya heshima. Njoo. Bas, njoo hapa mbele. Because this is how we are also going to welcome our director. Volume kidogo. Pole. Lona na kuona. Njoo Lona. Madam Catherine, please come. Pole. Makofi tafadhali. Well done. Alafu tunafika climax. Aya, kila mtu Aya, tuone Catherine, your style. Kila mtu. Lona, your style, everybody. Let's see Lona's style. Wewe, kila mtu. Asante. Makofi yao tafadhali. Director Judy Chesire, njoo tafadhali. Makofi yake tafadhali. Your style, sote tumkaribishe. Your style, Kila mtu, Kila mtu. Wewe, makofi ya director, Sugar Directorate. Asante. Wewe. Asante sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. Tukaribishe daktari. Director Jude Chesire, karibu sana. Makofi yake tafadhali. We may kindly take our seats. Director atukaribishe, then we delve into the substance.
God is good all the time. Wow, thank you very much. I'm very happy and pleased to see all these happy faces. It's really been quite engaging for us. We have learned new things, new innovations, and with these kind of innovations that we've witnessed over the past 2 days, I'm sure the sugar industry is going towards the right direction. Today, this evening, we are just about to launch the Mimabora app. And if you look at the world trends currently, everything is about information. They say information is power. So today we are ready to do this, to create a platform where all our sugar stakeholders will get all the necessary information to enable them progress in their participation within the value chain. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, AFA, Sugar Directorate, is charged to and mandated to regulate, develop and promote the sugar industry. So over the last 2 days, we've listened and learned from brilliant ideas during the Innovation Symposium, and it's clear to us that technology is the way to go. There's a saying, of course, which I've just said, that information is power. our stakeholders need to have industry information at their disposal at any given time. We therefore realize there is need to motivate small holdout growers by revamping extension services, giving them information on cane varieties, of course field operations, transport, marketing and timely payment among others. In May 2017, the Directorate carried out research on some of the challenges facing the stakeholders, and of course we had critical specific objectives in this study. Key among them was to establish effectiveness of extension services offered by the farmers. Of course, by then we were about 5 years towards into devolution, and we realized that of course agriculture being a devolved function, the extension services were not reaching the farmers. And even up to now, those are some of the things that are happening. We also realized that there were many other challenges that farmers were facing, and we wanted ways on which we could mitigate these challenges. Of course, we have weather earnings from sugarcane. We of course we need to ascertain whether the earnings from sugarcane farming is meeting the financial needs of farmers, and also explore strategies of promoting sugarcane farming as a business as opposed to a tradition. Of course, establish how food security affects sugarcane production and whether farmers are sensitized on security issues. We also needed to establish other economic activities farmers are involved in and how these activities are impacting on sugarcane farming. So therefore, after the study, it was established that 60% of the population within sugar growing areas are aging. Of course, the young people haven't adopted this. We also realize that there is low adoption of new cane varieties, and this is due to lack of information. I had earlier mentioned that in the press that the adoption of new varieties has been a challenge we are experiencing in this sector. Of course, record keeping among farmers is very poor, so that is a very big challenge. You would find them holding very old pieces of paper. So that is something that needs to be addressed. It was also found that the youth are the majority in the country. However, they register the lowest participation in sugarcane farming, and it is therefore indicated that there is poor succession planning in the industry, and this has led to low rate of entrance into the sugarcane farming. Now, why Miwabora? The idea of using a mobile application, because a sizable population currently has phone, is to solve some of these challenges established that were established in that study. And of course, this was followed by also positive feedback from the user when we conducted needs assessment. And the application focuses on improving the quality of cane. And of course, that is why we named it Miwabora. So what are the benefits of the M-App, Miwabora app to the farmer? One, timely access of information on best agricultural practices, market information, weather forecast, like of course when you want to plan, if you want to do your plant crop or you want to maintain your ratoon, it's good to also understand the weather forecast. Just the same way pilots normally plan with the weather forecast, and normally pilots have the most accurate. So these are some of the information that will be in the app. Of course, provide guidance for financial planning, contract farming. Of course, reduce the cost of extension services, so you don't need to have vehicles moving around. If we can have a platform where we put that information and then that information is disseminated to the farmer. Of course, other benefits means that as a result of the saving, we'll have increased earnings due to high yields because we now have the information. And we will also ease ways of communicating and receiving complaints as an authority. There will also be increased efficiency. In most cases, sometimes whenever farmers are experiencing issues, they write to us. By the time the information gets to the DG Alpha, and then from there, Director Sugar to act, by the time I'm responding, a week or two has gone. So with this kind of app, so it means when a farmer raises an issue, we will respond on time because we have a platform to do that. Of course, this will also increase efficiency and provide some predictability on the plans that we have towards the industry. To the miller, the cost of delivering extension services will be reduced because everything is accessible on the phone. High yields due to good agricultural practices and adoption because the information is there. It will also help us in help the miller improve the uptake of new varieties because that information is there. The benefits to the Directorate and SRI and also the county government, this will ease dissemination of best agricultural practices and research findings, and it also helps to create awareness on the mandate of the Directorate and other stakeholders, of course, who are agencies of the government. Timely reception of farmer complaints due to real-time communication, of course, that I have mentioned. So given all these advantages, the farmer will, of course, be getting his issues on real-time using the app. Everybody is on M-Pesa, so this is more or less our app as an industry to enable us work effectively because we have information in our hands. So with those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, we are excited to announce the release of this app, and we introduce to you Miwabora mobile application as an information tool. I'm sure my colleague Alvin is going to now demonstrate how this app will happen. So kwa hivyo karibuni sana, na tunawaomba wakati tuta launch app, wale wakulima ambao wako tunawaomba muweze kutumia hii application ndio tuweze kuwa na information ama yale ambayo yanahusu mambo ya miwa tuweze kuipata bila kuhangaika. Mara mingi unapata barua kutoka Ezra Okoth ama unapata barua kutoka Charles Atiang. By the time we are responding to those complaints, muda umeenda, mwezi moja, wiki mbili, lakini sasa tukiwa na hii application inamaanisha tunaweza kufanya mambo yetu kwa usawa na kwa saa ambayo inatakana. Pia nayo hii application, kwa sababu tuna vijana ambayo wanajua kuzitumia, wataweza kufunza wazazi yao jinsi ya kutumia hii app ndio tuweze kusonga. Sasa wakati ambao serikali imejitolea kuhakikisha kwa hii sekta ya miwa na sukari imeweza kupewa nguvu na pia focus ndio tuweze kusonga mbele, kwa sababu watu ambao wanategemea industry ni watu zaidi ya milioni 8. Kwa hayo machache, mabibi na mabwana, nitamalizia hapo nikingoja mwenzangu Alvin aweze kutuonyesha vile tutasonga mbele. Thank you very much, Johnson.
We're ready now for the live demonstration of the Miwabora application. Makofi ya Bwana Alvin.
Hamjambo. My name is Alvin Mwangi. I work for the ICT department at the Sugar Directorate. Sorry, let's just wait for the thing to display. All right. Ready? So, sorry, once again, good evening. Jina langu ni Alvin. Very happy to be here. Very pleased to see all these faces. So, we began the journey of developing Innovator around 2019. It was an idea by Bwana Eric Okola. Eric, kindly stand, wave to the people. Yeah, so Bwana Eric Okola conceptualized Miwabora, and the rest of us were happy to be there to participate. We had the first version, which was available previously. The first version of Miwabora had required improvement. So we went back to basics. We re-engineered Miwabora, and after completing the re-engineering of Miwabora, we came up with a product that was meant to be more new-centric as opposed to just delivering extensions, because we wanted all of you to be able to be up to date with the latest sugar industry news. Mjue bei ya Sucari leo ni gani. If there are any updates from us, you will be able to see them, and that is what we set out to do. So the last time we did this, I'm just going to okay, DJ, cue. The last time we did this, I had prepared something small. It's one of my other talents. I had them in a previous life. So allow me to just present something to you. The title is Mimi Mkulima. Tega sikio, angaza macho, nitazame mtu mzima. Mimi ni mkulima. Maisha yangu tangu nikiwa mchanga yamekuwa maji, mbolea na mchanga. Ndivyo navyopata kima. Niliambiwa nikijaliwa nipande miwa, itanipa maziwa, nyama na sima. Aliyeniambia kwa kweli hakuwa ananipima. Nimejionea, miwa ni uzima, miwa ni stima. Miwa ukiilima, pesa hutaazima. Umaskini utauzima, miwa ni bima. Siku za usoni utasimama wima. Ukuzaji wa miwa, nishasema mtu mzima. Ukuzaji wa miwa ni hekima. Unaongeza uzima na heshima. Na mimi si profesa, sitajiki kama Haman Manyora. Mimi ni mkulima, hapo ndipo natia fora. Na la jasho langu si vya kupora. Najali familia yangu, maisha yao na yachora. Kazi yangu kutafuta, mimi ni explorer, mtu wa kusorora. Na najua bila miwa bora, maisha yatadorora. Hii miwa naidhamini, kwani naijua kwa dhamani. Hivi majuzi, serikali imenipa nafuu, imenipa makuu niliyoyatamani. Serikali, amini usiamini, imeinua viwanda vilivyoanguka zamani. Walinishauri kuwa nitie sahihi mkataba na viwanda fulani. Miwa yangu sasa naipanda na kuivuna sambamba, na malipo yanabamba si utani. Sugar Directorate nao wameshika usukani. Miwa inapandwa pwani hadi pwani. Wametuletea app inaitwa Miwa Bora, na mimi nafurahi jamani, kwani nikitaka kujua habari za miwa na sukari nazipata tu nikiwa kwa maskani. Hii busara ya kumpunguzia mkulima hasara na kumrejeshea mshahara imenipa matumaini na amani. Eneo letu litatajika, tutatajirika, hakuna kudhoofika, tushafika Kanaani. Na mimi si profesa, sitajiki kama Haman Manyora. Mimi ni mkulima, hapo ndipo natia fora. Na la jasho langu si vya kupora. Najali familia yangu, maisha yao na yachora. Kazi yangu kutafuta, mimi ni explorer, mtu wa kusorora. Na najua bila miwa bora, maisha yatadorora. Mwana siasa, mimi nakupenda. Ndiposa nitakwambia kabla sijaenda, wakati wa kutenda ni sasa. Wacha kunipapasa roho na maneno ya kujitakasa. Ukiniahidi mwaka ujao ndio upya wa ukurasa. Mimi nimekusoma, umenipeleka darasa. Yesa, nimekumanya na kuona tu ukinichanganya, ukinikanganya na kunidanganya. Najua hakuna kitu utafanya hasa. Mie nataka kuona ukingangana, kupigania viwanda vipate amana. Ukikazana miwa yetu ipate soko, tukishaipanda nionyeshe dhamana yako pana. Otherwise ukirudi nitakunasa. Na mimi si profesa, sitajiki kama Haman Manyora. Mimi ni mkulima, hapo ndipo natia fo. Na la jasho langu, na la jasho langu sili vya kupo. Najali familia yangu, maisha yao na yacho. Kazi yangu kutafuta, mimi ni explorer, mtu wa kusoro. Najua bila miwa bora, maisha yatadoro. Asanteni. So sasa tufanye biashara kidogo. Okay. So sorry? Yes, there's an issue with the internet, I think. You can tell her. Already?
And I sympathize with Alvin being in the pressure to show a system which is clearly under the process of being launched. And I wanted to reflect a little bit about some of the systems that we are using and some of the challenges that we are seeing there, because these are the same challenges that our users will be seeing, that the issues of the internet, the issues of is it big fingers or small fingers, the issue of font. They tell you, ongeza font, ongeza font, ongeza font, until you see one button which was meant to show or to display in a very small section being displayed in the whole page. These are the issues that we actually face when we are interfacing with users. These are the issues that we face when we are developing systems for a diverse group of users who you don't have access to which fonts they are using. You don't have access to which resolution they're going to use on their phone. You don't have access to how responsive are they. You know, I was talking to somebody talking about the USSD. It was my dear prof here. And I remembered we implemented a USSD application way back in 2014. And Safaricom gives you 180 seconds to be able to complete a transaction. Okay. We all know USSDs. So press 1, you read, internalize. Press 2, you read, internalize. 3. The Safaricom systems are good because yeah, Safaricom systems are good. KCB systems are good. The bank systems are good. They have a lot of money. So they can as well as just throw that into these applications. So like that 180 seconds that Safaricom gives you, on average it costs around, that time it was costing around 10 shillings or 7 shillings. 180 seconds costs 10 shillings. Now imagine you have 1,000 farmers using the same systems, okay? And our farmers, we know them. Our farmers, we know them. We know that watakwambia press 1, utaangalia press 1. Next screen, press 2. Kidogo mtoto imekuja nini? Anaachana nayo, kuglikia mtoto. By the time nakumbuka press 2, 180 imeenda na shilingi 7 imeenda. Time out imeenda.
I think we appreciate these challenges, and especially for somebody with a background of systems. Yep. Thank you for allowing me to keep you busy while he fixes his problems.
Number 5. Sorry for that. These are, as Kihara has said, some of the challenges we experience. Software is very volatile. It can really embarrass you. I'm feeling very embarrassed right now. So we have our update section. Now, clearly, Innovator requires internet to run. Now, unfortunately, the machine that I've picked to do this demonstration with has rejected every other hotspot except the Grand Royal Swiss. As Mokazi, you put it better, the Grand Royal Swiss. So it has rejected every Wi-Fi network, but I wanted to demonstrate. I don't know if you remember the first time when you clicked on it, it brought some news items here. We're going to try and reload that, hopefully, on our phones later. But this is what I was talking about. This is what led to the moment where I had to apologize. You see, the prices as provided by Bwana John, who, is our data master, are displayed right there. So if you're a trader, it will give you per 50 kilogram bag sugar prices as at the 5th of December 2012. When was the 5th? So it's actionable intel. So I think by kesho jioni ama kesho asubuhi utakuwa na leo. So, and it's arranged from the greatest to the cheapest. So the cheapest is Sony Sugar at 8,300. That is as at yesterday. Actionable intel. Sindio? Right? All right. We have our farmer section, which for you who are looking into getting on and understanding how to be a sugarcane farmer, there is some advice right there for you. Where we have our getting started section. Once you click on it, it allows you to read some of that content. And you can learn how to get started as a sugarcane farmer. Okay? We also have our production environment. Now, I want to emphasize that the content is not set in stone. In fact, some of the content which is contained within your Bora is subject and open to your contribution. So, for example, if you go through the content and you realize that as an expert in your field, there's something that you could add on, you can actually make a request to the directorate to have your article featured, or to have information added. So, as I'm saying, the content is not set in stone and it's updatable. We are constantly updating. Now, on this section, which was the production environment, we have bed formation and marking rows, organic matter and fertilizer incorporation, altitude, temperature, and so on and so forth. You'll be able to see it once you're able to interact with the mobile application. Then we have our resources section, that is how you interact with us and data from us as a regulator. We have our statistics, our our statistics section, which contains pricing and market data, agriculture forecasting data. We have production and yield data, monthly newsletters. Now, all this content, I should give a disclaimer, will be updated, because the purpose of this particular launch is to let you know that we have Nuabora as an application available, and you are, I will use the word privileged, to be among the first people who get to test out this version of the application. It's version 1.0 of the re-engineered application. So as software goes, we have version 2.0 and so on and so forth. Okay? So on the investment section, this is made for investors. We have an investment guide and it's broken down. We have sustainability initiatives, energy production, areas that potential investors can get into, quality control and testing, research and development, agricultural investment, and sugar production facilities for those who maybe are interested in becoming millers either of sugarcane or tropical sugar beet. How many know of the tropical sugar beet? Yeah. Okay, now how many have heard of the tropical sugar beet? I expect everybody to raise a hand. On the regulation bit of things, we have simplified the regulation processes, sort of broken it down. We realize that so many stakeholders, for example, may want to purchase molasses. And so what they do, they just walk into a mill and say, hey, nataka molasses. Then they are told, oh, there's a license that you need to obtain from AFA. And all of a sudden you're lost, you scramble, go to a cyber cafe and speak to them about, getting on AFA. And the cyber cafe person does not know what to do. Then you have to call us. Then maybe kwa bahati mbaya you don't find anybody and you travel all the way from Kisumu to Nairobi to look for somebody because maybe you do not have that intelligent information available. That intel, sorry, not intelligent information, but that intel availed to you. So Miwabora is set up in such a way that that intel is availed to you in real time. And whenever we have an update, you'll see we will be, posting it on the application. Finally, we have sort of an abridged version of the industry news. What we are supposed to have on the updates section, which was here, which hopefully you will be able to see on your mobile devices, is set up here. So every news item that we have published from 9 months ago, we have some in the archives. You can click on it and be able to view the details. Again, because of the slow internet, it's taking time to load that news item. So number 6, sorry for that. Then we have the more section over here. The more section has, our cane testing services. How many know of our cane testing services? Mkono juu. So assuming you have sugarcane, how many have made use of our cane testing services? Mkono juu. You have, I have a few here and there. Thank you. So you can be able to see our cane testing services. This is again a compressed version. They do so much more than what I'm doing here. From sucrose content analysis, fiber content determination, Brix value measurement, moisture content analysis in your sugar cane to determine whether your cane is okay. Okay. I see number 7 coming up,
so much for your patience. Allow me to take this opportunity to give you a quick overview. Tomorrow, of course, we are closing. We will be closing. So please come prepared. We'll be having 2 key innovation presentations. And on the first day we spoke about a sugarcane chewing competition, so let's be ready for that. Excellent. Bwana Alvin, all is well. We are ready. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think we were at number 7, so I'll just do number 9 through 10. Sorry for that. Number 8 through 10. Sorry for that. My issues are actually to do with internet. I think I had assumed, since it's been working, it will work. But as they say, everything that can go wrong shall go wrong. Siku ya nyani kufa, what happens? Miti yote huteleza. Miti ndio inateleza jamani. So anyway, let's go back to the homepage again, and pardon the challenges, and thank you for your patience. So we have investment opportunities, which part of the categories that can be found on the app. We have our op-eds. So all of you experts out there, we want to encourage you strongly to, as much as possible, send in your opinions. They shall be vetted, and then when they make it through the vetting committee, they shall be published on Niwabora, and you shall be credited. And from previous experience, Niwabora has the potential to attract over 3 million downloads, not just within the country, but also outside. The last time we had it on, we used to get downloads from India, Pakistan, Thailand, Australia, all these cane growing countries, because I guess, sometimes cane is cane. I could be wrong, Dr. Shikanda. Ukiwa penye huko, you'll correct me. You may be an expert in that in Iliko. When I was not looking, it decided to do that thing again. There we are. Okay, where were we? Tulikuwa hapa, Pamo. So on Niwabora you can advertise. You can send us a request for advertisement. You can elevate your brand within the sugar industry, as I said. Potential audience of up to 3 million. So you'll give us your name, your company, your email, your phone, your website, and your preferences. If you would want a banner ad, or you would want sponsored content, or you would want a news feature. I'll just throw it out there. Who knows what sponsored content is? Anyone? Any marketing guru? Yes, Bwanagaki. Do we have an extra mic? Bwanagaki? Kama pate hii yangu.
sponsored content is something that is paid for. You write and then you pay for it. I think that's all. Paid for.
Okay, so basically you can get into the sponsored content bit as Bonagaki has explained. You can be featured as part of our newsletter, or you can specify which other preference you would want. Then you can give us our goals, and then you can request to advertise, upon which a success message will be sent out telling you that your request to advertise has been received, and will be in touch within 24 hours, which we shall be. That is the Sugar Directorate guarantee. We have, as the director said, we have a bit that talks of where you can lodge your complaint, and it will be received and worked upon. And then we have our frequently asked questions. All those bits and pieces will be able to be seen on the installed version of the application, which I'm about to share the QR code in just a minute. So kindly allow me. Okay. Okay, this is a version of the app that will require a few tweaks on your Android phone. So I have a few ICT experts who will help you do it. The reason why we are giving you this version of the app for now is because we have a pending request on Google Play. It will be approved hopefully in the next 5 days or thereabout, and we hope to send out a news item that will let you know that you can download the app on the App Store, on the Play Store. Sorry, the App Store version has a longer approval process. So I don't know if you can see the QR code on the screens close to you. You can. So just scan that QR code. In case you're having any challenge installing it, just raise your hand, and I'll ask my brother Alvin Kaburu, Bwana Kihara, William Doli, who is seated somewhere, to help out when you have a challenge. So if you can't scan the QR code where you are just closer to a screen. also tempted to mention that, you know, QR code scanning may be a bit different from taking a photograph. I'm also remembering that we have an entire panel of ICT experts seated here, so you'll also be of assistance. You know the process of installing an APK. Your phone most prominently is going to tell you that that is an untrusted application. Please trust it. It is from us. We cannot have How many have been able to download it and install it? Okay. I understand only Wangoru Kihara has been able to install it. Oh, if you're using the hotel network, as you have seen from my 7-time failures over here, it is absolutely the worst. So better off using, you know, bundles and whatnot, which I think I have to thank Johnson for because I'm using his. My brother Alvin, you know, fellow Alvin over here, is telling me that for those of you who do not have phones that can detect QR codes, you need to download a QR code scanner. I'm sorry for that. I should have told you that. Eh? sorry for that. There's that also. bit.ly/Miwabora. You should be able to download the application from www.bit.ly/Miwabora. For those of you who are using the QR code, use that to download. All right. I think given in the case anyone requires assistance, just lift up your hand and we'll be able to assist you. I think at this juncture, I'll just welcome the director to come and make a few remarks as we, break this session.
A big clap for Alvin. I know sometimes technology can let you down, but Alvin has really done a good job. It is done it for many days, but of course we are going to do something about that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I now officially launch the Miwabora app. I know some of us have been thirsty for a while, so shortly the cocktails will be served. No clap for me. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, I wish to appreciate your patience, your resilience, your thoughts towards making this industry a better industry. So sitasema mengi. In this industry, there are so many players, and sometimes, as Nelson Mandela says, when you speak to somebody in his language, you speak to his heart. So the years I've been in the sugar industry, I've learned a bit. So let me practice. Amujambo. Oyimure uru. Mulembeshwa. Muriega. Have a nice evening. Karibuni sana. Chamge. Ochamege. Asante.
Asante sana. Makofi tafadhali to the director, and thank you so much for being. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, closing with a cocktail. As you exit, you'll be directed to where the cocktail parties